And good morning to you. I am James Brereton coming to you from Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a little after 6 o'clock on this Sunday, January the 16th, 2022. And we are now in the midst of our long anticipated winter storm. This is live coverage from the Carolina Weather Group. I will be with you until 9 a.m. or until my power goes out. As a live look over my shoulder, just outside our setup here in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll have other folks from the Carolina Weather Group joining us throughout the morning as we continue to track this threat that will be moving across the Carolinas. Right here in Charlotte right now, we are dealing with right there. That is sleet, folks. It is sleeting here in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I want to know what it's doing outside your door this morning. So please use the comments to let us know what it is that you are seeing. And that is exactly what this stream is going to be all about here for the next however long as we continue to track this winter storm that began while so many of us were sleeping during the overnight hours and is expected to bring snow to the mountains, ice here to the Piedmont of North Carolina, including Charlotte, North Carolina. And we'll show you those winter weather advisories and the like here in just a moment. But I want to say good morning to all of you and let you know this is going to be a marathon and not a sprint is what I'm telling myself as we continue to go on through this. I can tell you as I got up this morning, I notched up the heat in my house here a little bit in anticipation that in the coming hours, it is possible that I could lose electricity here in Charlotte, North Carolina. The National Weather Service has us looking right now at over a quarter inch of ice. Let's go there. Let's start there and show you what the official National Weather Service forecast is calling for this morning. We're going to start at North Carolina, and then I will work my way over to South Carolina. I know so many people want to know about the snow. I know. Don't shoot the messenger here, but the official forecast from the Weather Service this morning, we're really hurting on some snowfall totals over the next 12 to 18 hours. So much of this being replaced instead with lots of sleet. And that's going to be the thing that takes away, robs us of snow that so many of us were looking for. We are looking at a quarter of an inch of ice, 3/10, 4/10 of an inch of ice here in Charlotte, extending out through Gaston County, through portions of Iredale, up along the I-85 corridor, right into Greensboro. And it is after that quarter inch mark where ice starts becoming a problem for tree limbs and for power lines. And so if you haven't already, charge up anything that you can find that charges. Phones, I found some old iPods and I charged those up because if nothing else, I could use the flashlight function on them during the overnight hours when I don't have that outside light. If it came to that, hoping it doesn't come to that, but I wanted to find anything that might be able to provide me some semblance of light. Duke Energy telling us they are expecting 750,000 customers to be without power as a result of this winter storm. I see all your questions and comments coming in. Love them. Let's take a quick look here at the latest bulletins that are up from the National Weather Service. Pink is winter storm warning. Winter storm warning includes western North Carolina, the I-85 corridor of upstate South Carolina, including York County, the Triad, and portions of the Triangle. To the south of that, in purple, that is ice storm warning, where some of the ice accumulations are expected to be the highest. Although, as I showed you a moment ago, some of the highest ice accumulation, if you will actually be in the Charlotte area. So don't be too misled by where they have stuck that ice storm warning. And then we have winter weather advisories through Augusta and Columbia, and even down towards the North Carolina coast this morning being extended out. And so a reminder of how the kind of semblance of this works. An advisory is more severe than a watch. So you go from a winter weather watch, meaning winter weather is possible, to winter weather advisory, meaning a small amount of winter weather is happening, to some sort of warning. winter storm warning or a ice storm warning to mean. Yeah, a lot of that is happening. I'm going to get to your questions in just a moment, and we're going to hang out together, but I need to show South Carolina folks what their numbers are looking like this morning. So let me get that pulled up. I got to tell you, because of the hour of the day, we're all friends here, right? Because of the hour of the day, I have set up a little annex studio in my garage as opposed to upstairs in my home office. And that is one of the reasons I'm moving a tad slower, because I'm working on a laptop as opposed to a big old setup. All right, so snowfall accumulation here. I'm sorry, I didn't pull all of South Carolina. Let me readjust that, but spoiler alert, that's where the snow is going to be. It's going to be about an inch or two along that I-85 corridor. Let's change that out, shall we? Special thanks to the National Weather Service in Raleigh and the National Weather Service in Columbia. They are the ones who issue the statewide maps. Fun fact. It was almost as if that last map was actually going to be easier for you to see, because all of that snowfall is going to be up there in the higher elevations anyway. But because I don't want to give the impression of only looking at one section of South Carolina, we're going to look at all of it. Here it is. You can see an inch or so along that I-85 corridor. Yes, I realize there's a slight mismatch between what the one weather service office says and the other weather service office says, but the takeaway is an inch or two of snow along the I-85 corridor in upstate South Carolina because we gotta remember the ice. The ice is not fun. That is not the thing that people get excited for, but this is where the impacts are going to be. Quarter inch of ice down into York County, and then a 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch of ice across portions of the upstate, portions of the Sandhill, coming into that Columbia area. That seems to be where the cutoff is. All right, so kind of wishing I'd put on another layer. I'm going to take your questions, comments. We're going to hang out, but I got to tell you something. We're going to be using radar here because I know everyone wants to know, where is it snowing? Where is the freezing rain? And honestly, we can use this radar, and we're going to use this radar. But the best people to answer that are yourselves. So if we could all join together, and we will collectively, because the radar is shooting in the upper atmosphere. And so that is quintessential to our, I was going to say problem. Problem doesn't seem like a fair word. If you were gunning for snow as opposed to precipitation, then this is the problem, is that where we are positioned geographically, it's easier for so many of us to see sleet, freezing rain, ice, as opposed to snow, because the atmosphere is like a layered cake. Let me show you. I'm sure you've seen us explain this. I'm sure you've seen your TV meteorologist try to explain this now. So what's happening is we could be at freezing here at the surface, but there's warm air above us. So precipitation starts in the upper atmosphere universally as snow. And if it's below 32 degrees, that whole column, you can think of it as a stacked cake or a stacked sandwich, all those different layers. As long as all of those layers are below freezing, you get snow all the way down. But what ends up happening here in the South, in the Carolinas, is you get just enough warm air in there so that as it's falling, it melts. And if it gets just a little bit of warm air and then runs back into air temperatures that are below freezing, it tries to refreeze but runs out of time. And so you're left with sleet. That's what's happening right now in Charlotte, sleeting. And I heard Brittany Van Horries, meteorologist at WCNC Charlotte, explain it really well the other day. She goes, it's kind of like when you take the ice cream out of the freezer and put it on the counter. It defrosts a little and then you put it back in the freezer. It's never really that same consistency as it was when you first got it at the store. And that's kind of like sleet. You freeze, you melt, you refreeze. Freezing rain is it's run into even more warm air. And really, it's liquid all the way down until it hits the surface. But it's just chilled enough that when it hits the surface, it freezes. And we could be seeing some of that too. That's what's going to make the impacts on the roads bad, power lines, tree branches as well. And then, of course, rain is, rain. You don't need me to explain rain, do you? Probably not. All right. 6:30 now. I'm drinking coffee. I'm sure you are. Let's pop the radar back up, and we're going to take your questions and comments, which I'm pretty sure is going to pretty quickly lead into how much, where, when, and what is this going to look like. So I'm going to start at the beginning. For those of you who've been with us for a few moments, Suzanne, good morning. I see Joey on Facebook. We got sleet right now in Anderson. Joey Sanders has sleet in Anderson. And yeah, you could actually see that on the radar here. That's the pink, right? So on the radar, blue is snow, pink is sleet, green is rain. And you'll also notice there's some snowflakes on the map. And this is actually something you can join me in. There's this really cool program out there. Thank you, Joey, for that report. There's a really cool program out there. It's called MPing. I'm going to put it on the screen. Send your reports. Send your reports. Use the MPing app. This is free. And because the atmosphere is hard to detect by radar when we're doing precip type, I'm going to open up my MPing app. What you can do as a weather spotter, wherever you are, is send an MPing report. And what that does is it asks what's happening outside. So I'm going to go rain, snow, and I'm going to choose ice pellets, sleet. And I'm going to send that in. I'm near Matthews, North Carolina. And if all things go according to plan here in the next couple of minutes, it should go from here to MPing and then onto my radar. And then we should see an icon with some icy, whatchamacallit on it. Somewhere probably where it says Indian Trail. So that first comment was near Anderson. You can see they're pink there, but we also have a bunch of snowflakes, right? We got a bunch of snowflakes from MPing along the I-85 corridor in Greenville, Simpsonville, Spartanburg. These are all people just like you and I who are sending in reports. And the best thing is, there we go. Look at that. I actually turned MPing on. That helps. So the best part about this is it's not just for this stream. It goes to the National Weather Service, and they're looking at it because, again, the National Weather Service can't be everywhere. And so they use MPing to know what's happening on the ground because this is such a layered cake. We need your eyes and ears. You don't even have to go outside for it. It's great. I can hear the sleet because sleet is tiny little ice balls. And my garage door is like right there. All right. We got heavy snow falling this morning, says Michael, in Ashville. That's great. That's great. Let me see if Asheville's hard to pick up on the radar sometimes. Radar's got to like shoot up or really get into that valley. Our own Evan Fisher is at UNC Asheville, and he'll be checking in this morning. They are launching special weather balloons. And not to steal his thunder later, but weather balloons. I thought I saw something move, and I don't think anyone else is supposed to be up right now. Weather balloons are a great way to measure the atmosphere at different levels. I'm going to oversimplify it. It's like putting a thermometer on a balloon and launching the balloon straight up in the air and then transmitting back down the readings so you actually know at what atmosphere or what altitude in the atmosphere It's freezing. It's above freezing. I'm fine, by the way. I stood up to go figure out what I saw move out of the corner of my eye. And decided to move my space heater closer. If you're just joining me, I'm in my garage. All right. Let's keep going here. Roma, she's got snow in Drexel. Amy's got snow in Columbia. I'm sorry, rain. She's got rain in Columbia. I'm sorry, Amy. I just totally probably got your hopes up. Raining in Columbia. Yeah, Columbia is going to get a lot of that rain, sleet, ice. We'll show the futurecast here in a minute. And I'll show you what the next couple hours are going to look like. Good morning, Alma. How are things in Charleston this morning? Lovely cat you have there. Our own Jared Smith will be coming along shortly. You know him as CHSWX. He'll be taking over for me at 9 a.m. Victoria has snow right now in Waynesville. Thank you for that report, Victoria. All right. Roland's got me a good little observation here. Thanks for watching us, Roland, this morning on Facebook. He is in northwest Chesterfield County. That's in South Carolina. So he's right there on that line. He's right there on that transition line. Sleet turned to freezing rain about 30 minutes ago. Light glaze happening. Yeah, not too different than what I'm seeing here. I still think I have sleet because what's falling from the sky is frozen, as opposed to what Roland is saying is he's got liquid falling from the sky, but it's super chilled. So when it hits the ground, it's freezing. But him and I think, both have similar outside views where there is a dusting of white on the ground. Not snow, though. Not snow. All right, Amanda says, this is the forecast to follow. Thank you. I think that was a compliment. 2 inches in Ashville? What the heck? Says Michael. Yeah, you know, Asheville's so tricky because of the terrain, right? You got all the mountains around you. You're not far. You're not far from some winning accumulation amounts. We know a lot of people from the region who obviously like to ski and snow are heading up to the slopes of the mountains. But yeah, it's no secret that the snowfall accumulation numbers, it felt like every time we were doing an update, were going down and being replaced with more ice and snow. So we'll see. Michael, I'm hoping you get more. All right, Winsboro, South Carolina. Good morning to Suzanne. Rain and wind. Victoria, snowing in Waynesville. Winsboro, Waynesville. I feel like some of these might be repeating a little bit. All right, so let's go back here to western Lincoln County, just outside the Charlotte area. Pouring snow. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I'm very pro snow. Snow is fun compared to ice. Robin, I might come and take some snow later if that's okay. I think we're going to get a little gypped here. Lauren, South Carolina. Good morning, Andrew. Icy mix, mainly freezing rain and sleet. Yeah, kind of sometimes a little hard to notice which one's which. Bo's back with us this morning. Hopkins, South Carolina. What about Hopkins, South Carolina? Let's look. Let's look. And I got to tell you, I don't know where all these places are, so I'm looking. This is in Richland County. All right, so Columbia. So, Bo, you got a winter weather advisory. You got a small amount of winter weather actually happening, and it's going to be mainly a little coat of ice. Like that much ice. Like, yeah. Hopefully not enough to cause impacts like we're going to see in Charlotte. No snow. No snow. All right, we got LLN Carolinas. Ice is really coming down. Pineville Matthews Road, NC 51 near the Arboretum. Yes, it is. Not too far from me. Good morning. Thanks for checking in. I'm sure you were out getting some great footage. Looking forward to seeing that. And you picked a pretty good staging area there. You know what it's missing? You know what that staging area is missing? Starbucks. But I wouldn't be upset if you stopped by with a Manhattan bagel for me in a little bit. All right. So Debbie, snowing in Ashe County. Makes sense. Makes sense. Those higher elevations, that's where you're going to see the greatest snow. And if there's anybody who's going to see like all snow, it's going to be Ashe, Watauga, Ashville, those higher elevations, that's where the all snow is going to happen. I hope it snows for 2 hours. I hope we get a good, right? We need just enough snow. I'm in my garage, right? So like I could actually go. Okay, I'm gonna have to find it at some point. I've got a sled. I've got a sled. But I need a little something to ride on. The ice is gonna just that's not gonna be fun. Is it snowing in Greensboro High Point? I'm hoping you can tell me. Yes. Yes, right now, based on radar, based on MPing reports, it is snowing in Greensboro and in High Point. This is not a location that's going to see all snow. You're going to have the same problem Charlotte has along that I-85 corridor. You're going to get the sleet, the freezing rain mixing back in. All right, I got Angie and I got Shelby in my queue here. Let me show you guys what you can expect for the next couple of hours. And all week long we've been talking about computer models. We started with like one or two because there's only so many trusted computer models that go several days out, right? So that's why, like on Wednesday, when everyone wanted to know how much snow we're going to see, it was kind of hard to say. Yeah, the computer model like had a prediction, but we're a little gun shy in using it because, spoiler alert, it was wrong. But now that it's essentially happening and we're in nowcasting, which means we are just kind of watching the radar. We know what's happening now, and we're pretty good in the weather industry about knowing what's happening 4 hours from now. There's some margin of error still with like 4 days from now. Let's look at the HRRR model run, the high rapid, high resolution model run. So this is more or less on this very first frame what's happening now. It's snowing in Columbia, coming up I-77. You get into some of that ice, get into some of that sleet. We had a report just south of me. They had freezing rain. I've got sleet in Charlotte. You can see those things are right close together, and then we got snow. All right. So what's this look like for the next couple hours? So here's 1 hour from now, 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now. What's happening is that sleet and that ice is maintaining over Charlotte, over portions of Spartanburg, Greenville, I-85 corridor into, here we go, Greensboro and Triad, which brought me into this, in the next 4 hours or so, you could start to see less snow, more sleet. And then you can see solid rain in Columbia. Now, 6-7 hours from now, I'm into the freezing rain instead of the sleet. That's not great. If you're watching from now, this is interesting. 9 hours from now, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This line almost, this is what shot the snow chances for almost everybody, according to this latest model run, is if we start sleeting and freezing rain up to the I-40 corridor, goodbye all snow in certain places. I'm holding out hope for Boone and Blowing Rock. And some of you may be along the Blue Ridge Escarpment, but look how close that rain line comes. It's in Monroe, North Carolina. It's in Union County here. It's raining in Hamlet and Rockingham and Fayetteville. That's what's turning away the snow so much of us were hoping for. Now, here's what I'm holding out hope for. That tonight, as the storm is exiting, there's some snow in the back end, but this model run's teasing me and essentially dry slotting me and not going to get me anything. So again, here we go. Next couple hours, rain south of Columbia, freezing rain marches into Charlotte, into the Triad, foothills in the mountains, and then maybe we see some snow in the mountains. It's not what I was hoping for. I don't think that's what you were hoping for. As disappointed as I am. Moderately concerned about the amount of people who are going to see ice. Ice is trouble. Ice is trouble. Live picture over my shoulder outside here, and I'm near Matthews, North Carolina. At last check, it was sleeting, but I got to tell you, I'm not hearing it the same way I was hearing it a few minutes ago. Sleet's pretty easy to hear. It's ice pellets. I'm going to stand up before I get back to your questions and comments, and I'm going to go see what's happening outside because I would like to see if the freezing rain has maybe moved in. So watch these pictures with me as I continue to talk to you. And I'm going to walk over to one of the nearest doors I have and open it up here. All right, so yeah, I've got sleet on the ground. I have accumulated sleet on the ground. It's safe to say there is a white coating outside, and I do still think it's sleeting. I can hear it a little bit better now that I've come outside. But it is totally possible that I am getting less sleet and more freezing rain because holding out my hand, I would say I'm not even collecting ice pellets in my hand any longer. I am collecting liquid water. So I think it's very possible right now that I'm already getting into the freezing rain and away from the sleet, which is not great. Did I mention, please stay home this morning? There's no need to go out. I can tell you the Catholic Diocese here in Charlotte sent out a memo yesterday excusing everyone from service this morning. I do think they're still having them. But church services are important to you, as I know they are to so many of you. I hope you can find them online this morning. And in this virtual COVID world we live in, I would think you can. And if your local church isn't online, then I hope you find one that you can try out this morning if that's important to you. Hey, I'm back and I put another layer on. Because surprise, surprise, hosting from your garage is cold. All right, let's get back to your questions and comments. I love you guys. I want to see what you're saying. All right, so let me move through these a little bit faster. Otherwise, I'm going to be on like so far behind. Waking up to a winter wonderland. This is Shelby here. I'm not sure where you are, Shelby, but I'm glad somebody's waking up to a winter wonderland because I'm not. Kathleen, snowing in the upper Surrey County at the NC Virginia state line and has been for about 40 minutes or so. Now you might get all snow because when we looked at the Futurecast run, it marched its way into the triad, but kind of stopped. And by it, I mean the sleet and freeze rain. Good mention of the state line there, by the way. This is not a snowstorm just for us. This is going to be all along the East Coast. Whoa! Tried to zoom my radar out, and then it didn't want to go. And I did the thing so many of us all do with computers. You just keep telling it to do something until it just slingshots and finally does it. We might have some heavy snow right now falling in like Ashboro or Pinehurst. And this is kind of interesting. Thank you for the comment, by the way, Kathleen. If this is true, and there's just enough cold air in the atmosphere, look at that. It's like protruding down just outside of Florence. I don't know if it's true, but you might know if it's true. I don't have any MPing reports. The closest ones I have are freezing rain, but they're a little old. So it's hard to say. Let me switch the radar back to tricky. All right. Banks, good morning. Explain the difference. I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes behind on your comments. Explain the difference between sleet and freezing rain. Sleet is everything starts to snow in the upper atmosphere. Snow makes it all the way down the column vertically in the atmosphere. You know, a plane takes off, 30,000 feet, snows above that, right? But it comes down to all snow. Sleet melts as it comes down and then tries to refreeze towards the cooler temperature. So it goes from below freezing to above freezing to below freezing. You get sleet. You get enough of that, you get freezing rain. That's the difference. But radar scanning the upper atmosphere. This is interesting. Let me go back to radar here for a second. Yeah, we got some fresh snow, I think, coming in now. Uptown Charlotte, Clover, Gastonia. We got some snow on there, and I think the MPing reports are confirming it. When is it going to start snowing in Greensboro? Well, I think it's already snowing in Greensboro. Is it not? I'm looking at the MPing reports. Let me know. Just started raining here in Wilmington. Wilmington, the coast, has a slight chance of actually seeing some thunderstorms later. Welcome to North Carolina, right? If it's like 1 second it's snowing and the next, then you got rain. There could be a brief line at the very end of the day as the system's moving out that brings some rumbles of thunder to the coast. Last night, unless it changed, there was a marginal risk, a tier 1 out of 5, for the potential of seeing some gusty winds. And I also know that, yeah, we still have let me show this to you. It's like so tiny, but impactful if you live there. National Weather Service categorizes severe weather potentials on a scale from 1 to 5. And you can just see there's the dark green along the coast where 1 out of 5 chance of seeing severe weather later. It's a 2% chance of seeing a tornado, a 5% chance of seeing damaging winds of 60 miles an hour or greater, and a 0% chance of hail. That's much later in the day as the storm system is exiting. So thanks, Carolina weather, keeping us on our toes. Sleeting in Spartanburg. Thanks, Jody. Snow in Bessemer City. Yeah, snow in Bessemer City. So I think right now, I mean, it could be snowing at the Charlotte airport, but I think west of Charlotte, it is snowing. Hey, good morning, Lighthouse. Good to see you again. Snow in south of High Point. Good. All right. So yeah, I think we have some snow this morning right now in the Triad. Deanna, mixed snow and freezing rain in Mooresville, North Carolina, north of Charlotte, right there on the county line with and then Lake Norman. So yeah, that's another area that, what I thought really was going to happen was that it was going to snow by the lake, northern Mecklenburg County, and then not snow in South Charlotte by Matthews where I am, because that just always seems to be the dividing line. Kathy, beautiful snow in Salem and Morganton. Thanks for the emoji as well. Our own Scotty Powell from Morganton will be checking in a little bit, so stay tuned. What we got here from Banks? Good morning from Snow Hill, North Carolina. Light wintry mix. Is that what it's called? Snow Hill? Explain the difference between an ice storm warning and a winter storm warning. Great question. I will paraphrase Brad Panovich at WCNC Charlotte, who explained it yesterday as kind of a political thing a little bit. And I don't mean politics like Congress politics, but it's a National Weather Service classification difference. Because what happens when the National Weather Service issues a thunderstorm warning, a tornado warning, is like a baseball player. They have that ratio of hits and misses. And so if they issue a tornado warning and there's no tornado, then on one hand, we're like, yay, no tornado, we're safe. But if they do it too many times, then you can begin to go like, what the heck? Like, if that percentage of the amount of times that they're issuing a warning and it doesn't happen, that's not great either for your stats. So the difference between a winter storm warning and an ice storm warning is that the ice storm warning is supposed to say, yo, lots of ice. And the winter storm warning is more like lots of snow. But they issued those a couple days ago. And yes, the places that have the ice storm warning do still have a risk of seeing ice. I would argue it's a little bit further north now than it was when they issued the warnings, meaning like the ice is going to be a problem in Charlotte. So here are the definitions. An ice storm warning means severe weather conditions are expected or occurring. A significant amount of ice accumulation will make travel dangerous or impossible. Travel is strongly discouraged. Commerce will likely be severely impacted. The National Weather Service actually is a part of the Department of Commerce, the federal government. Trade, money, economy, property. If you must travel, keep a flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of emergency. Ice accumulations and winds will likely lead to snapped power lines, falling tree branches, to add to the danger of possible power outages. Here's the definition of a winter storm warning. A winter storm warning means significant amounts of snow, sleet, and ice, a little bit broader, are expected to occur. Strong winds are also possible. This will make travel very hazardous or impossible. Only travel in case of emergency. Sounds familiar, right? If you must travel, keep a flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of emergency. Prepare for possible power outages. You know what they didn't say when they say prepare your car when you head out? Take a blanket with you. I mean, first of all, don't go out. But if you do go out, take a blanket with you because if you get stuck someplace and your car's not running, you're going to need a way to stay warm. Good morning, Eagle. Ice layer on the road already in Greenville, North Carolina at 6:30. Thank you for time stamping that. I gotta catch up on these a little bit here, huh? Barron's got a couple of inches on the ground north of Charlotte. Of snow? That's good. I'm pro snow this morning. When I say that's good, I don't think you're here if you're not rooting on the snow. I don't know. Follow up from Barron. The ice line is starting to move north. Ice in Shelby by next hour, I'd say. Shelby actually is in probably a pretty good snow band right now. I'm hoping in the next few minutes I start to get some snow. I'm going to keep an eye on these pictures outside my window here. I was like, that's still live, right? That's still capturing pictures. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. What is falling in Myrtle Beach? My radar really wants to go back to bed, guys. It does not want to pan down. All right, so Myrtle Beach at the coast, probably rain. I don't have any MPing reports from the coast. I got nothing to tell me what's actually happening. The radar is trying to tell me there's some mixing above the atmosphere. I'm not expecting snowfall accumulations in Myrtle Beach. It's 36 degrees at the ground. Yeah, sorry. What time will the snow hit a high point? I think now. It looks to me based on MPing reports that it's snowing now-ish in the triad. Kathleen, we're about 700 meters from the Blue Ridge Parkway. That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Cabin? RV? A home? A house? Snowing in GSO now. That's Greensboro, right? Rain in Camden. Has the storm sped up? My gut says no, but I think it depends on what you're comparing. Like, when are you comparing it to? Um, Based on that HRR model run we looked at together a few minutes ago, that timing more or less felt right to me, at least thinking back the last 24 hours or so. All right, we got a report in from Sumter, South Carolina, raining. Are we still expecting any ice or maybe a few snow flurries? All right, we'll come up to 7 o'clock. I think we can do a little reset, don't you think? Everyone maybe also wants to go top off their coffee this morning. I do appreciate you watching with us. And like I said, we'll have other folks from the Carolina Weather Group checking in throughout the morning. We are doing this in shifts. because it's going to be a long day. And I took shift number 1 because I'm not sure I'm going to have power all day. I'm in Charlotte. Matter of fact, there's a chance, honestly, there's a chance I could lose power before Jared shows up to relieve me at 9 o'clock. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so let's do this, guys. For those of you who were with us at the beginning of the stream, I mentioned that I am broadcasting from my garage because I'm trying to let my family sleep without me projecting really loud. So I don't have all of the monitors and all of the tools that I usually like to have. That's not fair to say. I have them, but I'm on like a laptop, so everything's slower on a laptop. So I appreciate you bearing with me this morning because I want to show you here at the top of the 7 o'clock hour on this Sunday. We have winter storm warnings in pink across the Blue Ridge Mountains, Western North Carolina, Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina, Upstate, I-85 corridor, Charlotte, Greensboro, into Raleigh. Good morning. You are in a winter storm warning. We have the ice storm warning for the Midlands, portions of the Sandhills of South Carolina, just north of Augusta, just north of Columbia. And again, as we were talking about a few minutes ago, ice threat protruding into Charlotte. We'll show that to you in a moment. In the purple, stretching from Augusta, Savannah River Valley, Columbia, Florence, I-95 corridor into North Carolina, and yeah, down to the coast in Wilmington. Congrats, you have a winter weather advisory. That is the extent of where we think the winter weather is going to set up. And again, although I didn't see any, weather watch, winter storm watch, gets upgraded to an advisory or a warning. So if you had a watch when you went to bed and now it's an advisory, that's an upgrade. Because a watch is, hey, this thing is probably going to happen. An advisory is like, this thing's happening, but it's happening like in a smaller amount. And a warning is, this thing's happening and it's happening in a bigger amount. Give me a second. I'm going to quickly build out some graphics. And this is what I was teeing up to say a moment ago when I said, I'm in my garage. What do you guys think? Should I actually like build myself a little permanent studio in the garage as opposed to sitting here rocking it on top of the train table? I'm like leaning on my if you watch our show, and I hope you do, you know that I like trains, and I'm currently leaning on my elevated train table. It's HO scale for anybody that's curious, because I know that's what you tuned in to talk about this morning was model trains. Although I would argue that's one of the hobbies that I think has a pretty good crossover. This was a Venn diagram between people who like weather and people who like trains. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm building graphics, so I am stalling slightly because I just want to be able to pop these graphics up and not have to use a million different browser tabs in my Chrome. It's going to make life so much easier for everybody. So in the next little bit, here's what I'm anticipating. I'm going to show you the forecast for those of you just joining us. And then I'm going to tell you what's happening outside my studio setup here in Matthews, North Carolina, outside of Charlotte. And then we're going to get back to taking your questions and comments, because this is all about you and I finding out where it is snowing, where it is sleeting, because radar only does so much. So here we go. Are you ready? I know you're ready. Let me start with the snow map for North Carolina. I'm sorry. I'm the bearer of bad news if you're waking up with me now at the 7 o'clock hour. That is less snow than I think most of us were hoping for, especially if you were pro snow, I presume, in the higher elevations of Western North Carolina. 8 inches in Boone might be our winner. 2 inches in Asheville, that's significant. What we were expecting just last night. 2 inches maybe in Greensboro, less than an inch here in Charlotte, because so much of what we hoped was going to be snow is going to be ice. So let me show you the ice forecast. And this is what's got me nervous this morning is the 2/10, 3/10, 4/10 inch of ice from through Gaston County, Charlotte, Albemarle, Concord, Salisbury, I-85, Spencer, Ashboro, Greensboro. That's going to cause power outages. Duke Energy anticipating 750,000 customers without power. Let me show you our ice situation in South Carolina. You can see where that red spills over into portions of York County. The red is where the biggest impacts are going to be. The orange, maybe we'll have less power outages. Still not going to be great to travel across much of the upstate and sandhills of South Carolina. And of course, because we're, again, remember, the more ice you're seeing, the less snow you're seeing. The snow is really, really going to be kind of limited to the higher elevations of South Carolina. Why is it that we kind of have this handoff between snow and ice? Well, let me show you here. We'll go on out to our Futurecast radar and pop this up on the screen for you. And it's because we've only got so much moisture to play with. And if you're seeing freezing rain or sleet, you're not seeing snow. So we've got rain south of Columbia. We've got sleet and freezing rain into probably south of the Charlotte area right now. We'll get back to your reports in a moment. Some snow north of there. We even have some snow, I think, west of Charlotte. But then watch the sleet and the freezing rain that you can see there in the purples and the pink. And that's going to slide north. So the snow in the blue is going to get pushed out as more freezing rain and sleet pushes north. I mean, I could see some rain here in Charlotte, which actually surprises me a little bit. I didn't think I was going to see much in the way of rain, but 9 hours from now, 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, because we're going to get that so far north, that warm mid-level atmosphere air, that we could end up botching a lot of snow dreams in the higher elevations of western North Carolina. That rain, I mean, that's raining right there in Matthews, 5 o'clock today. Maybe I see some snow flurries later. I don't know if I'm going to get to use this new sled, guys. I was really, really hoping to get to use my new sled. A reminder that you can help us track where it is snowing, where it is raining, but not just us, the National Weather Service. Those are the folks that really matter. The hardworking meteorologists and professionals at the National Weather Service, because radar can detect the different forms of precipitation, but the radar is slicing through the atmosphere kind of on an angle. So like if this was where's my camera? If this was the ground, it's curved a little because Earth is curved. I think we're all on the same page there, right? And so the radar kind of starts here, but then kind of goes up, and the gap between the ground and the radar gets higher. The consequence of that is the observation that the radar is taking is getting further and further away from the ground. And so what you're seeing on the ground is not necessarily what the radar is seeing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 feet above your head. And that is what this is all about today, is what's happening above your head. Because the atmosphere is like a big stacked sandwich, layered cake, whatever analogy you want to use. And everything starts with snow, and in terms of precipitation. And then if it's snow all the way through all those layers, if it's below freezing all the way through all those layers, you get snow all the way down. But what's happening is we got below freezing at the origin point. You might have below freezing at the ground. Matter of fact, I've got, what do I got here? 27 degrees in Matthews. But what's happening is in the middle, you got this layer of air that is warm enough and it's above freezing that as the snow falls, it melts and then it again runs into cold air and tries to refreeze, but it doesn't make it all the way back to snow. Brittany Van Voorhees at WCNC Charlotte explained it like taking the ice cream out of the freezer, putting it on the counter, defrost a little bit, then you put it back in the freezer. Consistency is never the same. That's the difference between snow and sleet. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take your reports again here in a moment. I want to say hello to everyone who's watching us, this live coverage this morning on this Sunday, January the 16th, 2022, 7:08 a.m. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte with you as long as the power stays on. We'll have Jared Smith in Charleston coming up in a little bit. If you're watching on the Carolina Weather Net, thank you so much. That is our pre-streaming option for you. It's available on the Carolina Weather Group YouTube channel, and I know I plug it all the time, but it's a great morning just to like leave it on. There's no cable or satellite subscription required. You don't have to pay for anything. You can watch it anywhere you watch YouTube. So that's like on your phone, on your smart TV, on your computer. I'm hoping you guys are just like hanging out on the couch watching us on the smart TV. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch you over to my Matthews cam. I know. It doesn't show much of anything. And you'll continue to listen to me as I make my way over to the camera. I'm going to make my way over to the camera. And I'm going to move it around a little bit. It's currently staring at one of my lights with the hope that the pre-dawn hours here, that would make it a little bit easier to see things. But here's what we've got on the ground, okay? We do have a dusting of ice on the ground. That's ice. That's from sleet that was falling this morning. And it, I gotta tell you, when it was pure, nice, sweet sleet this morning, I could hear it really well. You could hear the ice pitter pattering. I'm not hearing that now like I was before. And that makes me a little sad. In that if this is freezing rain, that's like the worst of the options. I'm gonna step outside here. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I think this might be freezing rain now. Well, I'm standing out in it, and I am still managing to collect some sleet in my hands. I think it might still be on the sleet side of things, because I was able to see tiny little ice crystals in my hand. It's kind of sleet looks a lot like crushed ice that your refrigerator might try to put out, whereas freezing rain is liquid, but it's super cold, and when it hits the ground, it just freezes. So I'm going to go to my MPing app, and I'm going to call it sleet. And this feels like I'm cheating on a test. What are the people around me? Mixed ice pellets and snow, mixed freezing rain and ice pellets. Do I have all those different choices? Let's see what choices I have. I think it might be snowing now in Uptown, Charlotte. 6:30 snow, 6:23 snow in Grapple. I'm not going to begin to explain Grapple. That's a whole nother. But download the free MPing app if you haven't already, and join us in tracking the snow. That's what this is about. This is a big snow tracking party this morning. And I'm going to send in my report, and then I'm going to take a bunch of your questions and comments. So I'm going to take out my MPing app. I'm going to report snow. So I got rain, freezing rain, drizzle, freezing drizzle. Freezing drizzle is an option. Ice pellets, sleet, snow or grapple, mixed rain and snow, mixed ice pellets and snow. Oh, there is a mixed freezing rain and ice pellets. I might go with that one. I'm going to go with that one because I've got some liquid in there. Hopefully that's not wrong. If it's wrong, I apologize, National Weather Service. All right. Vieira, good morning. Charleston, I think it's raining. My family is in Chesterfield County. How is it there? So Chesterfield County, just south of the Charlotte area, is going to get a lot of that sleet, freezing rain, ice problem. So I would try to get a hold of them later this morning if you haven't. Check in on them. Make sure they're charging any devices they could charge in anticipation of maybe some power outages. Excuse me here a second. And did I mention I'm in my garage? And that's what I did yesterday in anticipation that I might lose power. I did turn my heat up a few degrees in the house, kind of build up an extra surplus of heat. I have electric heat. I think almost everyone has electric heat, short of a fireplace. And then I charged up like old iPods and things too, so that I could use the flashlight functionality on them if it came to it. It is snowing in High Point. Cool. I'm pro snow. I'm pro snow. Snow's the fun stuff. So long as you are home and you take your precautions to stay warm and dry, you can have some fun and outside in the snow. No snow in Rockingham, so probably no snow in Chira. I think I said that right. I know I'm supposed to know how to say that one. It's close to me. But ice. Yeah. I think you pretty much nailed it there. I mean, if you see a few flurries later, be surprised. I would like set our expectations low for snow. More sleet and freezing rain. Maybe even just rain based on what I'm seeing for the later afternoon hours. I think I'm seeing some ice this morning. Yes, I think you're right. David, 4 inches in Clemson. Wait, let's talk about this. 4 inches of snow in Clemson, huh? All right. All right. I think you might have some mixing layers coming in now. But all right. That gives me some hope that some of you might have the snow that you were hoping for. We have some Clemson University cameras. I think we did. Clemson University cameras. Come on. The people want to see what's happening in Clemson. I want to see what's happening in Clemson. I think there's snow on the ground here. All right, I promise I'm going to show you. I'm not going to just hog the view for myself. I don't know why these cameras are being weird. Anyway, here's Clemson, everybody. All right, we got some snow on the ground in Clemson. Thank you for that report, David. Thank you for that. That did cheer me up. Again, I am pro snow this morning, and I'm hoping you guys are seeing the snow if that's what you wanted. Freezing rain in Columbia. Yeah, I could buy that. I could definitely believe that. It has been snowing a while, says Bobby, in northern Iredale. Great. So we might get some accumulations there in northern Iredale. You know what's funny? It's like Mecklenburg is so tall where Charlotte is, and Iredale is so tall that like by the time you're in northern Iredale, you're at the you're past the I-40 corridor. You're in the I-40 corridor. Jody's got ice pellets and winds picking up in Moore, South Carolina. I got to be honest. I got to Google that one real fast. Moore, South Carolina. If you've ever watched us during severe weather coverage, there tends to be multiple hosts on from the Carolina Weather Group. And we're all spread out across the Carolina. So somebody somewhere tends to know where everything is, but we're spreading our resources out a bit more today. So I'm learning some new places. Moore, South Carolina is south of Spartanburg. I didn't need to tell Jody that, but I was telling myself and knew that. So ice pellets and wind. Yeah, that makes sense. Follow up here, calling your family later this morning, see what's happening. Good call, good call. Yeah, just make sure that they know not to go out, have the blankets ready to go. And one thing we didn't talk about is in the event of a power outage, how to stay warm and be safe. Be very careful with space heaters. I'm running a space heater right now. I've made sure that nothing is near it. I'm making sure it's not unattended. Don't go to sleep with a space heater running. And same thing with the fireplace. Got to worry about carbon monoxide. Got to worry about generators. If you're running a generator, first of all, don't run your generator inside. Don't run your car inside. I'm not running my cars in the garage right now while I'm sitting in here. I'm in my garage. But even yesterday, setting up a generator here, we made sure it wasn't near the HVAC intake so that it wasn't getting sucked back into the house. Now, of course, if I'm running the generator, I'm probably not running the HVAC, but still a good thought, I thought. Nice to see snow at Clemson. It brings back memories. I'm just so glad that somebody is getting snow. I really am. I really am. I'm from New York. I like this is one of the things I like about living in the Carolinas is you get all 4 seasons. And I like one good winter storm a year. Get out there, maybe play in the snow, especially if you got some kids. And then I'm ready to move on. When it was 70 degrees in December, as much as we could get into a whole climate thing, I didn't mind it being 70 degrees in December. I would be sad if it was 70 degrees. This is just me personally. I'd be sad if it was 70 degrees all throughout winter. But I guess that's why I don't live in Florida. I didn't move to Florida and back again. There's a term for that. It's like half-backers, right? People who like move from the north to Florida and then go like, I could use a little winter, and then show up here. Checking with the National Weather Service. Got a report. Okay, computer. Let me know when you're done opening things, computer, so I can read them. That would be great. Thank you very much. Fletcher in Bumpkin County. Oh, this is right at Asheville Airport. Okay, so Asheville Airport coming in this morning at 4.5 inches of snow. And I know I disappointed somebody earlier in the comments when I said that the official forecast for Asheville had 2 inches of snow. So the airport's come in now with 4.5. Where's the airport? Because the terrain in Asheville. Okay, so the airport is south of town. I'm wondering if the elevation's slightly higher there. We got measured snow in Burke County at 1.5 inches, I-40 corridor, the foothills of western North Carolina. So this is really cool. And I'm getting some information here from the University North Carolina at Asheville, and Evan Fisher will be checking in here a little bit with us. He's there. They are launching special weather balloons, and that actually measures the atmosphere. It's like, hang on, trying to send. This reminded me that I should trying to get some other folks to hop on and say hi from around the Carolinas. And so anyway, UNC Asheville is launching these weather balloons that are taking observations through different layers of the atmosphere. And so because we're trying to figure out again where the mixing is, right? That mixing of the temperatures. Anyway, going off on a tangent. They reported to the National Weather Service just in the last few hours, the last few minutes, that they had 3 inches of snow liquid equivalent in the 6-hour period. So about 3 inches of snow there. I'm waiting for, I thought that was going to be balloon data. It teed up as if that was going to be balloon data. Sleeting in Greer at the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service sending in their own weather report saying it is sleeting there. 1/2 inch in Matthews. Must be a different Matthews. I don't have 1/2 inch anything here. Snow or ice. Haywood County, Waynesville, Winter Wonderland, says Bob. Great. All right. Macon County, North Carolina. Just coming in now at 7:00 hour with 6 inches of snow. Michael needs Mountain Dew and bread and milk. Okay. I mean, is that how you start your mornings? I'm starting with coffee. I've not heard Mountain Dew bread and milk. Enjoy that milk bread sandwich. Hey, New York Giants fan. Hello from Greenville. I was just going off on that. There's lots of transplants here. Are there good pizza places in Greenville? We have a couple good pizza places here in Charlotte. Show for another time. Mount Airy. A little less than a mile from the Virginia border. It is snowing. Nice. Nice. Snow in Clemson. Yeah. All right, let's go back to Michael here, who's having his Mountain Dew. Summerfield, North Carolina, already covered. Snow? Summerfield. I gotta look this up. I gotta look this one up real fast. Oh, is this the Asheville area? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's not the Asheville area. It's like Stocksdale. Okay, yep, by the airport there, the Piedmont Triad Airport. 2.5 inches of snow. So I think the upstate of South Carolina, north of I-85, you're getting some snow. You're getting some snow. Raining right now in Pickens. Back to Chesterfield County. A lot of people watching from Chesterfield County this morning. That's real cool. Building up fast. The ice is building up fast on vehicles and raised surfaces. Power flickered once. Too darn early to lose power. And this is where my cheeriness starts to wane, right? So as we get more of reports like this one that Roland has sent in, this is where I start to get a little worried, right? The ice is building up. Power's flickering. And what's going to happen is that ice is going to accrete or accumulate on tree branches and in power lines, as it has been for the last few hours. And then we start getting some wind in there. So now we've got ice building up in power lines, on branches. It's making it heavier. That ice is heavy. And then you start trying to move around these trees that are heavier than they normally are. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about later. Definitely worried about later. Mecklenburg County, Paw Creek area, National Weather Service observer reports snow at the Charlotte airport. Just less than an inch. Less than an inch of snow at the Charlotte airport. Now, here's the thing about this, guys. It snowed at the Charlotte airport, which means it officially snowed in Charlotte. Even if I don't see a lick of snow here near Matthews, technically in a Charlotte zip code still. It officially snowed in Charlotte because the National Weather Service takes its observations at the airport in Charlotte, as they do at a lot of places. Wake County, dusting less than 1/10 of an inch, mostly on the elevated surfaces and on some side streets. Skywarn spotter bringing that in. All right, let's go outside here to my Matthews camera, because I'm noticing now the trees are moving. And that's that wind that Roland was just talking about. And I got to tell you, I mean, you can see the radar there on the left with me. I mean, this is classic Charlotte. Snowing up here by the lake, and it's sleeting down here in Matthews. I mean, that's Charlotte in a nutshell. Let me walk over there, and I'll keep talking. I know you can't see me, but I'm walking over there to my camera. I'm going to open the door that it's by, and I'm going to tell you what's happening outside here, because we are kind of right at that crux of right at that dividing line. I think we may have moved into some more freezing rain here. Remember, every time I come outside, I think more and more, hey, why am I standing outside? That we're getting less sleet and more freezing rain. And I'll tell you what's making me think that. Here we go. Camera's moving. Brace yourself. I don't know. I guess you can't really see it, but you see the tops of those, you see the arms on those chairs? It is a clear layer of ice. It is a clear layer of ice versus the sleet that was on the ground from earlier, and it's more like frozen white-ish because it fell as a ice cube. This now is more like it got hit. There was liquid, and the liquid froze, because that's more of like a coating. So again, I think we're right there on the dividing line. And I think at this particular moment in time, I'm getting more freezing rain than I am. Oh, you know what? I just realized the camera's on a bit of a delay for you all, isn't it? I just sat back down and I still see me zooming in around. So apologies about that. But that's what I was talking about. Macon County, North Carolina, 8 inches of snow. Macon County, North Carolina, showing us up. Jackson County, North Carolina, 3 inches of snow at Western Carolina University. All right, all right. Again, I'm cheering on the snow. A lot of snow can be troublesome. Don't get me wrong. But snow is so much better than ice. Sleeting it easily right now, according to the emergency management. I hope you guys will be able to tell us what's happening in the comments as well, and then send us in your imping reports. Those are those circles on the maps. You can just download the imping app and do it yourself. Get on our map. Get on our map. Every time I come back from being outside, I need that tissue. Can you blame me? I gotta tell you, my legs are cold. I'm not wearing long johns. I'm wearing like 4 layers up here. I'm in the garage. If you're just joining me, I'm in the garage. I'm not wearing enough pant layers. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is continuing winter storm coverage from the Carolina Weather Group. We don't have any reports of damage or anything right now, so that's good news. And I am here more or less cheering on the snow because we more or less have the infrastructure to handle a couple inches of snow. But the ice is going to be the problem. The ice is where we start losing power, and hopefully you're not going out. Let's check in with Duke Energy here now at the 7:30 mark. And you can see we do have some clusters of power outages. So let's start at this 6,000 customers right now without power. They're scattered. I would still call these scattered along the I-85 corridor in upstate South Carolina, some towards Greenville, some towards Spartanburg. Charlotte, you're hanging on. We do have about 1,000 right now in Mount Holly without power. And so you can even see we have some down in the Florence area, outside of Florence. And they seem to more or less be holding on in the triad. Now, of course, I'm only looking at Duke. And so you may very well have a different power company than Duke, which would change some of those outages. But Duke Energy expecting 750,000 customers potentially without power. They staged, at least in the Charlotte area, at Charlotte Motor Speedway last night, crews from out of state coming in. And you know what? We got to give a round of applause to the utility workers, the linemen, the line women, who are going to be out there in the elements trying to get your power back on if it does go out. Trying to make sure that you have access to what you might need. They do some incredible work. All right. I'm glad you're still with us. My bestie lives in Ruby in northwestern Chesterfield, so they're getting ice. Yeah, they're going to be getting a good bit of ice. Here's a report from North Charlotte. Just switched over to mostly sleet for the last 20 minutes. Okay. That's a really good report because you can see on radar, between the radar and the MPings, we're still mainly seeing that it's snowing up there, but I trust you. And so it's good that you are able to tell us that, yes, there are still pockets up there that are getting, see, it's mixing. It's mixing in. Certainly mixing in. Let me change my radar source and take you over to the triangle. We haven't talked about the triangle here in a moment. My goodness. This application is running real slow this morning. All right. So we are starting to see some snow now in portions of the triangle. We have some snowflakes. We have some sleet mixing rain, both in the circles, those are the MPing reports, but also by the radar interpretation. Again, hopefully you don't have to go out this morning across much of the Carolinas, but looks like it's snowing right now in High Point and Greensboro, Hillsboro. I'm wondering if it's snowing in Ashboro. I think it's going to be snowing pretty good there in Ashboro. You can see a dark band of blue, but then we get some mixing back across the triangle. So it might be snowing in Durham and sleeting in Raleigh. Hey, Raleigh, good timing. We were just talking about you. Checking in. Thank you so much for checking in. What are you seeing? And give me kind of a cardinal direction from downtown where you are. Because I'm really thinking Raleigh, like Charlotte, is kind of divided right now. Where maybe the northern half is snowing and the southern half is more mixing. That's my best guess, but you will know better than me. While we await for a reply, I'll read off some more snow totals. 4.5 inches in Greenville County, South Carolina. Gaston County in Cherville. Yes, it's pronounced Cherville, not Cherryville. So I'm told. 2.5 inches. 2.5 inches. So yeah, it was snowing west of Charlotte this morning. Spartanburg, 5 inches. 5 inches in Spartanburg County. All right. I'm hoping Darnold's still there and can comment back. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. Light snow switching to freezing rain, close by the Knightsdale area. All right, thank you for that. And I mean, this is what this is all about. Is you guys are able to tell us. So okay, this is like 3 o'clock, kind of right there on the east side of town. And yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you for that report. Oh, here's another report from Durham. South Point in Durham, the highway is white. The roads are covered in white. Yeah, I can tell you the same thing's happening here in Matthews, North Carolina, outside of Charlotte. Lake Norman area. Let's talk about Charlotte here again for a second. About an inch, inch and a half. Yeah, yeah. I probably more on the north side of the lake than the south side of the lake. Back over to Durham. About 50 feet of 50 snow and sleet. So yeah, Raleigh and Charlotte right now are kind of doing the same thing. Triads bringing in the snow. I can actually pop up some more cameras. Again, here is out my door here in Matthews, North Carolina, outside of Charlotte. Trees are starting to sway a little bit, a little less blowing around than it was before. Let me see if this camera, there's a good NC State camera, but the URL has changed since I last used this laptop. So let me get it for you right now, and we can all see what's happening at NC State. Is it a YouTube camera? Does anybody remember? I just found it the other day again, and yes, it is. There's an NC State bell tower camera. I think this is it. Yeah, all right, hang on. Let's put this bad boy on the air, shall we? You know what happens when we have these bookmarks? They're YouTube links. But sooner or later, the YouTube event ends, and then you gotta get a new URL. Anyway, here's a live look at the bell tower at NC State. So not a white ground here at NC State. But we'll check back in a little bit. That could change. Well, you know what? As I said, let me take another look at this. I would say by the trees, not on so much of the grassy surfaces, not on the roads, but on the kind of the bare dirt, maybe that is on the trees. You got some white there. I don't know if it's snow. Might be sleet. There was another camera I was going to go to. High Point. I was going to go Wake Forest. Come on, Wake Forest. All right, let's hit play on this Wake Forest cam. Because remember, it's snowing in the Triad. Huh. All right. Wake Forest University, everybody. Um, yeah, I was hoping for more snow. I was hoping for more snow. Mama says she can't hear me. Can the rest of you guys hear me? Hoping the rest of you guys can hear me. Imagine sky. Still with us, sending in storm reports from the Lake Norman area. Real fat flakes. I guess that's because of the amount of moisture. Yeah. I mean, if you got some like real fat snowflakes, it's able to stay nice and cold all the way through all those layers of the atmosphere, as opposed to what the rest of us is seeing, where it's melting on the way down. Because it's starting off as a big fat flake, and then it's just melting for the rest of us. Well, we got half an inch to an inch at the Greensboro airport. The audio does not match my mouth. All right, hang on. I'm glad you guys can hear me, but let me do this. That? I don't know if that helped. A little behind the scenes for you. I normally broadcast from upstairs inside my house, but my family's still sleeping. And so I've set up in the garage. And yeah, little hiccups to that. Little hiccups to that. Good morning, Hickory. Hey, Jess. A lot of snow on the ground with a ton of wind. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's the thing about Hickory. If you had asked me 48 hours ago, I probably would have said Hickory is going to be all snow. I really think you're going to get into more of this mixing later on. I'm sorry to say that. Because I think it's really kind of in those retreating snow totals. Hickory is one of the consequences when this mixing moves north later. That was not what I was hoping for. Move the radar back over. So Hickory, right up in here, you can see it's got a good population density. We're getting a lot of MPing reports, a lot of snow, some wind. The other thing I'm noticing as I switch the radar back over to the Charlotte area is I think we're getting some good snow right now. Shelby, Cherville, Gastonia. That looks pretty solid. Not getting a lot of reports, less population density than say the Charlotte area where we're getting a ton of reports, but also if it's like straight up snowing, people may not feel like they need to send in an MPing report, whereas a lot of these people, like myself, right along this line here in Charlotte, are sending in these MPing reports because it's helping the weather service know, right? So like, we've got this dividing line. This area is snow. This pink is that mixing. But really, if you look at the reports, the radar wants to put it here. But if you look at the humans on the ground, it may be more like here, which means this might be more mixing than it is snow, despite the fact that the radar is showing it as blue. And that's because the radar in Charlotte is so darn high. The radar beam is coming from Greenville, South Carolina. By the time it gets to Charlotte, to 8,000 feet up in the sky, it might be snowing at 8,000 feet up in the sky. It may not be snowing on the ground. It may be snowing at the top of the Bank of America Tower in Uptown, but it may not be snowing at Trade and Tryon on the ground. Let's see what we got here. McDowell County, good morning. Big fat flakes. Looks like close to 2 inches in McDowell. Good, nice. Lake Norman again. Lake Norman here. Sky's still with us. Strange how it keeps flipping from fat flakes to sounding like it's raining. Interesting. Weather is cool. Weather is very cool. I'm not a morning person, but weather got me out of bed this morning. There's not much that gets me out of bed in the morning. But yes, so you're getting that mixing. It sounds like you're getting more snow than sleet, but that's gonna change later. You're gonna get more sleet than snow as the day progresses. Mama's troubleshooting her audio. All good, all good. Sorry if my picture and my sound mismatch a little bit. We'll try to get that resolved here in a little bit. All right, here's a question. Here's a question. Anyone know how the weather is looking for Anderson, South Carolina, Andersonville? I actually know where that is. Yeah, so let's check this out. So right now, Andersonville, 6:52, about an hour ago, was getting mixed ice pellets and snow. The radar is certainly trying to put that mixing in there, and I would tend to believe it, especially since Anderson is just south of the 85 border. Again, the radar is also trying to tell me it's not currently snowing in Clemson, where they reportedly have 4 inches of snow. Now, let's reset a little bit and see what it is that they might be expecting later on today. And let me show you the official National Weather Service forecast, starting first with snow. So Anderson's going to have less than an inch of snow. But here's the thing about the snow forecast, guys. If we got 4 inches in Clemson, these numbers here in the forecast may be undershooting a little bit. Let me see if this is a statewide map, right? So if I maybe switch, hang with me a second. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna call up the map. This all goes back to the Anderson question, I swear. I'm going to pull up the map that's a little bit more localized to that upstate region, because I think this might be a little bit more realistic of what we are seeing. 2 to 3 inches in Clemson, upwards of an inch in Anderson. We get a little bit more fine tuned when we zoom in here just a little bit, right? So yes, there are still portions of the mountains that might see 8 inches of snow. I think, and this is what nowcasting is all about. I think that map from the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, as opposed to the statewide map, is a little bit more spot on for what we can see in Anderson. Now, the flip side of that is Anderson is going to have less snow than Clemson or the mountains and escarpment, but ice. Anderson could have 10th of inch of ice, less than we're going to see here in Charlotte, but enough that hazardous travel conditions, maybe isolated power outages. Whereas for North Carolina, this red area, 2/10, 3/10, 4/10 of inch ice, that's going to be more widespread power outages. I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying you're going to be dealing with a lot more power outages along I-85 in North Carolina than you will be in South Carolina. I think the ice problem is still going to persist into York County, South Carolina, Rock Hill, Fort Mill, Clover. But it's North Carolina that's going to really feel the brunt of the ice problem, and they're going to feel less of the snow problem. And that brings us back around to, somebody had asked this question earlier: what's the difference between the ice storm warning and the winter storm warning? Because remember, and I'm going to show it to you here on the screen, that we have ice storm warnings up right now for portions of South Carolina. And don't misunderstand me. These areas in purple are going to see ice where the ice storm warning is. This would include Anderson. This would include Lancaster County. But I think the real ice troubles are going to be in Charlotte, I-85 into Greensboro, where the winter storm warning's up in pink. Doesn't mean that the warning's wrong, because a winter storm warning would still include ice. But the ice storm warning is saying, hey, we're going to get a lot of ice here. And the winter storm warning is we're going to get a lot of snow and or sleet and or freezing rain or ice. It's a bit more comprehensive. Got a bunch of questions coming in. And I got to tell you, the wind is picking up here in Matthews and Charlotte. This is where the power outage is, right? So we've had a couple hours now of sleeting. Got a layer of ice out there. Means we got a layer of ice on the power lines and on the tree branches. I think the number of power outages is going to start to come up here as we come towards the 8 o'clock hour. Tina, sleet is starting to pick up hard here in Montgomery County. Thank you for that report. Sky's with us on YouTube. Glazed of ice already up there near Lake Norman. That's no good. It's still too early. Appreciate you guys covering and reporting. I appreciate you for all your reports, for watching, trusting us, and for checking in. And what I like about today so far is it is less threatening is not the word. When we do tornado warning coverage, it is cranked up to here like the whole time. And the way things are going so far this morning, I can breathe a little bit easier. I can laugh. I can have fun with you guys. I feel like we're just hanging out talking about the weather. Now, I think you're going to see less of that from us as we go on through the day and we start hearing more about power outages. I'm hoping we don't hear a lot about injuries or fatalities. If we do, it's probably going to be from people who are out on the roads. And I'm hoping people are not out on the roads. Jamie checking in, 60 miles northwest of Toronto. Now, my brain immediately thinks Canada, because I don't think we have a Toronto in the Carolinas. So thank you for watching. Thank you for your kind words of staying safe. I imagine I'm a New Yorker. If you're Canadian, like I think I am, like I think that you are. I'm sure the prospect of us freaking out about 2 inches of snow is slightly comical. And it is. It totally is. So I appreciate you checking in on us this morning because what is it like Charlotte, city of Charlotte, who has 1 million people, has like 10 plows? I think my hometown, which had like 100,000 people in New York, had like 30 plows. So, you know, that's the difference, right? It's like the infrastructure. All right. Stephanie's asking about Clover in York County. So Clover in York County, Stephanie, are going to have an ice problem. You're talking 0.2 of an inch of ice, 1/4 of an inch of ice. That's going to be enough for scattered power outages. So if you haven't already, locate the flashlights, charge up the cell phones, charge up anything that might help you recharge your cell phone later. I have a couple of those like USB recharging sticks. Those will be real helpful for you in the event you lose power. And of course, know like where blankets and things are if you depend on electric heat. I have forced air electric heat. If you have a fireplace, then you might be great. Jamie is on in Ontario. So yeah, Canada. So hey, it's very cool. Thank you for checking out the Carolina Weather Group. And it's like we always say, we're called the Carolina Weather Group, and we talk about Carolina weather, but we try to make it applicable for anyone who likes weather, science, or technology. I have not yet plugged in the 2 hours I've been sitting here the fact that we do a weekly show about weather, science, and technology from the Carolinas, but not only for the Carolinas. So thank you, Jamie, for checking in. Have I been to Toronto? No, I have not yet been to Toronto. We almost went. We went to the falls, and we went to the Canadian side of the falls, but we didn't keep going. We'll be back. We enjoyed it. Nan says lots of glazing on trees, ice glazing on trees. That is definitely going to be a problem. I don't know, Nan, if that's a statement generally about the whole area or if you've got something in particular that you're seeing outside your window. If so, if you can give us like a county or a city, be kind of good to know a little bit what's going on. Good morning to you, Swamp Fox from Columbia. Columbia has that winter weather advisory, so you will be getting winter weather. You're going to get a little bit of ice, a little bit of sleet, freezing rain. New measurement in now from Lake Wheeler in Wake County. reporting freezing rain there. Light icing on trees and elevated surfaces. Concord, Cabarrus County, 1 inch of snow. So that's just far enough north in the Charlotte area that you got some snow. Nan says lots of ice and glazing, and this is outside of Columbia. Okay, great. So not great that there's ice, but that we were able to pinpoint that, and that does confirm for me what I was thinking, that Columbia is going to have that glazing of ice. Sun's starting to come up now. You can see this live picture over my shoulder outside my doors here in Matthews, North Carolina. I can occasionally still hear sleet hitting the windows. I haven't seen any snow in Matthews, and I've been up since 5. All right, let's nerd out here for a moment. Wet bold freezing line sitting right across McCormick County through Sumter County, according to the National Weather Service, basically cutting Richland in half. Reports are quickly coming in for locations north of the line, seeing frozen precipitation, including multiple reports from across northern Richland County. That's from the National Weather Service office in Columbia. Sky saying it looks blizzardly out. Okay, I made that up. Can't imagine what a real blizzard looks like. And you know what? This is a great learning opportunity. I know we're just having fun here, but you know what the difference between a winter storm and a blizzard is? It's the visibility. The blizzard is all about the fact that when you look outside, I have to look up the exact measurement. I want to say it's like less than 1/10 of a mile or something visibility because of blowing snow. It all has to do with taking that snow and blowing it around. So it's like a mixture of snow plus wind equals blizzard. I'm sure now that I said that, I should look up the definition of a blizzard. It's the measurement. A blizzard means the following conditions are expected to prevail for 3 hours or longer. Sustained or frequent gusts of 35 miles an hour or greater, considerable falling or blowing snow, reducing visibility to less than 1/4 of a mile. And that's the definition of a blizzard. I don't think too many places are gonna see that in this scenario. Man, we got nothing here in the Piedmont. Yeah, Brett, you're not wrong. Depending on where you are in the Piedmont, north of 85, yeah, we're getting reports of 1 inch or 2 of snow. South of 85, if you live south of 85, I mean, are we surprised? Hey, let's check in again with the Raleigh-Durham area. Ice smacking my windshield hard in Durham. So let's move our radar over to Durham. I'm hoping that is a report just looking out the window. I hope you're not driving. And again, Durham, more snow, submixing. Raleigh right now is where we think, right? The radar wants to put the dividing line there. But if we connect the dots, we have almost all snowflakes north of this line I just drew. You guys can see that, right? And let me slide it over a little bit. And mixing south of this line. So keep those reports coming. By the way, all these circles on the map, you can put a circle on the map. You can put a circle on my map. You can put a circle on the National Weather Service map. You can use the MPing app to send one of those in. It's 8 o'clock. And guys, I got to tell you, I'm seeing something out of the corner of my eye that makes me very happy because it means in a moment I can go get fresh coffee. He's smiling. He knows I'm talking about him. Hi, Jared. Morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Oh, this is going to get tight now.
Yeah, let's just do that.
All right.
Well,
oh, no, you know what we can do?
What's that? Oh yeah, there you go. That works.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Well, overperformance so far in upstate of South Carolina. It looks like
4 inches of snow in Clemson.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's really impressive.
Yeah. Habersham County, by the way, in Georgia,
Mhm.
more or less in line, right across the state line. Obviously, 4 inches of snow just came in from the National Weather Service. So,
yeah, no, it looks like it's been pretty busy. I've been looking at some of the obs and we're definitely seeing that freezing rain beginning to do its thing up towards the PD. Williamsburg County looks like Kingstree just went over to
Kingstree.
snow.
Yeah, let's go to Boone. Hang on, I gotta switch this to Boone. I was telling the good people who were watching us online this morning that I'm rocking a laptop, so I'm like a little slower on the punch than I normally am.
Yeah.
But here comes Boone. It's loading. I promise. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I know it says James Brereton, Charlotte, but no, that's Boone.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, we mentioned last night that if there was going to be anywhere that was going to boom, it was going to be Boone.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm waiting for this camera to zoom out, but I got to tell you something. As somebody who looks at this camera a lot, it's either doing some sort of like special pan tilt snow mode that I'm not used to.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's. Oh wait, you know what? Hang on. I bet you. I was like waiting for it to zoom out, and it hadn't zoomed out yet. I bet you the resolution's off on my side. Hang on. Ready? Ta-da!
There it is.
I was like, why are we so zoomed in?
That looks pretty good. Yeah, Winter Wonderland up in Boone right now.
On that note, well, no, I'll wait till you're settled before I go get coffee, because clearly I'm in.
No, go get coffee. I got some things I want to show everybody.
So, all right, everybody. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy Boone. Here's Jared.
Yeah, all righty. So we've got the radar up over. We got radar up in one panel. You can see a general approximation of where the freezing rain mix and snow line is. Certainly does speak to, with some of the ground truth observations, speak to where that warm nose that we've been talking about seemingly nonstop for the last several days is beginning to punch in. I'm going to punch up my I'm going to punch up a water vapor image over here, because there's going to be a complication moving in pretty soon, and that is a dry slot. So we have a dry slot beginning to move its way in. Let me get my annotator up real fast. It would help if I was actually running it right now. As much as you want to be completely prepared for every scenario, it's just not working out. So give me just a second here as this gets online, and we'll get a look at kind of what we're thinking here. So here is your dry slot, this dry air beginning to punch up into Atlanta. Here's your low. This is the upper level low, wrapping a good bit of moisture around it, and you can see the really good forcing for ascent out ahead of that low. That divergent pattern there is what is helping ventilate the atmosphere and helping to contribute to some of these decent rain and snow totals. Down here in Charleston, I got a half-inch of rain overnight, so certainly not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. But we're going to need to watch this. We're going to need to watch this dry slot carefully, as that could potentially, at least temporarily, shut off some of the precipitation over there. Let's go to let's just take a look at the current temperatures here, getting into about 8 o'clock here. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to take a look at that. Again, as we have radar up in one pane, I've got the temperatures up in another. And you can see that the isobars here where the model is analyzing a low pressure center, roughly around Birmingham and Atlanta. You can see you have the wedge of high pressure showing up, kind of wedging down here, and we have what looks to be a stationary front roughly right about here, kind of paralleling the coast. And this guy is going to be the dividing line for some potential thunderstorms along the coast later this afternoon into this evening for coastal South Carolina into North Carolina. There's your cold front right there. This is the main cold front that'll be coming through, and here is an area of low pressure. We are expecting a new area of low pressure to begin to take shape somewhere in here later today, alongside on the outside of the wedge. And so that is what is going to help drive some of this, is going to punch some of this warmer air in and go there. But yeah, if we look at temperatures here, if we look at what we've got with temperatures, I mean, it's a pretty good spread. I'll zoom in a little bit so we can see the bigger picture here. We're at 46 at James Island, 52 at Hilton Head. All right. And this is, again, this is right on the edge of that wedge. Go north. Go north into Manning, and you're at 32 there. You're at 32 at King Street, 33 in Columbia. Go further north, and you get really frigid. Jefferson Ashe County Airport, GEV, 16 degrees, 19 degrees at the Watauga County Hospital Airport, heliport there. And so you can definitely see that gradient of temperatures here. Outer Banks, you're at 47 at Hatteras right now. 43, 44 at Kill Devil Hills. So again, we are looking at a very tight gradient of temperatures here, and this has been a big part of what has made this forecast so tricky. Boone is doing what we are thinking it is doing, though. If you look up the camera there, that looks like quite a lot of fun right now up in Boone. So let's take the radar, the regional radar here, and you can see this is, and again, we have kind of the tighter view on the on the Raleigh and Durham area right now, in the Greensboro area, up in the Triad, Fayetteville, where we may have some freezing rain and sleet mixing in. This radar believes that there could be some sleet mixing in around Charlotte, just south of Greensboro. However, when we put the storm reports on, and James has got something that I would much rather have right now than a Cliff Bar. When we put the storm reports on right now, you can certainly see that the overperformance in Greenville, the radar thinks that it is changing over to some sort.
I could tell you what's happening in Charlotte.
So, but yeah, let's talk quickly about Charlotte, and then we did have a question come in around Greenville, and so right now Greenville is continuing to report rain, or snow rather, snow and mist. As we zoom in on Greenville, the radar thinks that it might be starting to mix a little bit, and that might be borne out by the unknown precipitation report here at the Greenville downtown airport. But that being said, this certainly seems like, based on the reports that we're getting here, that this is very much snow, and the MPINGs will probably do a good job of bearing that out. Further south, we are getting freezing rain at Greenwood. We are getting looks like the automated system is saying heavy rain at Camden. It is 32 at Camden, so we'll see what happens. Winsboro is still reporting light snow. The radar believes that it is in the freezing rain zone, so we'll see how that goes. And a lot of unknown precipitation. You see unknown precipitation because not all of these stations are manned. In fact, a vast majority of them are not manned. I was talking about Greenville, South Carolina, by the way, to be clear. A lot of these were not manned. And so when the automated system can't figure out what type of precipitation there is, it literally will put up a question mark, says unknown precipitation.
I've been having that problem all day, and I'm a man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes this is difficult. It's difficult for the human eye.
Yeah, and I wanted to tell you, when I went to go get that donut and first coffee, my Matthews camera is on the south side of my house.
Mm-hmm.
What I hadn't noticed until just now, actually, hang on a second. Can I go over there? Can I show you something?
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you punch me up full when I get over there. No one needs to see me like walking and clamoring. But remember I said I was in my garage? Look, everybody, I'm in my garage.
Yeah, he's in the garage. He's not.
I'm not kidding. I'm on my train table. Okay, so something I just noticed on the north side of my house. Okay, let's see if this is all covered in ice, Jared.
Oh yeah,
but it's only on the north side of my house, not the south side of my house. This whole door is like textured in a coating of ice. I don't even know if this camera can see it, and I apologize. I'm trying to. This is all.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. That's on the north side of your house?
On the north side of my house. On the south side of my house, don't get me wrong. There's what I noticed more on the south side of the house is I hadn't noticed it on the house. I had noticed it on the surface, the sidewalk, the street. But I'm wondering if there's something with the wind.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. You get winds out of the northeast within the wedge. That absolutely
Yeah.
absolutely tracks. I would completely agree with that. We're gonna zoom in a little bit
Tracks? I
too.
have tracks.
You have lots of tracks.
Lots of
We're
tracks.
gonna zoom in a little bit. This is on the terminal Doppler here, and again, looking at Matthews right now, the radar algorithms is starting to trend towards a mix of
Mhm.
precipitation, perhaps some ice pellets. You can see
Yes.
that red area. That's where the radar believes that the radar and the model believes the best probability for freezing rain. It sounds like you're starting to see some freezing rain now up in Matthews.
Yes.
So all that to say is that it looks like we're starting to see the transition as that warm nose continues to punch north. Um, we may start to see that transition of snow to sleet to freezing rain, and again, freezing rain is the main concern for the Charlotte metro area. This has been the primary concern for much of the day. So we're gonna need to watch this closely to see how this goes out. But right now, I mean, it is certainly very cold. It's 26 at Charlotte, 27 up here at Concord. And it's definitely chilly. We got to figure out though is what's going on aloft. What is happening with the temperatures aloft? So we can get an approximation of that. Go back to Earth here, and and let me tweak this a little bit. So let's kind of try and figure out. I'm gonna take the radar data off, and I'm gonna put some new data on, and you can see that the model is beginning to believe that this warm nose is really starting to penetrate far north. Now, the model may be wrong. I will also say this because reports of light snow do not comport with 850 temperatures with temperatures at 5,000 feet. Um, Running a little above freezing here, so looks like we got some ice pellets there, so it's very possible that this could be in the transition zone right now. Again, these could be delayed reports as well. So so again, it certainly seems like that we can expect a transition to freezing rain, um, generally around the I-85 corridor up in Raleigh, Greenville, North Carolina. You have Washington Airport right now. I know we had a question around a Greenville. We don't know which Greenville it is, so we're just going to do both of them. Greenville, North Carolina right now. Washington Airport is in the rain, and you also have unknown precipitation at the Pitt Greenville Airport. This is temperatures at 32. So it very possibly some of this could be sticking to the ground as freezing rain. So again, we're going to start to see, we had a really nice burst of snow this morning up in the upstate, but we're going to start to see the potential for some of this to begin to erode. And it's worth noting, we do have that dry slot punching in, but if we look at the observations, here, we have drizzle, we have mainly rain going into Atlanta. I'll see if I can't put the goes back up so you can see what I'm talking about here. Let me do that, and then let me do that. And you can kind of see it there. I prefer to show it with water vapor. It tends to get it there. So even though we have this drying here showing up in Atlanta, it does look like there is precipitation, but it is the liquid variety of precipitation. Temperatures in Atlanta are above freezing at this point. As the low pressure draws warmer air up, and the occlusion begins to kick in. So again, it's going to be kind of a battle between low pressure and the wedge right now for the next little bit. So that's kind of we kind of covered both of them, James. So
Thank you for the coffee break, by the way.
yeah, no problem.
If you're just joining us, these are live pictures right here over my shoulder outside Matthews, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte, kind of southeast. We're right there on that dividing line, as is a couple other places. The dividing line is playing out here in Charlotte. It's also playing out in Raleigh, Durham. Send your reports in using the MPing app so you can be a circle on our map. But it's not just our map, it's also the National Weather Service map, because they are trying to figure out the same thing we're trying to figure out, which is where is it snowing, where is it icing? And I think you're right, Jared, to a point you mentioned a few moments ago, that when I woke up at 5 a.m., we were sleeting. 6 a.m., sleeting. 7 a.m., I started to go, this is mixing now between sleet and freezing rain. 8 a.m., I'm calling it freezing rain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
the observations certainly support that aloft. You're very cold at the surface, but again, when you go up, one of the features with these, unfortunately, one of the features with these events is that when you go up, you run into a layer of warmer air. that gets basically overruns the shallow layer of cold air at the surface. And that's what we're seeing here. It's a classic overrunning scenario. Let me, James, while you want to punch up Boone real quick, I want to
Yeah.
keep an eye on that, because again, we're starting to see that dry slot get a little bit closer.
Before I go back to Boone, if I may, for just a second.
Do it.
New report: 4 inches of snow in Marion, and I had Marion standing by. So there's Marion. But I'll take us back over now. That's the I-40 corridor.
That looks good.
Yeah, we'll take you back over to Boone. Boone, looking good.
Boone's looking good. Good steady snowfall right there. We're getting a report now of snow in Florence. Very slight.
Okay, wait. I might have a camera there. Hang on. Yeah, stand by. This is a USGS camera that is along the PD River. Let's see if it wants to work. Go. Go.
Come on, come on. You can do it. You can
come back to me. Come back to me in a minute. I'll pull up a DOT camera.
Yeah, that sounds good. What I've been looking at over here on this computer is I'm looking at some of the upper air profiles, some of the soundings right now, and you see that we had a question about Greensboro earlier, and Greensboro still appears to be in the snow for the moment. How quickly that changes is up for debate. But when I looked at the upper air sounding that was taken out of there, that ain't this morning sounding. Hang on a second. Okay.
Soundings, by the way, folks, that's what allows us to see temperatures at different layers of the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's the weather balloon that goes up, measures the temperature, measures the wind, measures the dew point and everything as it ascends. And so that gives us a good idea of what's what. I realize I'm off the screen here.
No,
sorry,
it's okay.
James.
I'm sorry. No, it's I was trying to do this. What did you think was happening in Florence? It looks to me like rain or freezing rain. It's not white.
Yeah, we did get a report in the 5 Points area of Florence. So it's possible that there may be a brief burst of snow. Again, what can happen sometimes is that you can get increased rates here, and we'll go to the radar here in a second too, and we'll go back to the radar in a second, and we'll look at we'll actually look at the high resolution radar so we can kind of take some of the preset masking off so we can kind of see what's what. But going back to Greensboro real quick, looking at this morning's sounding, there is a developing warm nose with pretty strong inferred warm air punching in right around that 850 millibars, right around 5,000 feet. Actually, that's right around 5,000 feet. A little bit there between 5,000 and 6,000 feet. We're starting to see. We were seeing that warm nose penetrate in around 7 a.m. On the sounding, so it is probably only a matter of time before you start changing over there. Wake Forest looking good. Yeah,
little west of Greensboro, little west,
yeah, but looking good. And again, but this is an area where if the radar is correct, we may start to see this mixing line begin to move in short order. So let's get looking at let's take a quick look just at the overall area. You can certainly see where the cold air is wedged in the most. You have the red area, which is where the inference of potential freezing rain. The yellow here is ice pellets or sleet, maybe mix with the freezing rain, and then here is your snow in the blue. And then when we overlay, I should be able actually to, no, I can't overlay that here. That is annoying. I would like to be able to overlay the temperatures on top of this, but apparently I can't. So anyway, beggars can't be choosers. But you can see that there is quite a bit of rain, and I want to talk about the coast real quick because James, believe it or not, I mean, we're going to have we have the risk for maybe some severe thunderstorms stretching from about Charleston up to the Grand Strand, up into the Outer Banks here. So,
right?
But that's for later today. We'll have to see how far inland that warm front can penetrate. And again, we've been saying that a lot for the last few days, so much I think we sound like a broken Nickelback record at this point. And so again, we're gonna watch that closely, but we can see some signs of where that warm front is. It looks like it's roughly along Looks like I want to say that is why am I lost in my interstates right now? Hang on, guys.
I don't know, but what you were just showing me confirms what the National Weather Service in Columbia told us 30 minutes ago. With that, what bulb temperature was slicing Columbia like right in half?
Yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, we look at some of the higher resolution data here from Columbia, you can definitely see you get that there's that dividing line between what is expected to be rain and freezing rain. So
yeah, and I know we had some viewers telling us earlier they were seeing that mixing. Snowing in Hillsboro right now, says Natalie. Thank you for checking in. Rusty says in Seven Springs, North Carolina. We got nothing. I have some other reports to get to whenever you need a radar analysis break, Jared.
Yeah, no worries. If any of you have ever watched the Carolina Weather Group before, or many of my streams on the Charleston Weather Facebook page over the years, you know that I do not like to take a break from radar analysis. So James may be waiting a while. If there's one thing I love, it's radar analysis. I want to talk about the Charleston metro area a little bit, because again, this is an area where we're going to start to see some hazards pop up later in the day. We can see some downpours offshore. We are solidly in the rain here. So I think that's another thing to keep in mind. We do have some light rain being reported. Kingstree is reporting light snow, and again, maybe the radar masking it is not a perfect technology. There may be some places here where it is snowing that the radar might think is rain, and again, it's using model data to kind of make an inference there. So this isn't 100% gospel, but it's a decent guide as to the overall picture. But what we're looking at right now in the Charleston metro areas, we have some areas of fairly heavy rain coming ashore around Mount Pleasant. We're at 46 at Johns Island, 45 at Mount Pleasant, 41 at Charleston International Airport, 37 in Somerville, 36 in Moncks Corner. There is a small window that will probably be closing here pretty soon for maybe a light glaze of ice on the northern tier of the Tri-County north of Lake Moultrie. But I do believe that window is going to close fairly soon as we start to see some of this warmer air begin to punch up into the area. But we do have some downpours, and I just wanted to take a quick look at the velocity. I was hoping I would not have to look at the velocity today, but so far so good, nothing rotating. This is also a really cool opportunity to do a little bit of radar meteorology as well. You can see the swirl pattern in the radar here, in the velocity here. Keep in mind that radars point up. The curvature of the Earth causes them to point up and look higher in the atmosphere as it goes. And so we have a really good idea of where the wind is right now. So here's wind going towards the radar site at the surface and away from the radar site at the surface. Northeasterly winds at the surface. Get about, let's see. Let me take a look at that. About 2,000 feet up. And we start to see that wind begin to shift. That wind going towards the radar is doing more like this, and it's doing more like this, and then before you know it, we can start to see where the moisture is coming in based on the winds aloft around 2,900, 3,000 feet. So again, that wind is shifting very quickly on the radar here. It's really a cool thing that we can see, and that's that wedge doing its thing. So James, I'll give it to you real quick. I know we had a couple questions to our west a little bit.
Right, brace yourself, Jared. You're taking over solo in an hour, man.
I know.
Yeah. So a couple things. I have a bunch of reports I'm going to read in a second. We had a question from somebody outside the Carolinas that I can entertain, which is that we got rain in Asheville, Knoxville, Chattanooga. What can you confirm? What can you see? So here's a brief look at Tennessee right now. We are getting some reports of snow in like the Murfreesboro area, mainly rain mixing elsewhere. But here's the thing. We can look at what the radar's telling us, and we can look at what the MPing reports are telling us, because that's the most important. It's those circles on the map where you guys on the ground can tell us better what's happening than we can with the radar. So please download that MPing report, and I'm thinking I might have to. We're either getting ice pellets or sleet, which I realize is kind of like a fine line, because I'm sitting right here next to my garage door, and it sounds like somebody's throwing sand at it. Well, I'll go check that out here in a second. Let me just read off a couple things from National Weather Service chat. National Weather Service offices across the area compiling in some numbers. We got sleet right now in Durham. We got Greenville County, South Carolina coming in with 6 inches of snow. 6 inches of snow. I'm clapping large snow amounts, by the way, Jared. Downtown Morganton has 5 inches. That would be a clap. Lake Wiley coming in with sleet. Burke County coming in with 5 inches. Mecklenburg County coming in with just under an inch of snow. That must be further north than here or west. Greenville County, South Carolina, 6 inches of snow. Gastonia, just shy of 3 inches. So Gastonia got a pretty good burst on the west side of Charlotte this morning of snow that allowed them to kind of sneak that on in. Boiling Springs and Spartanburg, 6 inches. Watauga County, 2. Just 2 inches so far in Watauga County.
Spartanburg, you go. Wow.
Yeah, north of 85 in upstate South Carolina. Like,
there was a late trend last night.
Yeah.
Where we were beginning to see maybe they were starting to see some signs that there could be an uptick in the snow amounts. And this was something that developed overnight after we got off the air last night. Looks like that's come into place pretty nicely. So you go, Spartanburg.
You've got a Charleston LSR I'll let you get to in a moment, because if I mention tides right now, I know that's going to launch into a whole 20-minute thing. Greenville County, South Carolina, 4.5 inches. Pickens County, 5 inches. Habersham County, 4 inches. Freezing rain in Wake. And then here's that message from just shy of 8 o'clock again from the National Weather Service. Wet bulb line sitting right, stretching across McCormick County through Sumter County, basically cutting Richland in half. Reports are quickly coming in from locations north of the line, including multiple reports across northern Richland County. So that more or less catches us up on National Weather Service. Oh, you know the other thing I was going to show?
What's that?
Hang on, Jared. Before I forget. Remember how Evan is at UNCA doing balloon launches?
Yes, let's look at the latest data.
So Evan will be on shortly, but he just tweeted this out a few moments ago, and it is allowing us to get an idea of what's happening in the upper layers of the atmosphere when it comes to temperature. I've been switching, Jared, between explaining the layers of the atmosphere either as a really tall stacked sandwich or like a multi-layer cake. So this angle, can you see my mouse, Jared?
Yep, I see you.
All right, great. So this right here is 0 degrees Celsius. That's the freezing line, and it's on a slant.
You're following. I did this morning. You're following an adiabat. It's actually the light gray line here that really there's a lot of lines here.
Oh, there are a lot of lines here. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I see it right
good,
here.
Buddy. I did it this
morning.
Thank
you very much. I got up too early. So that actually completely changes my interpretation. So thank you so much, because that actually tells us they're close to the freezing mark, but not quite over it, if I'm reading it correctly.
Yeah, there's still a sub-freezing throughout the atmospheric column, and so that's going to keep that as snow, solidly snow there in Asheville here for the next little bit. I'd be curious to see a progression of that. I know I think they've been taking soundings every 3 hours.
Yes. Would you like me to show you a different one?
Yeah, let's see the 9Z if you can.
Thanks for the picture. Scrolling on Twitter. Mark Suddeth, by the way, we'll talk about him in a moment. He's out and about. We should ask him to call in. Where is the 9Z? I could have sworn he posted it. Well, here's the path.
Posted it. There's it's probably the next one. Yeah.
So I would say it's warming. I think it's
slightly
warming. Yeah, because here's what's happening, folks. So we keep referring to it as a wet nose, and I'm gonna turn in profile, because what's happening is in the atmosphere, the way this reads, 0 degrees is on a slant, and Jared has correctly refreshed my memory on which slant line I should be looking at. But notice how that zigzag, the green and the red kind of zigzag, and if it almost makes kind of a face shape, if you squint and look at this. And when that protrudes over the line, where like if this is the freezing line and then my nose sticks out, this is what we mean by wet nose, in that there is a layer in the atmosphere where it is above freezing. I probably didn't explain that very well.
I have never seen it explained that way ever.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That was a valiant first attempt.
I tried.
But I mean, I think that pretty much nails it. I mean, it does look like kind of like a face. I mean, let's do a meteorological Rorschach test here.
Right.
Right. But I think that the whole thing here is that Asheville remains, the column remains below freezing.
Yes.
It could be beginning to warm a little bit in the upper levels. We'll have to, again, that's going to be something that we're going to want to watch closely. That's going to have impacts on the ultimate snow totals up there, up that way over time. So,
I'll get a camera for Asheville while you go back and doing radar.
yeah. So again, kind of taking a look at the situation here, we're starting to see more freezing rain reports beginning to come in around Fayetteville. So Fayetteville area looks like you're solidly within the freezing rain. We're seeing unknown precipitation within the radar algorithm is doing decent here. It's showing us where the mix is and where the freezing rain is. Looks like we have some light freezing rain now at Rocky Mount. Still some snow falling around Albemarle, Stanley County Airport, Lexington, North Carolina, Lexington, Davidson County Airport, Salisbury, Rowan County Airport. We do have reports of ice pellets now at Charlotte Douglas. So, James, I think that would comport somewhat nicely with what you were with what you were hearing earlier about the potential for ice pellets hitting your house. So
I can hear them right now. You want me to go outside? I have a cat. I could walk and talk.
if you want to do that, hey, I'm not telling you to go outside, but if you want to go outside, go for it.
Yeah, here's the thing, Jared, and I discovered this before. I almost forgot. So let me punch up my Matthews camera, but it's on a slight delay. So I will try to. All right, you can obviously direct and change stuff on the screen, but let me walk over there and show you what we've got going on outside.
Real quick, while James is getting out there, it is very interesting to note that down in Florida, Truman Wilson on YouTube here is calling out severe storms of weekend. Yeah, there was actually a tornado warning not too far from there. Let me zoom out real quick. Yeah, there's actually an active tornado warning right now just near Cape Coral and Punta Gorda in Florida. So give you a general idea of just how wide ranging and how comprehensive, I guess is the word for this storm here. 7.5 inches on a deck in Hendersonville, North Carolina. Congratulations, Francis. That's great. That's yep. So yeah, that looks like sleet accumulation.
Yeah, it's bouncing off of this chair. So that would tell me right now it's sleeting, and it's sleeting at a pretty steady rate. I haven't seen any snow here, Jared, but this definitely feels more like sleet to me than freezing rain because I can actually see it bouncing. Whereas that freezing rain, which fell earlier, left a coating of ice on the chair. That super cooled water. This is like literally bouncing off the chair. It looks like snow cone, like ice.
Yep. So what that tends to indicate here is that we're starting to see
almost slipped. I'm sorry.
Perhaps maybe a brief the warm nose may be becoming a little shallower there, which is giving the ice pellets, giving the raindrops that are melting an opportunity to refreeze before they reach the ground. So that's how you get accumulating sleet there. I see the bouncing a little bit when you have the dark pants in front of the in front of there. I can definitely see the bouncing. So certainly seeing ice pellets right now in Matthews. We are
the camera's about to go all crazy, so you may just want to put that down. Put that away for a moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take myself full here. We are starting to see, James, just to your south, though, Monroe Airport is reporting freezing rain as of about 8:15 this morning. So
yeah,
so we'll see here. We have, and again, what kind of precipitation type you see is going to be governed by temperatures well above your head in layers of varying thickness that are almost impossible to resolve in real time unless you are looking at observations like we are right now.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to file a MPing report at this particular junction in time and go with sleet. But if Monroe just to my south has that freezing rain, that's probably what's on its way and what I should be expecting in the next few minutes. I'll continue to watch my lawn chair.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on lawn chair watch here on the Carolina Weather Net, and it is 8:32. We'll reset real quick. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston. That's James Brierton in Charlotte. I'll be taking over here at the 9 o'clock hour and driving for a little bit. We should be hearing from some of our other panelists throughout the morning here. We have Evan Fisher in Asheville, Scotty Powell in Morganton, and so we should be hearing some additional updates as the day goes on. Evan's been launching weather balloons for Asheville today, which has been super helpful to verify just how far northwest that warm nose is punching up. And, it certainly does seem like it is making steady ground, but right now, no concerns there as far as P-type, precipitation type there. We've got a report of sleet in Fort Mill. That makes sense. That comports very nicely with what James is seeing. Northwestern Chesterfield County is seeing freezing rain mixing with sleet now. So you're getting the little smorgasbord. You're getting, you get these P-type changes, and that gets a little nuts. So this is going to be one of those things where it's going to be throughout the day is going to be a kind of a tricky issue here. So
I just sent in my MPing report. I'm hoping, looking at the left-hand side of the screen, that some folks in Union County, South Carolina, Lawrence, Newberry, that I-77 corridor from York to Chester, I'm hoping to get some MPing reports in there. We're missing ground truth because the radar interpretation is trying to put some snow in there, but I don't think that's
no. When I zoom in with
happening.
Yeah. So again, one of the things here is that we're looking at two different algorithms. What James is using is a different proprietary algorithm than what I am using. What I'm using, the WTDT DTN folks at RadarScope, I don't think that they really publish much about their precipitation depiction algorithm. For what I am using, it is based off of thermal profiles generated by the rapid refresh model. So take that for what you will. It probably, the last 10 minutes of what I said probably means nothing to you, and that probably is for the best. Very highly geeky. But that being said, there are differences between how some of these models are interpreting things. Now, I will say that while we do have a dearth of MPing reports there, we do have airport reports. Union County reporting light snow and mist. Surface temperature at 28, 29. There we can look at Lawrence here. We have light snow there, overcast around 700 feet. Surface temperature right at 32. Dew point right at 32 there in Lawrence. So, we'll be keeping an eye on that. And go a little further south, though, you get into Greenwood, and you're getting into freezing rain and mist here. Surface temperature around 31. Newberry is reporting snow at the moment. That was at 8:15 a.m. So it's 8:35 now. So we should be getting these typically run in about a 15-minute cycle. So we should be getting an update on these shortly. But that being said, we're starting to see, again, we are beginning to see the freezing rain risk continue to migrate northward at times. We have unknown precipitation at Winsboro. We have heavy rain at Camden. And at 32 degrees, it's tough to say when you get at that right at that freezing boundary. It's hard to say. It takes a little time for the rain to freeze, because when you are, this is something that's really interesting, is that the act of rain freezing actually releases heat, and that can make freezing rain difficult to sustain. So you need a source of like drier air to help cool the air off, and we are definitely getting that to the north. So we're definitely getting that there. Looking further south, looks like Shaw Air Force Base just moved over to freezing rain temporarily at 30 degrees with the dew point at 32 degrees with the dew point at 30. Wind northeast at 9. Wind chill is 24. So you know what you're getting into if you go outside. McIntyre Air National Guard Base. This is just outside. This is outside of Columbia, east of Columbia here. They're reporting light freezing rain there near Eastover. So we kind of see where it looks like Florence is now reporting freezing rain as well. So we're starting to see some of these updated reports come in from the automated stations, James, and it's giving us a decent idea of where this rain and freezing rain and sleet and snow mix are taking place. But again, MPing reports, Awesome. Please keep them
They're
coming.
very awesome. You guys can send in your MPing reports. I did it a few moments ago. Scotty Powell, I see that you've connected. If you can hear us, we don't have a picture from you yet, so I'm not turning you on. I don't know if you're mobile, so I just wanted to kind of give you that verification. Hendersonville coming in at 7.5 inches this morning. Thanks, Francis, for checking in. And we got Roland still watching from Chester County, South Carolina, freezing rain and mix. We're continuing to look at my lawn chair over my shoulder here in Matthews, North Carolina, outside of Charlotte, where the sleet's calmed down a little bit in the last few minutes, Jared, as I think anticipated. I'm certainly hearing it less. Mooresville and Iredale County coming in at 1 inch. Wake County, Raleigh coming in at 1/10 of an inch. Certainly has that mixing. Henderson, 8.5 inches of snow, 9 inches of snow in another portion of Henderson. Watauga County still coming in about 2 inches. Spartanburg, 4. Catawba County, 3.5. Greenville County, South Carolina, 5.5. Train spotter reporting 3.5 inches along Highway 181 in Burke County, and 1 inch at UNCC here in the Charlotte area. Let's bring in our pal Scotty Powell. He is in the foothills. Scotty, I see pictures. I don't know. Do we have sound from you? No.
I think Scotty's still getting some things together there, and that's fine. It's going to take a little time. What I wanted to do real quick,
I got excited.
Yeah, what I wanted to do real quick, James, is kind of show y'all what we're thinking about is some of the more advanced tools that we're looking at with the radar. Now, typically, if you've watched Carolina Weather Group before and you've seen us do severe weather coverage, you'll often notice going to correlation coefficient to look for tornado debris. But the other thing that correlation coefficient is really good for is showing us where the melting layer is, where in this shield of precipitation is it frozen, and where is it liquid. And so we can tell that using just looking at correlation coefficient here. This is let's see, this is we've had some reports of mixing here, but this is all liquid. I'll say this is liquid. Right? Because again, this is very likely freezing on contact.
100% chance that that's precipitation there.
Yeah, definitely precipitation, but this is liquid. Where you see this the lower correlation coefficient kind of around this ring here, that is where we're starting to see melting. This is where snow is turning to rain, potentially refreezing into ice pellets. And so these are a bunch of different hydrometeors, hence meteorology, that that are showing up there. And Scotty in Morganton has got quite a snow view, so I'll bring my geekiness to an end here quickly. But what this generally tells us, James, is that the freezing level is the freezing level here, maybe the bottom of the melting layer, maybe 2,500 feet up. So it's kind of interesting for sure to see like exactly what's what. I mean, we have 32 degrees at Winsboro, but again, keeping in mind that layer of cold air in some places is going to be so shallow that the radar is going to overshoot it, and it very well is liquid until it reaches the ground. There may be some evidence here that there may be a little refreezing happening just before it hits the ground. They may have a second like refreezing layer here. So some interesting stuff there. Let's go to Scotty. Scotty's got fun things.
Thank you for that, because Radar Tech is really cool. And yes, Columbia, you have a winter weather advisory. You're going to see some ice and snow. He's out and about. Scotty, good morning to you. What is happening there in the foothills of Western North Carolina?
Hey guys, yeah, it is a freaking winter wonderland out here. So I'm freezing my hands off, so I don't have any gloves on. It's hard to do this, but this is what it looks like here in Morganton. We have an absolute snowstorm on our.
Oh, hang on. We'll wait with you.
Yeah, we'll wait there.
You know what also is freezing besides his fingers is the phone. All right, you're back, Scotty.
All right, yeah. So it's hard to hear you. I tried my AirPods to hook up, but I can't. Anyway, so I hope you guys can hear me. I didn't have to go anywhere. I'm still here at my house, and this is what it looks like right now. And it is a winter wonderland here. We've already got 5 inches of snow. It started around 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll be honest with you. I looked at it for, I was like, oh, it's snowing. I'm going to get a little bit more sleep because, it's not really sticking. I woke up about an hour and a half later and it was already a couple inches on the ground. So it is a very cold morning here. The wind is gusting, guys. I cannot tell you the wind's going to be a big issue today, along with the snow that you see here. So it is winter wonderland. I'm going to turn the camera around. So bear with me because I'm on my phone here. So this is what the roads look like. This is Highway 18 here in Morganton. I'm going to go out on it because there's nobody on the roadway. You can see there is ice underneath the snow, and this road's not been plowed. No roads are being plowed right now. The conditions just aren't favorable. As you can see, the wind is really blowing that snow, so whatever does get plowed gets covered back up with snow. So right now, officials are like, hey, we're not going to plow. We've told you to stay inside. That's where you should be. I've seen very little cars out here, maybe one or two over the last 15, 20 minutes. So hopefully a lot of folks are staying inside. But I'm telling you, it is a deep snow, already 5 inches, and it's a really powdery snow as well. That's something that we really didn't talk about in the last couple of shows is what kind of snow is it going to be? Here comes a car now, so I'm going to get out of the road. But it's a very powdery snow. It is straight snow, though. No mixing, nothing like that. I'll let you see this car pass by. They're going a little fast, in my opinion, but
wow, yeah, they are.
Can get through.
I hope there's no ice under that snow.
But we suggest you just stay inside. There's nobody out, and it is a cold, wintry day here in Morganton. I want to flip my camera back around so I can see you all, but it is.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you guys there in Morganton in the foothills, the I-40 corridor, Western North Carolina, because so many people this morning, Scotty, are waking up disappointed that it's not snowing, and it looks like you guys got the snow. We'll have to see how much mixing you get later.
Yeah, it is. I tried to hit this point home a lot on our specials this week. The foothills are unique in this situation. When we're dealing with CAD, we really like to hang on to that cold air just a little bit longer than a lot of folks. Even the mountains. I even heard reports the Morganton Hickory area has more snow than the mountains do right now. We really like to hang on to that CAD, and when we get storms moving in this direction, we kind of get that upslope flow against the escarpment of the Blue Ridge, and it seems like we always luck out on the snowy side. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to switch over eventually today. I still think that's in the cards, but we've already achieved way over a lot of snowfall expectations. I know personally here in the foothills, I had 3 to 6 inches with locally more. We're already at 5, so I think we're going to surpass that. Hopefully nobody will get mad at me for getting that snowfall prediction wrong on the upside of that. So, it's just a cold, wintry day. This wind is crazy. So I'm going to hop back inside. I'll join you on the PC for a little bit, but I'm going to be in and out taking some video and pictures. I might try to ride the town. It's only a couple miles from here, and I do definitely have four-wheel drive. So I'm going to hop inside, and I'll join you all in just a little bit.
Scotty Powell live from Morganton, North Carolina and Western North Carolina. Thank you for that. 5 inches of snow there, and I think he's right. He's got more snow in Burke County than we're seeing in Watauga County, where 2 inches of snow are coming in. Let's shift gears, and let's bring in Evan Fisher in Asheville. Good morning to you, Evan. We've been looking at your balloon launches, allowing us to get an idea of what's happening there in the upper atmosphere. What is that like at UNC Asheville to be doing those launches this morning?
Yeah, good morning, James. Thanks for the question. It's good to see y'all. It has been pretty raw. We've just been dumping snow since about 4 a.m. Really heavy rates, about an inch per hour for the last few hours. We're now approaching 5, maybe going to 5.5 inches of snow. So pretty similar to what Scotty is seeing over there in the foothills. But it's gotten a lot breezier over the last 2 hours since we launched our last balloon. So we're getting ready to launch another balloon here in the next hour. This one could be a little bit rowdier as we try to wrangle a big 5-foot wide balloon full of helium out into the elements and get that up into the air.
What have you guys been seeing? Based on your tweets, it's looking to us like the atmosphere above you is still below freezing, but maybe warming slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are seeing the warm nose is there, but it's below freezing right now, so it's not an issue. In fact, right now we've got a great sounding for heavy, big aggregate flakes, which is great. If we could keep it right here, that'd be wonderful. But we are seeing that warm nose edge ever so slightly closer to the freezing mark. I suspect by late morning and sometime over the next couple of hours, we'll see our heavy snow transition into more of a sleet mix. I don't think we'll be seeing freezing rain here, but sleet certainly looks possible with this next sounding going up. That's what we're going to be looking for, is how close to the freezing point are the temperatures a few thousand feet over our heads.
How many balloons do you guys have today?
We have launched 3 so far. We've got 4 to go. We've been up since first launch started at 1 a.m. And we started prepping around 11:30 or so last night. I suppose that was last night. Yep. So we got a second team coming in to relieve myself and a couple others, and they'll take over for the rest of the day shift while I attempt to drive home or sleep in a classroom. I'm not sure which.
Right. Yeah. Now I want to show people some file video. This isn't you guys in particular, but I want to just show people what a balloon looks like, more or less speaking. So this is some file video we have on hand, and you can tell me whether or not this looks like yours, but it's a giant balloon that you guys essentially tie weather observation equipment onto, and then it transmits back down. Is this more or less what it looks like, what you guys are working with this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty much spot on. It's been a big learning curve. I had never done this before. This was my first time joining the team, so it's very interesting learning how a radio sonde, what you're seeing on the screen right now, works, and how everything gets connected to this giant balloon, and it gets hauled all the way up into the atmosphere, hundreds and hundreds and thousands and thousands and thousands of feet over our head, all the way up to about 150 millibars is how high our balloons have been making it today. They're core punching the jet stream and just taking off towards the north and flying over close to the Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia border right there.
Yeah, I'll just let this video play out for another moment or so. Again, this is just archival video we have of what a balloon launch looks like. You guys holding it and then letting it go, and
oh yeah, yep, that's how we do it. So we
Nature
do a little countdown. One person holds the balloon, one person's got the sonde in their hand, and you just time it so that it all goes up at once, and nobody gets stuck with the balloon and getting dragged up.
That would be it'd be like the movie Up.
It would. I think you probably need a small child to do that. We certainly wouldn't want that. We're heavy enough at this point.
Yeah, let me show people what the data looks like when it comes on back. Certainly, we've been looking at it here on the Carolina Weather Group, but this allows us. This is cutting the atmosphere into a vertical profile, and then we're able to see temperatures. I know, Jared, you've been looking at this data and interpreting it. So let me not hog the small window of time we have with Evan and let you ask some questions about their observations.
Yeah, Evan, I've been looking at this. I've been looking at a few of these throughout the morning, and is y'all's impression that you are seeing a little bit of warming starting to show up around 900 to 850 millibars, perhaps? Certainly seems that way from my reading of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely seeing that southeasterly flow deepen a little bit too at the surface. We are seeing those warmer temperatures, that warm nose that we've talked about, starting to invade or at least encroach from the south and east, coming up out of South Carolina. I know locations in upstate South Carolina are already in the process of changing over from snow to sleet. And in fact, some places are even reporting sleet just 15 miles to our south and east. So that warm nose is coming. I suspect with this launch that we're about to do in an hour and some change, we're going to see the temperature profile really walking the 0 degrees Celsius isotherm.
Yeah, I suspect that to be the case as well. Just what we're seeing with some of the model data here. Looking behind me, I mean, we still have MEDARs coming in of snow there, but yeah, as you mentioned, they're going to start seeing some unknown precipitation and some ice pellets moving in down there. Evan, I'd be curious. I don't know if anybody on your team has had a chance to do this, but what is your impression of how things are performing relative to the models?
At this point, we were just talking about it. We're impressed. I think as a group, and there's only 3 of us here right now, we were expecting maybe 4 to 6. We're kind of at the point now where our expectations have been met, and everything that follows past this is kind of icing on the cake. We do expect that transition to sleet, so our totals are going to get slashed. But if it stopped right now, I would be very happy.
How much snow do you have on the ground so far?
Somewhere between 5 and 6. We haven't been out to measure
Okay.
in 2 hours, and it was 3.3 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we were seeing some like 2-3 inch estimates early this morning when we started our coverage, and I know some folks were disappointed that Asheville might get that cut in half, but it sounds like you're seeing more than that, at least where the school is, and that's less than anticipated 2 days ago, but still a good amount of snow.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important to note, there are several microclimates around town. These are so finicky. They set up with each storm, and there's vary with each storm. But there are some places that are booming. Some folks have over 6 to even 9 inches of snow that I've seen reported. And there are other spots like where my home is in Fairview that have been busting. Some weird mesoscale warm nose feature, and they've got half the snow of the surrounding area and sleet. So
This is what to expect from these.
Right. It's the way it goes in the mountains. It's funky up here, and it's Miller B. This kind of stuff happens.
What time should we look for that next tweet with the next sounding?
Yep. So we will launch. Let's see, what time is it now? We will launch in 1 hour and 7 minutes, and it will probably take us about an hour and maybe 1 hour and 10 to get that data out. So be looking for that to come out around 11:15.
We will watch for it on your Twitter, some other places. And of course, we should acknowledge you guys are also sending it to the National Weather Service. We saw those transmissions going earlier to allow them to get those atmospheric profiles there. So that's really cool that you guys are doing that for the greater weather community. And what a really cool experience you're getting this morning, Evan.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for having me on, guys, and asking some questions. Best of luck with the coverage for the rest of the day, and I hope I get to pop in again at some point.
I more hope that you get some rest.
Yeah, me too. I've been up for 24 hours just about on the dot now. So
I definitely hope you guys get some rest. But thank you for all you're doing. It's this critical data and very much of a blind spot for the upper air side of things. So very cool stuff. Amazing experience. Thank you so much, Evan.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now, James will be taking off here in a minute. We're going to give him some relief and let another donut and some coffee and kind of stretch things out a little bit. He's been up with us very early this morning. Did you sleep last night, James? I'm not sure that you did.
Very little. I will tell you that I was reading until 2 o'clock. I was just too wired and awake.
Yeah. It's a thing that happens.
I'm also hoping somebody comes out here when my wife wakes up. We normally sleep until about 9. We're not morning people. I'm hoping somebody takes a picture of me. I'm literally just like chilling in my garage right now, like space heater, blanket, lights.
As long as you're cozy, right? I mean, the lights will keep you warm. That's for sure.
LEDs.
Well, yeah, that's you'd be surprised, but we're getting to about 9 o'clock, so let's kind of take a look at kind of the overall situation that we've got going on right now. Again, James Brierton is in Charlotte. He'll be taking a break here in a minute. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston. We also have on the line with us Scotty Powell in Morganton. We'll be bringing him back into the broadcast in a minute. Wanted to kind of give you all a general idea of what we're seeing as we approach the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to start to get new observations in here fairly shortly. And so going to so again, it's a mess, folks. I think that's the first thing that is, clear is that this is a mess. You got every little bit of precipitation you can imagine. We're getting reports of increasing sleet near Lake Tillery. I hope I said that right. Still getting pretty good snow in Greensboro, North Carolina. I think that, though, is going to change over pretty soon, so we're going to want to watch that closely. Snow in Hillsboro is turning to sleet, and so this is beginning to follow that pattern of what we were expecting with this warm nose that we've been talking about. That's going to cut off the snow a little bit, melt the flakes aloft, refreeze them. Where it refreezes is the big question. If it refreezes as it's going to the surface, you get ice pellets. If it refreezes right as it hits the ground, that's freezing rain, and that's very bad. That's not what we want. So, James, real quick, I know that you have some information on power outages, and I think that would be a good place for us to go as we kind of
sure. Yeah, I didn't mean to stop you in your tracks. I just didn't want to forget about it as I was just refreshing the Duke Energy map. So I'll show that here. Because this is the risk. And I think, Jared, this aligns with what we thought and feared. So if you look at, this is just looking at Duke Energy right now, right? So I realize I'm not looking at everybody, but I'm looking at a lot. 11,000 outages in upstate South Carolina, 2,000 on the south side of the Charlotte, kind of Fort Mill, York County area, another 11,000 near Florence. We'll have to get some numbers from the provider for Columbia, but this has really risen over the past 60 to 90 minutes. And notice where the outages are. They are where the sleet and freezing rain are. And that's our fear, right? So as we are cutting back our snowfall accumulation expectations and rising up the ice accumulations with 2, 3, 4/10 of an inch expected here in the Charlotte area, these numbers are going to keep going up, which is why I took the morning shift, because I think it's very possible I won't have power here later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And this does match up nicely. If we want to get the James, if you want to get the Dominion Energy
Sure.
map, that'll get us Columbia. And again, what we're looking at here, I mean, that really does align very well with where the radar and the observations are lining up as far as where we're seeing that mixing, where we're seeing those where we're seeing those freezing rain here. I'm going to take the radar data off. Actually, we'll just kind of go over some numbers here. Let me take everything off, and we're literally just going to look for literally just going to look at observations here. This is going to tell us. This is going to give us probably the best idea as what's going on the ground right now. So again, we're still there's still reports of freezing rain in Sumter and at McIntyre Air National Guard Weather Facility Base. That's an interesting name. Greenwood County Airport is reporting freezing rain. We do still have snow being reported at Lawrence and Newberry. Those reports are a little older at this point, and it'll be interesting to see if power outages begin to affect the sensor network. If freezing rain does begin to come in there. So that is certainly something that we're going to watch. We're seeing a lot of reports of freezing rain in the Fayetteville area, increasing reports of freezing rain and ice pellets around Charlotte now. So James, I suspect that you're going to be getting well into the ice here soon. These question marks here?
I'll take everybody outside before I hand off and sign off. I think I have the Dominion map. Tell me if this is wrong, but that's wrong. That's not what I wanted.
I'll go through the unknown precipitation real quick. So we have some unknown precipitation reports too, and that's when the automated system can't figure out what kind of precipitation it is. That's just, they're not manned stations, and so you get a lot of these UPs that can be freezing rain, that can be sleet, that can be those things mixing in. So James, looks like we have the Dominion map.
Yeah, is this what you're used to seeing?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. So, I mean, so far so good. It looks like from the Dominion point of view. And again, around Columbia,
those numbers, by the way, they kind of multiply the way I'm reading it. So if I click on this like 35, it becomes 2,000 outages. It's 35 incidents causing 2,000 outages. 14 incidents is causing 250. So
got it.
Columbia seems to be holding on a little bit better. I don't know. I'm speculating here, but like I don't know what the infrastructure of Columbia is. Like if a lot of it's underground, that's going to do better than if the wires are above ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a mix. It's going to be a mix out there. But yeah, I mean, that's not an insignificant number of power outages there either. So I think that's something that we should keep in mind there, is that we are seeing some power outages, in the Columbia area heading up into places like Newberry. So, I mean, that could very well be affecting some of these observations that we're seeing. So we're going to go ahead and put the radar back on. I'm going to put the mesoscale overlay on as well, so we can continue to look at kind of what we're looking at. So kind of zoom things out a little bit, and I'll do a little mapping here. So high pressure building in from the north, and this is kind of wedging down, wedge down into North Carolina into South Carolina. And this wedge is what is helping drive today's winter weather. It's a very shallow layer of cool air, especially as you get further south, it gets shallower, and that's why we're seeing a freezing rain issue beginning to develop as warmer air begins to push north. Meanwhile, we're seeing maybe a couple areas of low pressure trying to get going now. One around Atlanta. This may be beginning its handoff a little bit here towards a secondary area of low pressure to the south. This is going to drive a cold front through later today as this low moves northward. Down at the coast, you have a severe weather threat, which is kind of crazy to think about. We've been talking about winter weather here, but for a lot of you, but if you're in the Charleston metro area, if you were in Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, Wilmington, Outer Banks, there is a low end risk for a severe thunderstorm with damaging winds and maybe even a tornado this afternoon. So that is going to be a wrinkle that we're going to be watching closely. Also with the coast, we're seeing some tidal flooding, and this is interesting. This is very interesting, is that the water level in Charleston Harbor was dropping, bottomed out around 7 feet, and is now coming back up, which is a good indicator that the winds are beginning to strengthen, and perhaps that low pressure is beginning to get going near the coast. So again, we're going to watch this area closely here. You have some very warm air doing the thing here. That is a warm front, for friends, and so this is going to move inland as a warm front. We'll see how far inland it gets, but all of this is going to move northeast with time, and give us some gnarly weather as we get in there. Now, one thing that we're seeing, I'm going to take some of these. Let me get some of these icons off of here real quick. Is that we are starting to see, again, this freezing rain shield beginning to move more north over time. And so again, where we had a good amount, we had an overperformance in snow earlier in Greenville. It looks as if we're beginning to see a transition over to sleet, and eventually freezing rain. Greenville, North Carolina to Fayetteville, into the ice storm warning area around Rock Hill, Lancaster, into the Greenwood area. Definitely starting to see some freezing rain move into that neck of the woods as well. So it's 9, it's 9 o'clock. We're getting started with this, and as we go today, this is going to be, except for probably places in the mountains, this is going to be less of a snow event and more of an icing event for central North Carolina into the upper Midlands and upstate of South Carolina. So we showed you the power outage map. We're certainly seeing power outage concerns begin to bear out. We're starting to see icing really become a factor here. I've been looking at some of the reports here, and Columbia has numerous reports. It looks like we're starting to see some glazing here in places like Newberry, Hopkins, some freezing rain in the north side of Columbia, freezing rain in Richland County. We have down trees now showing up near Blythewood, down tree at McLean and Sandfield Road, probably due to the ice storm. Tree down blocking right lane and I-77 near Wilson Boulevard near Blythewood. 4 northeast of Ridgeway, and this is reading Columbia's reports here just straight up. Down tree at Longtown Road and Upland Drive. 6 southwest of Whitmire. Ice storm, trees down at Whitmire and Stomp Springs Road. So again, some of these things that we're seeing now, we're seeing this ice beginning to become a factor, mixing in with the wind that is increasing as low pressure approaches, and we're starting to see those down trees.
And that's where this becomes less fun, is when the trees start coming down, making travel not only hazardous but impossible, bringing down power lines. I'll tell you now, at 9:05 here in Matthews, North Carolina, just south and east of Charlotte, sleet. Right now I'm still in sleet, but I'm worried about the winds and the ice picking up over the next little bit. I think, Jared, I'm going to hand things off to you and Scotty Powell, who's in Morganton, and let you guys ride here with continuing coverage of this winter storm on the Carolina Weather Net.
Thank you, James, and thank you for getting us started this morning. And please be safe, and hopefully your power stays on.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers are very much crossed. It's gonna be hard for us. It's going to be very hard for us to type there. Scotty saw something interesting, so I'm going to skip my I'm Jared Smith and that's Scotty Powell thing, and we're just going to go right to Scotty because Scotty's got something here. So, buddy, take it away.
Yeah, so our buddy Jim Gandy, former chief meteorologist at WLTX in Columbia, South Carolina, he and I like to chat back and forth. He has actually a home up in Polk County. So, Jared, let's get the map over to Polk County a little bit. You go to your west.
Right, yeah.
From what you got. A little bit more. See where it says Hendersonville?
Hendersonville, yes, right. Yeah,
right,
we've been getting some good reports out of Hendersonville.
Yeah,
today.
Go south of Hendersonville where it says Tryon. Go a little bit more to your east.
Yep, I see it. I got you.
So that's where Jim's at. They're in Polk County. 9 a.m. observation of heavy snow, temperature at 25 with a snow depth of 8 inches. So 8 inches of snowfall coming in right there. And that makes sense. That's kind of like at the escarpment of the Blue Ridge on the very southern part. So good report there.
Yeah, very good report there. And that does comport very nicely with what the 8.5 inches at East Flat Rock in Henderson County, North Carolina, reported around 8:30 this morning. So that definitely comports very nicely with what we're seeing there. And yeah, Scotty, it's quite a thing, man. It's again, we're seeing good performances in some places, we're seeing underperformance in others, and that is the way this goes with winter in the South.
Definitely so. And I'll be a little scatterbrained. I've got both my windows, everything open, so I'm looking outside. The wind's picking up, so I may hop outside here in a little bit and we'll do another report from what it's doing here at the house. We still got a lot of snow coming down. I mean, it's almost whiteout conditions right now out here, and good snow going on here in the foothills. And I hate it for those folks who are not getting the snow. I know that's a disappointment, but it's snowing pretty good here.
Yeah, that was always going to be something that was going to be in the cards. So certainly something that we're going to watch here. I'm going to go through a couple more storm reports here from the Greenville Spartanburg. McDowell County, we have a report of 5 inches of snow there, melted down 0.42 liquid. So do the math there on the ratio. I'm terrible at math in my head. Yeah, probably. I mean, that honestly, that seems pretty much like a straight up. Oh, I don't want to do math in my head and get it wrong. All right. So Spartanburg at 8:45 snow, estimated 4-inch, becoming windy. I mean, this is this is going pretty well. We are seeing some Chester County, Fort Lawn, Chester County, South Carolina, Fort Lawn, 8:45 a.m. freezing rain approaching 0.2 of an inch there about. So we are definitely getting the freezing rain. The ice storm is beginning to verify here. We even have, it looks like we have a freezing fog MEDAR now, which is unusual, but it's the Greenville Spartanburg Airport is reporting freezing fog, air temperature 25.
Wow. Kind of correlate with that. Buddy Andrew Messersmith, who was actually one of our college guests on our series last year. He's heading back to Oklahoma, University of Oklahoma, and he stopped over in Clemson last night to stay with some friends and his girlfriend. And he and I have been texting, and he just sent me a video from Clemson. It looks to be about, he said, 3 to 4 inches of snow with drifts up to 5 to 6 inches of snow there. And he said it's looks like it's starting to transition to a little bit of sleet, which looks like there from the radar that'd be correct. So but he was talking about didn't think he would get that much snow there in the upstate of South Carolina. So
yeah, and certainly is a thing. We're getting a report now of heavy sleet of a glaze of ice in Wingate. Heavy sleet on a glaze of ice in Wingate. There we go. I can speak. More coffee. So again, we're getting a lot of really good reports here from everybody, and we really very much appreciate everything that y'all are doing. Please keep those reports coming. Use that MPing app. Tell us what you're seeing on the ground. Absolutely critical. Now, Scotty, something that we've been watching this morning is this dry slot that's been punching up from the south. That may help cut off some of the larger snow totals there. We just learned that Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, is going to be giving a press conference at noon. So we will try and punch that up for you guys. When that happens, he'll be giving a report from the emergency management department up in Raleigh there. Yep. So we are watching this dry slot, and this dry slot is starting to infiltrate a little bit into southwestern North Carolina. What that's going to do, it's not going to completely shut off the precipitation. It certainly does not, based on observations further south, it certainly looks like it's not cutting it off completely. But what it is doing is it's probably going to begin to cut some of those bigger snow totals. It's going to cut into that dendritic growth zone a little bit, and it might make for some smaller flakes there. So we're going to watch that. That's a wrinkle that is baked into the forecast. So I think that we're not seeing anything that we're not expecting, I think, is the most important thing right now. Still have really good forcing for ascent with really good divergence signatures showing up. in the upper levels, and what that does, that evacuates the air up. That promotes lift, and that keeps that keeps the rain and whatever it ends up being as it hits the ground falling. So we certainly are in the thick of this right now. And as we mentioned earlier, it looks like a secondary area of low pressure, which is expected to happen, is starting to take shape maybe around Vidalia, Dublin, Georgia here. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We are certainly seeing some very strong onshore winds in Charleston. As I mentioned earlier, we're actually seeing the water levels come up a little bit in Charleston. They bottomed out at 7 feet. The tide gauge briefly went up, and now it looks like it is going back down with the tide, but the departure is significant. We're doing about a 2.5+ foot tidal departure in Charleston. So very thankful that this didn't hit at a king tide time, because we could potentially be talking about a much more serious situation there. We do have some heavy rain just offshore there. We have some heavy rain moving through Savannah right now. And again, gusty winds at the coast. And for those of you at the coast, we're going to see a wind advisory come into effect here in the next little bit. At about 11 o'clock or so, we're going to see a wind advisory come into effect for Charleston and points northeast. 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts will be possible. We've actually had some of those measured, some of the offshore and just right at the shore stations today there. So that's going to be something that we're going to need to watch very closely for potential power outage issues further south. There is no freezing rain in the Charleston metro. There's no freezing rain anywhere generally south of Orangeburg. A line from Myrtle to Orangeburg to Augusta, anywhere south of there, you're in rain. That's all you've got. And that's all you're going to get today. And that may be disappointing for some, certainly is for me. But that is where we're at. So let's bring in a couple more reports here real quick. Vera Hannaford, she's in Charleston, but she spoke to her sister in Chesterfield County up in Sharon. They're getting freezing rain. That sounds about right. That comports very nicely with what we're seeing with the radar and the ground level estimates there. Little over 1 inch of snow in Greensboro. Greensboro snowfall. Yeah. So again, coffee looks more like sleet now. Thank you, Stephen, on YouTube for the report. Dave Hart on Facebook. 1 mile east southeast of Elon went from dumping snow to immediate changeover to sleet at 8:50 a.m. No mixing period. Boom. About 1 inch of snow, and that's going to compact a little bit now that the sleet is beginning to move in there. Unfortunately for Saluda, no snow, just rain and just wind. We were hoping for snow, and there is a small chance that you may catch some wraparound flakes tonight. I would not bet on it. Sorry to, that not everybody's going to get everything that they want out of this one. There are going to be other chances, and we'll get into that later, but we're going to have to look at that. So Newberry, South Carolina right now, again, you're very much very likely in freezing rain. A lot of power outages there. We may have lost a sensor. I'll be checking back on that here in a little bit. So Newberry, South Carolina, freezing rain, I think for the next little while, may see, and we'll need to see just how far that cold air continues to persist as low pressure develops and moves north. That wedge can hold on pretty tight, so we're going to need to watch that there. And Tracy on YouTube is reporting heavy snow in North Carolina on the Virginia border. So, and that matches up really nicely with what we're seeing here. We're solidly in the snow still, much of the North Carolina Virginia border, with the exception of probably at the coast here where it is a little bit warmer, as we've seen. So let's take a look at temperatures real quick. And this will kind of illustrate what we're dealing with at the surface, and also show you, this just here's what here's what we're dealing with here. So, I mean, the surface temperatures. I mean, we're at 18 degrees at the surface with heavy snow at Watauga County, 16 degrees at Jefferson with snow. That's cold, folks. I mean, that's really cold, and that's that heart of that cold air damming wedge. Moving in there, and we have freezing temperatures about as far south as Columbia. It's 33 at Columbia Owens. That may be a little bit of a heat island there, skewing that up just ever so slightly. KCAE is also in rain at 33. It's as close as you can get. They are reporting rain. Sumter is reporting 34 and mist. Shaw Air Force Base is reporting freezing rain at 32. So again, there's going to be your freezing rain zone is going to be right through here. As we look at the temperatures aloft, you can see the definitely much warmer aloft than it is at the surface, and that's where your warm nose is, and that's where you were seeing. That's why a lot of you were seeing freezing rain and sleet as opposed to snow. To get snow, you really need that whole atmospheric column to be freezing or below freezing, and we're not getting that here. So that's just going to be the way it is there. So again, freezing temperature is very close to the coast, but when you get towards the coast here, we have temperatures jump markedly. We have a 10-degree difference between Monk's Corner and Johns Island in the Charleston metro area, 36 at Monk's Corner, 46 at Charleston Executive Airport in Johns Island, which is very near the coast here in Charleston. And again, we have 50s in Savannah. So it kind of gives you an idea of where the warm front is, where the warm front lies. And again, the expectation is that low pressure will develop. It looks like it is starting to develop here now around Vidalia, Georgia. And as that takes shape, that's going to strengthen that pressure gradient even more as it moves northeast. So again, we're going to be concerned about wind, especially where ice has fallen, because you get 10th, 20th of an inch of ice, quarter inch of ice on trees, and that's problems just in general. So we're going to want to watch that very closely. Now, one place that is on the edge of this right now is the Charlotte metro area, and we do have a camera from Matthews that James Bryerton, our panelist, has pulled up here. And so I'm going to take that full here. And it's the chair cam, and you can still see when we look at the chair cam here out of Matthews, and this is just outside of Charlotte, you can see that there's a pretty decent accumulation of ice pellets. You can see the ice pellets bouncing there. They're firmly within the warm nose. There is a little bit, you can see a little bit of a glaze of ice there as well. And this is going to, James has reported that the precipitation type here has been kind of oscillating a little bit, but he's in sleet for the next little bit. So getting back to your reports, I'm going to get back to your reports here, and let's talk through a couple questions. Since we have mostly sleet in Fort Mill, can we expect not as many power outages now? How long does it take with freezing rain for it to be bad? So Fort Mill, you are still under an ice storm warning, and you're going to change over to freezing rain later today. The forecast has been consistently 0.2 to 0.3 of an inch of ice. It does not take very long for it to become a problem. And so again, power outages, I do believe they are already an issue in many spots to your south. And I suspect that is going to move north over time, that we're going to want to watch. Fingerville comes in with a report here from Captain Kronos. Freezing rain, 25-mile-an-hour winds, 25 degrees at Fingerville, South Carolina. So that is good news there. Macon, Georgia, this is relevant because this is where the low pressure is. You were right along that warm front. You're right at the edge there. You're going to be in rain. It looks like you're going to stay in rain for most of the rest of the day. Maybe a non-zero chance that you see some wraparound stuff towards the end of the day, but right now, Macon, you're solidly in the 40s. Trees falling in Newberry. I would not be shocked if trees were falling in Newberry. I think that is a reasonable assumption given what we're seeing from the observations here. We're starting to see. I'm actually starting to see maybe a couple observation stations begin to drop again. Newberry is not reported in the last hour. The last thing that they reported was light snow. So and we were looking at the Duke Energy power map earlier, and also looking at Dominion earlier, and it does look like that power outage incidents are on the rise. So that is certainly something that we're going to need to keep a very close eye on. This same commenter above Mars on YouTube, he is also noting that he's been hearing cracks and booms outside. So that certainly lends credence to the fact that trees may very well be coming down there. Let's keep in mind too that when we punch up the let me punch up the estimation of the surface winds here, we're looking at 15, 20 knots or so, but that is beginning to gust a little bit, because when we go up in the atmosphere, again, we start to get some mixing here. That wind is much stronger, 54, 55 knots. It's roughly 60, 65 miles an hour, rule of thumb, about 5,000 feet up. So we're going to see some gusty winds mixing in there. And again, radar suspects and this is not gospel, but the radar suspects that from Anderson to Greenwood, Newberry, Winsboro, Chester, Lancaster, you up into Fayetteville, North Carolina, you are in freezing rain, and it looks like you're going to stay there for the next little bit. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that. So it doesn't look so powerful right now. Let's hope that continues. Certainly, we've had some overperformance with this in some spot. Ashe County, is the snow going to stop by tonight or tomorrow morning? So tomorrow morning, yes, this is going to be out of there. However, you may be dealing with some road issues, some lingering road issues. Again, the temperature is going to drop below freezing overnight. They're going to stay below freezing. With a lot of freezing rain on the ground, it's going to take a little time for that to work out. So we're going to be watching that closely. But I would certainly say that travel disruptions could very likely persist into tomorrow, where the rain does freeze here today. It's been snowing wildly here near Ashville. We've received 3 to 6 inches of snow here, and it's still snowing. The wind is blowing a bit, so it's risky to even go outside without layers of clothing. Yes, your wind chills are around 20. We just talked with Evan Fisher from Asheville a little bit ago, and yeah, you're still well within the snow zone there, and it certainly looks like that you're going to be continuing to get that. We are watching a warm nose beginning to punch in a little bit from the west, and that's not in Asheville yet. You still got plenty of deep moisture there to work with, but we're going to watch that to see if that begins to taper off the snow totals a little bit. Alec Cohen on YouTube writes to us, Greenboro is turned to ice pellets. Is there a possibility we turn back to snow? Greensboro, the radar still says that you are in, that you're in snow. It's 21 degrees there, but you're starting to see the ice pellets mix in with that snow. You may see a little bit more snow before it's over, but the trend is going to be towards ice pellets. And that's going to be something that, is going to transpire throughout the day. Again, you're in a winter storm warning up there for ice pellets, maybe even some freezing rain as we get later into the day. Kannapolis is just sleet, and we hope it stays that way for a while longer, but it does look like that your threat for freezing rain will increase here over the next couple hours. So again, we're watching this area very closely. We're watching this very closely. Thank you all for your comments and your reports and your questions. We're gonna be here for a while talking through this. I'm taking a peek real quick. Sorry, having a look at my bald head. Taking a real quick look at chat here, and again, we're getting a lot of snow reports in. Lake Adger in Polk County, snow of measured 7.8 inches. There, 1 west southwest there, reported by GSP. McDowell County, 3 west of Marion, 5 inches of snow. Brevard in Transylvania County, North Carolina, 10.5 inches of snow measured. That's a real good. That might be the biggest total I've seen so far today. 4 inches of snow, 4 northwest of Lyman and Spartanburg County at 9:05. That's pretty good. Union County Public is starting to report an inch of sleet. Good Lord. 5 east northeast of Waukesha there in Union County. So yeah, that's something that we're going to be watching very closely here. A couple more here. Table Rock, Burke County, 7 inches of snow. Landrum, 6 inches of snow. And then McDowell County, that report just updated, it looks like. No, I think that's the same report actually from Marion. So we'll filter that out. Meanwhile, as we go further into Columbia, we're starting to see those ice storm reports really start to roll in as well. Amateur, a tenth of an inch of freezing rain at 8:35. 7 northeast of Elgin in Lancaster County. Dusting of sleet on the ground, some ice in the elevated surfaces. So again, we're going to begin to see that those ice issues certainly become problematic here. And a media report just now about 5.4 inches at Carrier Park in Asheville. So that comports very nicely with what we're seeing there. Scotty, I'll bring you in. And again, we're kind of watching the chair cam here. We're watching the radar. We're watching the satellite. We're watching the chat. We're watching all sorts of things. What are you seeing up in Morganton? And you're muted. Wouldn't be a Carolina Weather Group if Scotty wasn't muted. I will.
You muted
I muted you. Yeah.
Yeah, it says you muted me.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
my
That's
fault.
all right. No, the snow is continuing to fall pretty heavily outside right now. I need to go back out and do another measurement, but I would not be surprised since I hopped on. We probably added another inch from about 8 o'clock, 8:15 when I measured earlier. So it is a winter wonderland. And Jared, one thing I'd really like to talk about, I'm sure we've discussed already, but is the wind. The wind is really gusty outside, and looks like it's going to continue to gust throughout the rest of the storm. But road conditions are snow covered. They're not icy right now. So if you have a 4-wheel drive, it's a little easier to maneuver through snow than it is ice. Still don't recommend you being outside of here in the foothills. But if you do have to go out, which I'm not sure anything's open right now, but I have seen a few people drive it, and they've been getting along pretty good. But we still don't want you out on the roads, especially if you don't have a 4-wheel drive. But the snow is just falling, and it's a real powdery snow. It's not that wet snow that we're used to here in the Southeast. It's very dry and powdery. So it kind of reminds me of like out in the West, that fine powdery snow. So we'll take it here. We're hoping, fingers crossed. I know that dry slot is working its way into southwestern North Carolina, so that will definitely cut off the precipitation rate. But until it gets here, we're hoping we can hang on to this cold air and keep it all snow and not the ice and sleet that a lot of people are experiencing over in the Charlotte area and into the Midlands of South Carolina and back towards Raleigh and Greensboro. Jared, this was a thing we weren't sure. Looking at the models, off camera last night, I told you I wasn't really confident in anything because I know history tells me we hang on to snow longer here in the foothills, but all the models are like, no, you're going to switch over to sleet and freeze and rain. And, you take all of it. And as a meteorologist, as a forecaster, like we are, we have to take all of those elements. Model guidance is just guidance. And then you have to take off of what has storms like this previously done, And so it was a real back and forth battle. And right now, looking through the foothills, I was reading or listening to you read off some of the reports. Catawba County, Caldwell, McDowell, Burke, Alexander, that's kind of like the foothill region of North Carolina down into Rutherford County. And it seems like anywhere between 4 to 6, 7 inches of snow has been measured. And, that was right in line with what I had put out there for my followers here in the foothills. So I'm happy about that. Happy it verified. But I know a lot of folks who are hoping this was going to be snow. It's more ice. And that's not good. Nobody wants ice. I was actually looking, our buddy Andrew Dockery down at WMBF, and they actually had a lot of icicles and stuff on the power lines in Florence, South Carolina. So even some ice down that far into the PD and coastal regions.
Yeah, and a couple things that we want to point out too with that is that as we talk about this wind kicking up, I pulled some of the LSRs, and real quick, the winter so far for snow that I've seen on this map is near Zirconia, which with a foot of snow in some places, and Brevard just clocked in recently with 10.5 inches measured. So we're definitely getting some good snow totals in some spots. We're also starting to see that dry slot begin to work in, though, like Franklin and Andrews, for example. It's drier, maybe a little bit wetter too. You're starting to see maybe 46 at Andrews, for example. So you're starting to see some of that. There's a little bit of an occlusion there beginning to take shape, and that's where we're starting to see some warmer air move in. So I wanted to talk a little bit about wind gusts, and again, this is going to be the major issue that we find combined with ice, combined with the winter weather here. So first of all, looking at Greenville right now, gusts to 35 knots. You take that, and it's about 40 miles an hour or so. 39 knots. Tropical storm force gust, my friend. I mean, that's a 40 mile an hour wind, and that's actually no, that's more than that. 39 knots there, 32 knot gusts, and this is around Greenville, and this seems to be matching up with where we're starting to see some of the power outages there. 26 knot gust in Spartanburg, up in Rock Hill. 22 knot gusts. Newberry looks like it is. Newberry has not reported in an hour or more.
That tells me it's probably iced up.
It is probably iced. It's either iced up or the power's out. And either way, we're starting to see some holes in the observation network here. As we go to weather here, we're starting to see, this is not reported. Greenwood looks like it has reported, Greenwood is reporting light freezing rain and mist with 31 degrees there. So again, freezing rain area stretches from about Greenwood. You have some higher returns now coming into Winsboro there. Lancaster, you have a lot of unknown precipitation reports coming in, and that is typically because the automated system cannot figure out what kind of precipitation it is, and that's just how it is. That's just how these things work. So getting still looks like Rockingham is reporting some light snow right now, which is that's interesting. That certainly is interesting, considering what we would expect from the temperatures at aloft at that point. Maybe a little cold spot there. Meanwhile, we're reporting rain and 29 at Wadesboro. That's probably going to be freezing rain there. Mackle U.S. Army Airfield, light ice pellets. This is kind of northeast of Rockingham here towards 5 Points. And Hoffman, ice pellets there. And then freezing rain in Fayetteville. Fort Bragg, Pope Air Force Base, and Fayetteville Regional all reporting freezing rain at this hour. And that is going to punch up towards Rocky Mount. You're seeing some freezing rain there. You're seeing Tarboro is reporting light snow. I wouldn't be surprised if that is a very short-lived event there. We're getting really close now to the, when you get further north, this is still all snow. There's a lot of cold air, but that is going to change. I mean, again, that's beginning to, we're starting to see a new low take shape, and this is what's to be expected. This is exactly what we were anticipating would happen. And let's see, Kingstree is still reporting light snow, which is interesting. Same as Manning, 32 degrees, and that is as of 9:15 this morning. But again, unknown precipitation at Georgetown. That's interesting. You're about 40 degrees there. It wouldn't shock me if we're seeing some snow reports up in Kingstree there, that it may be having some things mix in there. Charleston area, you're fully rain. You're all rain here. Same with it's going to be pretty much the same now along the coast here. Wilmington, Jacksonville, New Bern, you're going to get close to maybe seeing a little bit of frozen precipitation, but I would not count on it. And in fact, Scotty, as we're talking about this, I got a marine warning here for a shower capable of producing water spouts.
Yeah, we were worried about that earlier in the week. So that is that eastern North Carolina from Oak Island up to Morehead City. Kind of where we knew that warm sector would be. I believe there's still a marginal threat out for that area for some thunderstorms and an isolated tornado. So that's something we'll have to watch as well.
Here's your marginal risk. It's stretching from the Outer Banks down through Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, Charleston. So there it is. 2% tornado risk, 2%, 5% wind risk. So damaging straight line winds, certainly a possibility with the 850 winds roaring. And even maybe a tornado as the squall line takes shape and moves northeast later this afternoon.
Yep. Looking at some reports, there is some changing over along the Interstate 40 corridor in Iredell and Catawba County. Has some snow changing over to sleet. So that's something we'll have to watch there. I'm scrolling through Twitter and I'm looking at this massive tornado that's coming in Southwest Florida this morning. But looking at some of the reports, I was looking here through my Facebook. I mean, there's a solid 4 to 7 inches of snow throughout the foothills here. So, and these are legitimate measurements. People are showing me their flat surface with some measuring sticks. So good snowfall here, but unfortunately, it looks like with that transitioning starting to happen along the Interstate 40 corridor, with a little sleet mixing in, that may quickly turn over. So, Jared, what I'm going to do is I need to get uptown, Morganton, and do a little bit of filming. So if you'll give me about 30 minutes, it normally takes 5, but I'm going to give myself about 25, 30 minutes. I would join on from my phone and we can do a little live look at downtown Morganton, and then I'll be back here to help you mend the desk. Is that cool with you?
That is absolutely perfect. We will do exactly that. I'm just taking a look at some radar right now, and we'll get back with Scotty here in a little bit. Once he's back on with us from Morganton. We're kind of double boxing this bad boy. We've got the Share Cam and Matthews James Briarden set this up for us, and we're continuing to watch that. And let's take that full for a minute, because this is kind of telling us what's going on as far as precipitation types there. If I had to guess, there's still some sleet there, but I'm not seeing as many pings off of the ground at this point. So I'm beginning to wonder if this is beginning to transition, perhaps maybe into some freezing rain down there. So over on the Carolina WeatherNet, which is our 24-hour YouTube channel, we've got some folks walking there as well. And we're seeing sleet in upstate South Carolina, about 4 to 5 inches of snow, and now it's trying to rain or sleet. So some interesting things that we're keeping an eye on there. So upstate did overperform very nicely this morning, and so we're going to be but we're going to start to see some of that compact as the changeover to sleet happens. Talking about I-40 here real quick, and I'm looking at the correlation coefficient. One thing that's kind of cool about correlation coefficient, besides being a tool that we use for tornado detection usually, is that we can also see the melting layer with this. We can see where snow is falling and melting into rainfall. And so you're roughly all liquid here. And again, the radar beam is punching up. So roughly around, looks like around, we're seeing a phase change around 4,000 feet, which comports nicely with what we expect from the warm nose at this point. So let's see here. Let's go back to Greer here, and I don't know why it's showing us some spurious rotation on the radar there. That's pretty funny. I was just taking a quick look at where we're at. Let me do the wider view here. So again, we've got a low pressure trying to get going here in Georgia. As that low pressure moves northeast, that's going to spread more of the warmer air into the area. Faith Robinson in Jefferson right now is reporting that it is raining, there, but still icy. And so up in Jefferson, South Carolina. So that's certainly that's to be expected. And I think, and what we're going to start to see as time goes on now is that we're going to see areas along the I-95 corridor. Your winter weather risk is going to wind down a bit. We're going to start to see the risk for freezing rain really take shape north of I-20. And so I-95 through South Carolina, for the most part, there's been some snow reports mixed in there, but I think at this point it's either going to be, a likelies of freezing rain or just straight up rain. Get further north in I-95 right now, as you can see on the radar behind me, Raleigh and Greenville, we are seeing, Greenville, North Carolina, that is, we're certainly seeing the risk for some mixing and some ice happening there. And then it does turn to all snow as you reach the Virginia border. And again, we're expecting that warm nose there to begin to further move in and cut that off. So let me take the radar data off real quick. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, these are the surface temperatures here, but I'm going to show you the temperatures aloft. And where you see that deep blue, that's where it's freezing aloft. And you see that correlate really nicely with where we have the biggest snow totals. That deeper, that strong cold air aloft is where we're getting by far the most snow totals. But we're starting to see that erode a little bit as time goes on. And so where you're in this transition zone, this is where you're going to get your freezing rain. This is where you're going to get your sleet as well. As that warm layer gets deeper, you're going to turn more to freezing rain, primarily where you have these surface temperatures, obviously at 32 or below. So we have a lot of surface temperatures 32 or below still here, but the temperatures aloft are running significantly warmer at this point. So we're certainly going to have to keep a close eye on that throughout the day for further phase changes further north and west. The other fly in the ointment here that we're watching is, let me get this. So we're also watching a bit of a dry slot punching in through Georgia right now. And what this is going to do is at some point it's going to help cut off some of the precipitation. We're already starting to see signs of that in far southwestern North Carolina, where we're also seeing warming into the 40s there as well. At the surface, and that again, that's the surface low pressure doing its thing. But you can see here on the water vapor here, and I've also overlaid where the upper level low is. This little guy, it's really it's taking on a neutral tilt, and what that means is that it's getting more energetic at the base, and thus more energetic overall. And you can see where you have this kind of this spreading pattern showing up here, and I'll do like that here. You can see where the air is spreading out here. That's where you're going to get your best lift. And so we have really good lift showing up now, roughly South Carolina into eastern North Carolina, there from good upper air support that will help ventilate these storms. So let me real quick, I'm going to go back to number 3 here, and we'll punch this up. Let me do number 1. Again, let's look at surface temperatures real quick. Again, we're as low as 16 at Jefferson and Nash County Airport here to as high as 47 at Beaufort Marine Corps Station and 54 at Hilton Head. A general idea of just what we're dealing with here. So far, this seems to be verifying nicely with what we were seeing in the models as far as the warm front placement goes. And what that means is that it looks like everything is pretty much on track right now for what we are expecting. Aside from the overperformance this morning in the upstate of South Carolina for snow, which is always a welcome sight. I feel like people like it when, to a point, I think, when people see the overperformance there. So what we're going to do, let me get this into position. I'm going to show you a bit of a future cast here. And what this is going to do is let's talk about what we're expecting over the next 12 hours or so. So first, let me take the 850 heights off. Let me turn on the 10-meter winds here, and you can see that we still have this is let's see, so about 14Z. This is what the model believes we should be seeing right about now. Let's look at reality. This is we're going to do a little bit of real-time analysis here. Let's look at reality here. So pretty close to reality. Honestly, that's not too far off, which is good news. So this is right now at about 9 o'clock. What the model is thinking, some heavier rain, perhaps ongoing in Charleston. Looks like we're not really seeing that as much verify right now in the Charleston area. So this is a little overdone. And precipitation, this seems to be, as we switch back and forth between the future cast and the real, I think we're certainly seeing a decent initialization and decent matching up here. So again, models behaving. So as we go towards noon, it looks like down towards Charleston, this is where we were talking about that low beginning to develop here. And it has that low, the high resolution rapid refresh. Just one model in the suite of short-term models that we use, but this is a pretty good one, and it does a decent job of depicting what we think is going to happen. So the first thing that you'll note is that you'll see the low pressure begin to develop here. You're going to see the surface winds really start to come up, and that's why we have a wind advisory going into effect at 11 along the South Carolina coast. There are gale warnings up along the South Carolina coast. We've had 40 to 50 mile-an-hour wind gusts at some of the Charleston area beaches and in Charleston Harbor this morning. So that wind is going to continue to be an issue throughout the day. We're going to see these winds begin to kick up even further north. We're going to see 25 mile-an-hour winds or so moving into Greenville, moving into Charlotte, and combine that with freezing rain, and that's your recipe for the potential for a lot of down trees, power lines, and just general travel issues as we go. So again, this is noontime. We see the freezing rain very likely ongoing from Raleigh to Charlotte, with a mix heading into Greenville, probably a mix of ice pellets and freezing rain. The model continues to want to eventually cut the snow off and change it over to sleet and over in Ashville. And speaking with Evan Fisher up there earlier, he's at UNCA launching weather balloons. They are seeing a warming trend in the warm nose aloft. And that tells us that we certainly seem to be on track for a change over there at some point in the next couple hours to more of a sleet event, and maybe even mixing in a little bit of freezing rain before it's all over. So this is noon. Let's go to 3 o'clock here. And at 3 o'clock, the model has squall line clearing Charleston. In fact, we may be done with the rain in Charleston. If this is accurate, we may be done on the rain with the rain in Charleston by 2 or 3 o'clock. Cold front will be through. It will still be very windy, but we'll see the potential for severe weather now. Perhaps in a couple locations. One, this looks like maybe a broken line of rotating thunderstorms to put on the updraft helicity there. Nothing terribly conclusive with that, but it does look like that there's going to be at least some potentially rotating thunderstorms moving up through Greenville, North Carolina. The stronger squall line is going to stretch from roughly Fayetteville down through Wilmington, clearing Myrtle Beach by about 3 o'clock. But you can still see these very strong surface winds ahead of it, and we're going to have hazardous issues there. I mean, that's just the way it is. Just hazardous wind and rain issues. And again, there is the low end potential for a tornado or some damaging wind gusts along the coast today. That severe weather threat looks to start around noon in the Charleston metro area, moving into Wilmington, into the Outer Banks. So as we go through time, we're going to move this on now. Let's go to about 7 o'clock tonight. We're going to have that broken line of thunderstorms stretching between Greenville and well offshore of the Atlantic here. Meanwhile, in the other Greenville, South Carolina, there's a small chance that we could see some wraparound moisture, try to squeeze out a few additional snowflakes. Same in Asheville, same in the mountains here. Freezing rain will be lifting out. That dry slot is really going to start to punch in and really do a number on a lot of the precipitation. As the upper low moves over, we could see some additional precipitation develop. So that's going to be something that we're going to watch closely there as well. But again, that would be relatively light, and that would be just kind of snow on the icing on the cake, I think is the way to put it. And then as we get into midnight tonight, a vast majority of us will be drying out, maybe a couple packs of maybe a little bit of snow left. But winds largely coming out of the west at this point. Still very gusty at the coast in particular. But the squall line will be moving well up into the Washington, D.C. metro through Salisbury, Maryland, and into the Atlantic Ocean. This low is going to move fast. It's going to move up the gut of 95 and be more of a New England problem before the end there. So again, it's a busy day. It's gonna be a busy day around here. So let's get to some reports. We got some reports coming in. So McLeansville, North Carolina, sleet right now, sleeting hard in northwest Raleigh. So that so it looks like we're starting to see that changeover beginning to happen in Raleigh here. Morganton is still snowing. We have Scotty Powell. He's actually attempting to make it uptown into Morganton. So we're going to see we're going to get a really good look at Morganton here in fairly short order. So that is looking pretty good so far. Again, Morganton has had a really has been performing very well with the snow there, and we're going to get another look at that here soon. Sleet in High Point in Jamestown, and yeah, that makes sense. That's certainly reasonable, as we would expect at this point in that neck of the woods. Sleet will probably change over to freezing rain. If you're seeing freezing rain right now, or if you're seeing sleet right now, there's a decent chance that if you are south of 85, in the I-85 corridor, I'll say, and along or east of I-77 in particular, you're going to change over to freezing rain. So again, we're early in this for a lot of y'all. This is going to be one of those situations where it's going to, this is going to evolve over the day, and we're going to need to watch this very closely for the potential for power outages. So let's pop on some reports here, some storm reports here again. It looks like we don't have too much new there. I will say that the winner so far in the snow sweepstakes is down here near Zirconia and Henderson County, North Carolina, with a couple areas of 12 inches of snow possible, having possibly fallen there. So there's your there's your jackpot. It is worth noting that the radar believes that based off of the model data that's being ingested and everything there, that we may start to change over to sleet there fairly soon. So that's going to compact that snow total a little bit, and that's going to cut off that snowfall there. Brevard is clocking in around 10.5 inches, right around reported around 9 o'clock. Ashville clocking in Buncombe County, 5.4 inches of snow, 6.5 inches of snow in McDowell County near Old Fort. And so again, right here along I-40, we're seeing some pretty good snow totals, upwards of 4 to 5 inches. Get further east, this is where we start getting into more of the concerns around freezing rain. So I don't know why that always collapses on me, but we're starting to see Raleigh-Durham Airport as of 9:15 again. And this is, I think this is an hourly observation, so this may be a little bit off. But as of 9:15, they're seeing freezing rain mixing in with sleet. So we're starting to hear in Northwest Raleigh now that it's more sleet than that. So we'll see, that could be transient as time goes on. But we are definitely beginning to see the freezing rain threat increase around Fayetteville, around Laurinburg. Still mostly ice pellets at Charlotte right now. Of course, that was over an hour ago as well. So we'll see what the observation says there. And then let's just taking a peek at some data here. And yeah, we have looking at some of Raleigh's reports there. It looks like Forsyth County, Pfafftown. I hope I'm saying that correctly. 3 west of there, 2.2 inches of snow reported at 9:30. Now transitioning to sleet. So we're starting to see again further ground truth around the sleet changeover that's going to be happening here. The internet god has sent the weather dog out, and she is reporting sleet in northern Cabarrus County. So congratulations to the weather dog. This is a good question here. I like this from Gloria on YouTube. What is the difference between hail and sleet? So it's all about the it is all about the process by which the precipitation forms. With sleet is I'm going to get at a graphic here while we talk about this, but essentially when we're thinking about hail versus sleet, hail is formed by strong updrafts carrying supercooled water droplets up high into a thunderstorm. And those droplets freeze together until they're so heavy that the updraft can't hold them anymore. And that's when it begins to hail. Sleet is a different process. And I'm going to take this, let me share my screen here, and we'll show you, and we'll just kind of do just an overall refresher here as to what this is like. So let me take this let me take this full here real quick, maximize that. So the winter precipitation, and this is how all this works. So rain obviously is that when you have snowfall falling into a warm layer of air above freezing, that's that's rain. That's what we're seeing along the coast right now. That's what we're seeing in it's starting to penetrate in a little further inland. Now, where we're seeing the deep layer of warm air, snow falls into that and becomes rain. But where we're seeing that deep layer of warm air and then a shallow layer of cold air at the surface, that's when we're getting freezing rain. So the deeper the warm sector is aloft, the better chances that you have a freezing rain here. Sleet, which several of you were reporting heavy sleet in Lake Wylie, sleet in Lexington, North Carolina. Sleet is when that warm layer is a little more shallow. It is enough to melt the snowfall as water droplets, but then there is enough there's enough freezing air below this layer of warm air where it refreezes into ice pellets. So again, where hail generation is very much a process of supercooled droplets sticking together, often in convective situations, thunderstorms, where they caught up in updrafts. Sleet is more of it's just a refreezing process there. And then obviously snowflakes never melt. So that one's pretty easy. That one's pretty cut and dry there. So getting to about 10 o'clock, and I'm Jared Smith, Carolina Weather Group. We've had reports in from James Brierton up in up in Charlotte, North Carolina, looking at his chair cam right now from Matthews. And this has been a pretty good indicator of how things are going there. Still seeing some ice pellets pinging off there, still seeing some sleet there, some signs of some icing as well. So some sleet and freezing rain mixing in Matthews right now, and that looks to continue for the foreseeable future. We are starting to see some of this freezing rain get closer and closer into the Charlotte metro. So certainly something to watch there. And thank you, Glory, for subscribing to the channel. Haynes Mall area in Winston has been sleeting for 45 minutes. So yeah, that tracks. It sounds about right. I would definitely be expecting that at this point. I also want to give a shout out to those of you watching the Carolina Weather Net. This is our 24-hour YouTube channel, YouTube live show that we've got going on right now. So hello to Chris, who is reporting in the upstate. We have about 4 to 5 inches of snow, and it's now trying to transition to freezing rain and sleet. Thank you, Chris, for your report. It's in Durham. It's back to snow and freezing rain. So again, we're getting a real good mix right now, right there in the Raleigh-Durham area, there up in the triangle. Sleet and snow in Hickory now, with 4.5 inches of snow in Hickory before transition there. So we will see. We will ultimately see how that goes down, but pretty respectable snow totals in Hickory. And as you can notice on the radar still thinks here, as I get back to this screen, I've been using a lot of different tools today, but let's zoom in on Hickory actually. And we're starting to see that the leading edge of that the sleet line, as indicated potentially by the radar and by some of the real-time models, is starting to move into Hickory. So that's something that we're going to want to watch there. We've got Scotty Powell heading into Morganton. He's heading into Uptown Morganton. Well, he's at least going to try. There's a lot of snow up there, but now we could be getting close to that, beginning to transition to sleet as well on the I-40 corridors there. So certainly something to watch there. Chicken King is asking if schools can shut down for a few days. Depends on the extent of the ice. Depends on the extent of power outages. Good news is tomorrow is Martin Luther King Day, so there will be a day where a lot of schools will be closed. A lot of businesses will be closed. Offices will be closed. Government offices will be closed. And so that should hopefully cut down on some of the travel that you have to do tomorrow, which should hopefully reduce at least a little bit of disruption. But what we're looking at right now, I mean, we'll have to see what the power outages ultimately look like. We were looking at some power outages earlier, and they were really starting to mount up in North Carolina. I have to get another look at that here. When we get Scotty back, I'll take a dive into the power outages to get a look at that over there. So again, let's keep these reports coming, and you see all these snow reports on the screen here are very helpful. There's also tools such as MPing, which are immensely helpful in letting us know what is coming down there. 6 to 7 inches in Waynesville. Thank you, Faith, for your report there as well. So let's go back to the site radar. We're going to look at Greenville, Spartanburg. And actually, no, we're not going to look at Greenville, Spartanburg, because we have Scotty Powell in Morganton now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him into the back end of the conversation here. Scotty, I know you're getting up and running there. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I've got you, buddy.
All right. So let me see. Take these AirPods out. Can you guys see my camera? Is it on?
Yep, we got your camera. I got video. I got audio. We're good to go, buddy.
All right, sounds good. All right. So yeah, I'm going. Can you see me? I can't see you guys. There we go.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys can see me. That's good. So we're here in downtown Morganton. I'm actually going to flip the camera around so you guys can see what it looks like here. Sorry, having a little technical difficulties here. So just give me one moment here, and I'm going to get the camera flipped over to the back camera so you can see what's going on. All right. So this is downtown Morganton. You can see it's a few people out and about, but the snow continues to fall. And guys, the wind is really starting to pick up. I mean, we are starting to see some snow drifts. Nothing crazy high, but some snow drifts nonetheless. But this is downtown Morganton. This is really the heart of downtown, West Union Street. Meeting Street. You can kind of see some city crews here. Got a tractor out trying to get some plowing done, but it is not doing much. So Sterling Street, West Union Street. This is kind of the downtown area. I really like this view over here, so I'm gonna let you see. It's like a winter wonderland here. So
That's impressive.
that's what it looks like here in downtown. See, city crews are out and about trying to get some of these roadways scraped. I did pass one snowplow that was coming into town, but didn't really do a lot because of how powdery this snow is. It snows and then the roads get covered back again. So we're just going to take a little walk here. This is the kind of the new courthouse square that we just had revealed a couple months ago, right before Christmas. We had this new amphitheater built, so we're going to go on top of it, and it's hopefully a little shaded so the snow's not blowing in my face. But this is a really deep snow, y'all. We're probably, I didn't bring my measuring stick with me, but we are approaching 7 inches, I would say. I had 6 inches at my house. I would say the snow has continued to fall, so we're probably right at 7 inches. It's a little bit more less windy here, so hopefully you can hear me.
Yep, no, we got
you guys can see this is the Wells Fargo, and you kind of see where I've walked. Nobody else has walked, and you kind of see how deep that snow is. But this is the historic courthouse square, and here's the amphitheater. And normally this is full of people eating lunch and stuff, but not today. It's a very snowy scene, so it's a very cold day here. I noticed the car thermometer. Here comes a snow plow. You guys can see.
Yep.
Hope they don't plow in my Jeep. That's good. But you can see they've got the snow scrapers out. Got the salt in the back. But we've maintained snow, Jared. No sleet, no mixing here in the foothills. At least 6-7 inches of snow. I'm going to get up here out of the snow for just a minute so you guys can see me. So that's what it kind of looks like here. A very snowy scene here in Morganton. Roads are snow covered, but they're not icy. I really didn't have any problems driving, but I do have a 4-wheel drive. So, if you don't have a 4-wheel drive, you definitely don't want to be out. But if you do have 4-wheel drive and you need to be out, you can. I don't think anything's open at all. So it's not like you could be going anywhere. But if you want to go out, at least look at the snow. People are doing it right now. But if we start to transition to that sleet and freezing rain mess, then that's when everything really starts to ice up. But
yeah,
it is really cold, Jared. Really cold.
Yeah, as we would expect. I mean, we have temperatures at the looking at the temperature at the Morganton Airport right now.
Well, I'm going to hop off here, and I'm going to take a few more pictures and videos, and then I'll get back on the stream, and I'll kind of show you my commute back home and let you know what the roads look like. How's that sound?
Cool, Scotty. That sounds good. Yeah, just let me know, and we'll keep an eye out for you. Scotty Powell. Buddy. Yep, Scotty Powell in downtown Morganton, North Carolina, and again, it's been quite a it's quite a winter wonderland down there, as you saw. We are starting to get reports that we might be seeing a sleet transition around Hickory, and that is close to Morganton. But again, right now, let's see. So the latest snow total we got here as of 9:30 is 5.5 inches, about near Salem here. We have about 6 inches there, reported by the broadcast media. And so again, it's very cold there, 23 degrees at Morganton Airport right now on the, it looks like this is on the, let me get the county names up real quick just to make sure that I'm telling you all the right thing, on the Burke and Caldwell line. So certainly some good rainfall there. We've got some additional reports coming in. We've got so let's get to it. So Waynesville, Faith Caldwell reporting 6 to 7 inches of snow in Waynesville. That's really good. Fayetteville, we're starting to see trees get iced over, and that is exactly what we were expecting. We'll move over to let me get the other radar over here real quick, and we'll go towards Fayetteville. Yeah, we definitely are seeing that freezing rain there. It looks like you're going to be right at the edge in Fayetteville on the rain and freezing rain line. right now, let's see, latest report from Fayetteville was about just shy of 10 a.m. Light freezing rain, 32 degrees. Let me see if there's another station further south. Elizabethtown, Elizabethtown somehow is reporting snow. 32.2 degrees. That's interesting to me. I don't know about that because again, that's an automated station, and when we think about what the temperature profile looks like here at this point, snow is very highly unlikely. So we'll have to keep an eye. And again, some of these are automated observations, and so that's going to be something that we need to watch. Brian reports that it's transitioned to a sleet and snow mix in Bethlehem, North Carolina, and southwest Alexander County. We have sleet now in Salisbury, North Carolina. 7 inches in Leicester and Buncombe County. That's pretty good. So again, we're getting some good reports here of some impressive winter weather going on in the Carolinas this afternoon. Now, I would be remiss to note that we also have the potential for water spouts, because what is a Carolina storm without some sort of weird severe weather? There is still a supercell capable of producing a water spout offshore at Wilmington. In fact, we'll take the analyst full here and we'll do the velocity display. And kind of tough to tell what's up, but you can see a little bit of a rotation there. And so the Weather Service here has put out a marine warning for water spouts. And again, there is a low end risk for severe weather across the area this afternoon, and I'll zoom in on that. And again, Storm Prediction Center has the coastal areas of South and North Carolina and a marginal risk for severe weather. Could see an isolated damaging wind gust, and maybe even a tornado in spots near the coast. That's not a given. We're not expecting an outbreak of severe weather by any stretch of the imagination, but that's certainly something that we're going to need to keep an eye on near the coast. Outside of thunderstorms, regardless of thunderstorms, it's going to get windy. We have a wind advisory coming into effect down here in the next hour in the Charleston area here. So let's go back to observations. Let's do temperatures real quick. And show you all kind of the contrast that we're dealing with. So, for example, Savannah, we got a weather station at Hunter U.S. Army Airfield in Savannah, 63 degrees in Savannah. All right, in the Savannah area. Contrast that with 43 degrees at Charleston International Airport, 37 at Moncks Corner, and then you get to 27 at Spartanburg, 25 in Greer, and you can see the shape of the high pressure wedge really nicely here. So this is the center of high pressure is up here, and this wedge just kind of does like this. It's just kind of ridges down the side of the mountains. And we also have what looks like a little bit of an inverted coastal trough taking shape here. And that's where we're seeing some additional showers and thunderstorms beginning to get going here as well. So that coastal trough there and really honestly is more of a stationary front than anything else. Because 40s out here, we have 60s out here, to give you a general idea. We have low pressure north of Atlanta at this point. This is going to begin to hand off to low pressure developing near Vidalia, Georgia. 52 there, 54 a little further south, and again in the 60s in southwest Georgia. We have a cold front that's going to be draping behind this here, and that is going to certainly bring in maybe a couple fronts here beginning to take shape. And this is going to bring in a reinforcing shot of cold air as time goes. But we do have that little bit of a warm nose here, maybe the little warm front, kind of a pseudo warm front here, a little bit draped along the coast, and that's where we're going to be concerned for the potential for a few stronger thunderstorms potentially this afternoon. Again, it's a low risk, but it's a non-zero risk. Over time, we do expect that the low pressure will, as we go to the future cast here a little bit, using the 12Z high-res rapid refresh. We'll let that reset here for a second. We do expect the low pressure to track to the northeast, the north and northeast with time, and that will drag the cold front. That will drag the cold front to the east, and that'll drag the warmer air, punch that up into eastern North Carolina. And so we should see rain transitioning to snow closer into the I-95 corridor in North Carolina here, or snow, sleet, freezing rain transitioning to all rain in the I-95 corridor a little later this afternoon. So let's, so let's go back to your reports here. Reports of ice in Raleigh. I think that's a pretty I definitely am buying that at this point. We are getting reports of trees down on I-20 around mile marker 87 westbound. This is just reported by law enforcement. Power lines down and the roadway is blocked. So this is I-20. Let's get some maps up here real quick, and I'll turn the LSRs on. Let's do that. That's not yet been, so here it is right here. So this is near Elgin, in Kershaw County. So power lines down in I-20. And again, I'll urge you guys that traveling is a bad idea today. If you're anywhere that's in a winter weather advisory or ice storm warning or a winter storm warning, traveling is a bad idea today. I'm not going to recommend that you do that. So that's certainly something that we're going to need to keep a very close eye on, especially as winds begin to come up too. We're going to start to see the potential for additional wind damage due to heavy ice on trees. You get a little wind in there and you can start getting a lot of branches down. You can have problems in a hurry with down power lines and stuff. And as a result, a lot of outages as well. So let's talk power outages real quick as we have updates here. 15 degrees at the tri-state border of North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee, blowing in moderate snow, 3 inches and counting. Thank you for that report. And then we have Judy in Morganton, 8 inches at her location so far in Morganton. So, again, we're still getting good snow in Morganton, as we just saw. Scotty Powell out there. He's commuting back. He's going to try and get back on the stream with us there. I'm keeping an eye on his thumbnail, see if he comes back. Getting a report on the Carolina Weather Net, 2 or 3 inches of snow in Davidson, North Carolina, and it is currently sleeting. So that is about to be in line with the snow totals, maybe a little bit on the higher end of what we were initially thinking yesterday, which is, for snow lovers, that's great news. Obviously, we're big fans of overperforming on snow there. So let me talk power outages here real quick as I get, I'm going to pull up a new screen share. And let's see, what was that? A notification coming on that just went away. So we're just going to ignore that. So here's the Duke Energy outage map here. I'm going to go ahead and take this full. You can see we have pretty significant power issues beginning to develop across much of South Carolina. We have, these are little clusters here of power outages. So for example, we'll move down a little bit. We have outages near Effingham, South Carolina, about 1,500 customers affected. Near Lakewood, South Carolina, almost 5,000 customers affected. Just these little Elgin, about 1,100 customers affected. Up towards Kershaw, about 1,300 customers affected. Prosperity area, 299 customers. So we have a lot of power outages beginning to develop here. Starting to see some outages in the Charlotte metro. We have 14 there in the Charlotte metro. So far, holding on pretty well there, but the bulk of the ice has not started in Charlotte yet either. So that's the other thing that we're going to need to watch. Outside of Fort Mill, 186, Sherraw, 166 customers. So you can see that Duke Energy is certainly showing quite a few outages, especially around Greenville, about 1,000, almost 2,000 customers there. Further southwest, in Greer, actually, further southwest into Greenville, we have areas where upwards of 6,000 people may be affected with power outages at this point. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on that. Going over to the Dominion map here real quick, as this reloads, they do things a little bit differently here. But so far, Dominion Energy in South Carolina is reporting over 15,000 outages at this point. Estimated times of restoration are not yet available either. So again, this is the thing that we were worried about as the ice threat increases and continues across the area. We are going to see more and more of these power outages over time. And so 289 incidents causing outages, 15,627 outages out of 780,000 total customers served. So again, we are certainly looking at what has been, what will continue to evolve this afternoon as a somewhat busy day. So Sandra Curry reports that sleet has stopped in Bessemer City and now seeing snow flurries. So a little changeover back to snow there, probably as that warm nose kind of wavers a little bit. We've been talking about a warm nose a lot today. We've been talking about, what does all that mean? And one way that we can illustrate that is if we look at the temperatures at 5,000 feet. And we can look at those temperatures at 5,000 feet here. Let me make sure that I've got the right overlay up. Do the fill, take the radar off real quick. And this is the surface temperatures. Let's look a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. And so this is the temperatures about 5,000 feet or so. And you can see well above freezing at this point. I mean, 8, 9 C, that's that's warm. You need, in order to get snow, you need to have temperatures across the column to be very, very, very cold, below freezing throughout. We still have that in Ashville. We still have that in the mountains here. We still have, it looks like we're holding on to that a little bit in Greensboro, maybe starting to weaken there. Raleigh beginning to see some signs. We've been getting some reports there of some sleet beginning to develop there. It looks like that the warm nose is moving into Raleigh and is really starting to have impacts there. Greenville, North Carolina, starting to see that warm nose move in there. Juxtapose that with the temperatures at the surface here. And again, you have 26 degrees at the surface in Raleigh, 32 degrees at the surface in Greenville. And that's going to tell you where that's going to be a good contrast as to where that layer of warm air is, to potentially cause precipitation type issues, including freezing rain and sleet. So yeah, let's see. It's about 10:18 a.m. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. We have Scotty Powell in Morganton. He is on his way back to the desk. He was going to try and stream. He's going to try and stream his commute back, but we also don't want him streaming and driving in treacherous conditions. So if he can do that safely, we are going to welcome it. But if he can't do that safely, which I think is the judgment call that's happening here right now, which is wise, we're not going to have too many issues there. So Scotty's on his way back. He'll be joining us back at the desk here in a little bit. I wanted to zoom out and let's go back to regional radar here. Point out a couple features of note. Again, we're starting to see that mixing happening in Raleigh through Charlotte. Still mostly ice pellets in Charlotte. And we have a camera out in Matthews, the chair cam, and it looks like it has frozen. Oh no, there it goes. So we have the chair cam here. You can see pretty good accumulation of sleet here at this point. Out in Matthews, and trying to look closely at see if there's precipitation falling. There's still precipitation falling there. Seeing some bouncing of ice pellets continuing there. So it looks like we're still very much predominantly sleet in Matthews. That accumulation of sleet is really starting to pile up there as well. You also will notice on the armrests there that there is some that we've got a little bit of icicles beginning to develop there. We've had those there for a while there, indicating that freezing rain has at least been mixing in at times. So that is what's going on in Matthews right now, and we're going to keep a close eye on that. That's going to be an interesting telltale sign for the Charlotte Metro. Once this goes over more to freezing rain, that's when we expect that the bulk of the ice storm will begin to become an issue for the Charlotte Metro. Again, we have a few power outages in Charlotte right now. We are not seeing many, which is good news. But over time, we do expect that number to climb as we are seeing further east, further to the west. Looking at the radar here, we continue to see the risk for freezing rain back towards Athens, Georgia. Ice pellets mixing in around Greenville. We talked about Charlotte already. We've had a lot of reports out of Raleigh and Greenville, North Carolina as well. One thing I'm also starting to notice is that maybe we're starting to see a break in the rain, a break in the precipitation moving in, coinciding with the dry slot that's been noted on water vapor. We're starting to dry out here a little bit, seeing a new low develop here. Let me bring the water vapor up so you can see what I'm talking about. So this brown area, this is drier air, and you can see that that's starting to make a punch into Greenville. We still have really good lift beginning to move, beginning to start some of this better some of this better lift at this point for more efficient rain rates and precipitation rates is beginning to move out of the Western Carolinas into the Eastern Carolinas. So we're looking at, we're starting to see the better upper level support for more rain and freezing rain and sleet begin to move into the eastern part of the Carolinas over the next little bit. And meanwhile, as this dry slot punches up, what you'll notice here on radar is that this coincides pretty well with starting to see some drying work in there a little bit. The snow rates will come down, the rain rates will come down, but there'll still be enough moisture in the lower trappings of the atmosphere to help continue to wring out some rain, especially as low pressure develops and we have that low level forcing that continues to promote that lift there. So zoom in on that a little bit. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Greer radar here. This is the GSP radar, and you can really start to see that kind of more patchy pattern to the precipitation there. It's less solid. You notice that when you get towards Spartanburg and Greenville, it's a little bit more solid there. We're seeing that begin to break up a little bit as you get into Georgia. So we'll be watching that trend, especially for North Carolina and far northwestern South Carolina near Seneca, Walhalla, and Pickens and Anderson. For a gradual drawdown of maybe a little less of the steady precipitation there. Latest report from Mark Gurley on YouTube, 4 inches on the ground in Hickory, North Carolina, and sleet coming down hard. So again, we've been talking about this. We've been seeing some signs of that transition happening around Hickory, and it looks like that warm nose is then moving in on top of that. Mama OG on YouTube has pretty much the scenario that nobody likes in winter weather. Ice, then 5 inches of snow, and ice on top of that, and the wind is howling. That, folks, that's a recipe for trouble. And I hope you get to keep your power today. I hope your power stays on. I would expect any power outages to be somewhat longer lasting. It's got to be safe for the power crews to go out there and do the job. In higher winds and with a lot of ice on the ground, that's going to be somewhat difficult. So again, if you get into these power outage situations, let me do the reverse of that. If you have your power, be sure to have your devices charging. Keep your devices on charge as long as you can. And don't and don't use the batteries unless you absolutely have to. If you have a generator, please be sure to run that outside. CO poisoning, carbon monoxide poisoning is a major risk factor with generator use, and we don't want to hear of anybody getting hurt or worse due to carbon monoxide poisoning today. So again, if you do have that generator, you do need to fire that up. You have to brave the elements, fire that guy up outside, make sure it's well ventilated, so you don't run into any carbon monoxide poisoning issues. All right, so as you can see, we've been pretty busy here. We'll zoom out. Let me get back to the larger scale radar here, wherever I put that. And surface winds continue to. We still have some pretty strong surface winds at the coast near Charleston. Got a report from Joe Wright over on Twitter here. Let me look at that. 1.28 inches of rain so far on James Island, and still several more hours of rain to fall. We'll see about how long that ultimately takes, but we do have, when I emptied my gauge this morning, I had a half an inch of rain at 7 a.m. I'm sure that we've gotten more of that since then. Report from David Wick, snow dusting, then sleet, then now freezing rain in downtown Raleigh. Side streets are a sheet of ice, but no power issues as of yet, 10:24 a.m. Excellent report. Thank you, David, for your report there. I'll put that on the screen for people to read. So we are starting to get into the bulk of the ice storm now in some really populated areas. Downtown Raleigh, starting to see, we've had sleet reports from there, but we're now transitioning to freezing rain there. As that warm air aloft becomes a little bit more deep, and that is to be expected. That is right on cue with what we are expecting today from this storm. And again, towards Wilmington and Outer Banks and Charleston, I mean, it's all rain, and we may even be getting more into the rain in Columbia now as well. Let's pull up some observations from Columbia. Columbia is up to 35 now. They're reporting heavy rain and mist. Columbia Metropolitan is at 33, heavy rain and mist. 34 at McIntyre Air National Guard. Again, this is coming up. There was there was snow and freezing rain there not too long ago. So we're beginning to see the temperatures come up a little bit as some of that warmer air begins to punch into the area, and just sunshine. We don't see it because there's a very thick cloud layer, but I assure you that the sun is shining above that, and that is also going to make a difference here across the area. Charleston metro area, for those of you watching from the Charleston area, 48 at Johns Island, 43 at Charleston International Airport, North Charleston, 46 at Mount Pleasant, 39 at Somerville, and 37 at Moncks Corner. We're all liquid. We've been all liquid all day in the Charleston metro. Everything is panning out the way that we expect it to there. Not seeing any issues as far as precipitation types there. What we're looking at now, though, is the potential for a few thunderstorms maybe later this afternoon, and winds will continue to become increasingly an issue in coastal areas. We have a wind advisory going up for 40-mile-an-hour gusts along the coast of South Carolina coming up in the next hour at 11 a.m. So definitely something to watch here. Beginning to get some reports here into the Weather Service in Columbia for the ice on elevated surfaces. A report of tree limbs down from ice in Heath Springs in Lancaster County. Estimated 0.2 of an inch of ice there. So the ice storm is certainly on as we get now into the ice storm warning area. Again, there's an ice storm warning out for this corridor here between Lancaster and Newberry and Greenwood until this evening. And you can see that thin, that solid freezing rain line here. And it certainly is not out of the question that we could be seeing some freezing rain also continuing in Fayetteville, maybe into the I-95 corridor near Lumberton, certainly possible. Clinton, North Carolina, Warsaw, North Carolina. Wilmington, again, you're on the coast there, you're about 39 degrees. You're going to miss out on the winter stuff. And in fact, there's a water spout possibly offshore of North Carolina there. About roughly east of Wilmington, kind of south of Jacksonville and Morehead City. So that's certainly we're not lacking for any different types of weather today. We've got it all, my friends. So let's see. Checking for reports. I guess give me a second, folks. I'm going to be looking at some of our local storm reports here. Let's see. There's been reports of flooding in Savannah. Charleston was having tidal flooding this morning. That has since receded. The water level has since gone down. In Charleston, we've not heard any reports of flooding issues there, which is good. We were a little concerned this morning with the tides coming up to about 7.3 feet and rain in the area. If you ever been in downtown Charleston, you know that is a recipe for trouble. And so we can go from there. So let's see. Just taking a look at some notes here. Another reminder that at noon we're going to be switching over to the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, is going to hold a severe weather briefing from the EOC in Raleigh at noon. So we will be carrying that here on Carolina Weather Group. We can carry that on the Carolina Weather Net. So stay tuned for that. Important information for those of you in North Carolina as far as storm response and other things of that nature. Let's look at looking at storm reports here. Let's see. 6 northeast of Powdersville, 4 inches of snow. Tryon, 9.5 inches of snow now in Polk County, North Carolina. Spartanburg, 9 inches. Oh wow, Fingerville, 9 inches of snow. And I think we had that report earlier actually. Columbus and Polk, 4 north of Columbus and Polk County, estimate almost 9 inches of snow there. Taylor's in Greenville County, 8 inches of snow measured at just shy of 10 a.m. Greenwood, 6 north northeast of Greenwood, power lines are down across Highway 246 due to ice. So something to watch there. Amateur radio report of 6 inches of snow at Dill Road and Saluda Drive in Anderson County. So again, we're seeing some really good overperformance of snow still today across the area. So it's certainly something that we're going to be monitoring those reports as they come in. Again, we're beginning to get, especially in South Carolina, we're starting to get out of the snow period. We're now getting into more of the sleet and ice period of the storm, and that is also true along and between I-95 and I-40 and I-77. We're going to start to see the risk for icing begin to increase there. So again, we always welcome to hear your reports as we go. Just checking around to see what's come out. 10:21 a.m. tree in the roadway, 2 miles southwest of Chesterfield in Chesterfield County. So tree in a roadway. We don't know what roadway. That's just something that came in from the Highway Patrol. So again, we're the exact details aside, we're beginning to get those reports in now of snow having problems, snow issues and things of that nature as we go. And just getting some messages in chat here. We are expecting another launch soon from Ashville. UNC Asheville has been launching weather balloons, and that has been super, super helpful to gauge where we are as far as the warm nose and how far west that is getting into the area. I'm just going to pull that up real quick, and we can talk about. We should have a new sounding here soon. So let's let's do that real quick. I'm just going to pull up that web page. It's been a busy day of weather across the area, that is for sure, and it will continue to be throughout much of the day. All right, so we have all right, so that's not there. Let's see, we have a 12Z sounding from Asheville. Let me give me just a second here while I get that into place. That here, and I'll turn this full. So here's our 12Z sounding from Asheville, and here's what you're looking at. So what you're looking at is a thermal profile of the atmosphere in the vertical. Students at UNC Asheville, including our own Evan Fisher, are sending out weather balloons about every 3 hours or so, and they have a few launches left. There's about 2 or 3 launches to go for the rest of the day today. And what this is showing is basically the profile of temperature and dew point and winds as you go up. So along the 0 degree line here, and if you I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but if you can, this is the 0 degree line here, and you can see that this the red and the green very close together, basically on top of each other. That's saturated. That is precipitation. That is in this case snowfall. And so that is, so that definitely is snowfall. Dendritic growth zone looks pretty good here between 12 and 17 degrees negative Celsius. Looking quite saturated here. Looks saturated all the way down. And most importantly, this 12Z sounding at 7 a.m. continues to show that the warm nose, while getting closer, is beginning to is still firmly below freezing. Now we'll see what the sounding says coming up soon. We are seeing signs in the modeled data and the modeled updates that the warm nose is beginning to get closer and closer to the Asheville area. We've been seeing reports from Hickory of snow turning to sleet and sleeting pretty hard at times there. We're awaiting Scotty Powell to get back. He is coming back from Uptown Morganton, getting back to his home base there, and will join us It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say as far as what he observed coming back. It is certainly within the realm of possibility that we may be getting a sleet transition there as well. All right. And we're looking at more storm reports here coming in. So let's see. I'm going to do a couple things here real quick. What I'm doing is I'm getting some of the, and I'm just looking at the wind advisory that'll be going into effect. Again, we are expecting wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour sustained, with gusts to 40 miles an hour expected, primarily in the Charleston metro area along the coast there. Further inland in Berkeley County and Dorchester County, it does not look like the winds are going to get as strong there. You're going to still be stable, pretty stable in that wedge. This is just more towards the coast where we're seeing some of those warmer temperatures move in, a little bit better mixing, some warm advection there, and we're going to go from there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as we go. Again, double boxing here. I'm Jared. I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in the rain, and this camera from Matthews Chair Cam, set up by James Brierton up there, one of our producers and panelists. He is, we are still watching the chair cam to see what precipitation types or what's happening with precipitation types up in Matthews. Let's zoom in on that a little bit closer. It looks like we had a brief drop in the signal. Hopefully we get a little higher resolution here in a second so we can see what's what. Again, they may be starting to experience some power issues and some communications issues up there as well. We've actually, I believe we've lost contact with several weather stations in the ice storm warning area as well. So we'll have to, I'm going to be continuing to check on that, but it looks like we've had no report now from Newberry in a while. That was one of those stations. Saluda, Edgefield, we are not getting any reports from there. Greenwood, we're still getting reports. We're getting 31 degrees and freezing rain in Greenwood. But let's take a look at this now that this image is cleared up a little bit. You can see the icicles hanging off of the armrest there, continuing to imply a sleet and freezing rain mix at times. Looks like this is still sleet. You can really see the sleet piling up there on the chair there, as well as the surrounding areas, the surrounding grasses. A decent little sleet accumulation there. Again and again in the in this area, we are expecting a changeover to freezing rain before too long. As we get later on into the day. In fact, the model data and the radar, kind of the radar mask here, when looking at Charlotte, we're really starting to get close to that transition line there for the potential for icing. So that is certainly something that we're going to want to keep a close eye on as we go in the next couple hours, because again, we are expecting a pretty significant ice storm to develop in the Charlotte metro area over the next couple hours. Power outages are starting to be reported up there. We're starting to see, let me go back to the refreshing the outage map there. We're up to 23 outages in Charlotte proper inside the 485 loop there from Duke Energy. And again, that's going to continue to climb. Overall, we have several thousand now across North and South Carolina and Duke Energy's territory. We have those power outages are really starting to pile up a little bit. We have 18,000 in the Greenville Spartanburg area, for example. So, and again, if your power goes out, that's going to be kind of a long duration issue because right now it's unsafe. It's unsafe for power crews to go out and attempt repairs for a multitude of reasons. So if you're out of power, you may be for a bit. Hopefully you can watch us on your phone. Again, we're streaming right here on the Carolina Weather Group YouTube page, Facebook, Twitter, and the Carolina Weather Net as well, which is our 24-hour channel. We'll be continuing that coverage. We'll be continuing coverage really throughout the day here as the situation continues to develop. A little programming note too. At noon, we're going to be switching over to Governor Cooper in North Carolina, giving a briefing on the state of play in his state for the North Carolina, to talk about, all right, where are we, what's happening with damage, what's happening with ice accretion and things like that. Should have a comprehensive update from there at around noon. They're usually pretty punctual up there. Some governors are better than others, and we'll leave it at that. Zooming out a little bit, we're starting to see the mesoanalysis is really starting to see a couple key features beginning to take shape here. First off is that we've been talking about a low pressure developing in Georgia, and that definitely seems to be happening here. If we take the mesoanalysis as gospel, and again, I haven't looked at the and we'll also get to peek at the actual observations here in a little bit. We're beginning to see low pressure develop here, and as a result, we're starting to see a little bit more forced precipitation to get going in Colleton County down through Beaufort County into the Savannah metro. And this may be the beginning of a squall line that is expected to develop and head up the coast, and potentially bringing the risk for some damaging wind gusts and maybe even a tornado up to Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, into the Outer Banks. So certainly stay on your guard there for the next few hours as we begin to see this new low begin to take shape here. A secondary low, kind of the parent low here, handing off to this new low near the coast, is now well into the mountains, and again, this is coinciding a little bit with a dry slot that's cutting off some of the heavier precipitation at this point. We still have some precipitation falling around Atlanta and up into Athens. In fact, it may very well be snow around Atlanta. We'll have to check the on the ground observations for that. Zooming out a little bit, I want to talk about this dry slot a little. I want to talk about this dry slot a little more, because this is going to be the feature that ultimately works its way up through the Carolinas and shuts off the precipitation as the day goes on. So first of all, looking in the upper levels here, here's your low. Here's your upper level low right here, roughly south of Birmingham. We still have really good outflow channels here for upper level divergence, which is allowing that air to be evacuated and helping to enhance lift, and that's why we're getting probably the best rain rates of the day right now. Best precip rates roughly from about Charlotte east to Raleigh. We're in that divergent zone aloft, and that is helping that is helping the lift quite a bit in conjunction with the surface features. This brown area here, where you see the brown, this is drier air punching northward here. And so this is looking in the mid levels. So this is not necessarily at the surface. We still have some moisture at the surface that the surface features are helping to wring out, but we are getting this drier layer of air that's going to come in and through the day that is going to punch up and eventually shut off the precipitation from southwest to northeast. We are already seeing signs that potentially this could shut off precipitation in the Charleston area by about 2-3 o'clock. See how this works out. But it's something that we're going to watch closely. So let's go back to radar here and the surface lows here. We have the surface low there, surface low there. We're going to start to see these winds as the surface low develops closer to the coast too. We're going to really see these winds begin to kick up here. We have some pretty strong wind gusts that have been reported there. I'm going to go to another machine real quick and take a look at the observations. So give me just a second here as I take a quick look at some of that. We are continuing for. We should expect to hear from Scotty Powell here fairly soon. He's trying to get back from Uptown, back to his home base in Morganton, where they've had. Some areas have seen maybe 7-8 inches of snow at this point. Could be transitioning to sleet, so we're going to be waiting on that as well. And we may try and get a couple other folks on the line here at some point in the near future as well. So let's see here. Yeah, so again, northeasterly winds continue over land. We remain solidly in the 30s and 40s in the Charleston metro. What we are finding though is that over water, we're seeing gusts to 37 knots, and that is, I mean, it's pretty good. And those gusts are going to spread inland as some of that warmer air spreads inland as well. So we're going to have to, we're going to have to watch that closely as time goes on, because again, we have a wind advisory coming up. we'll have a wind advisory coming up at 11 for much of the coastal areas of South Carolina. Got a report that Mount Airy, close to Virginia border, has just stopped snowing and is now sleeting. So let's pan back up there. That is a really good report, and again, that seems to align fairly well with what we are seeing now as we get closer there. Zooming in, it doesn't look like I have you as a point on here, but yeah, I certainly believe that around Roanoke Rapids, right before you get into Virginia and I-95, we're starting to see that transition. It looks like, and so we're gonna keep an eye on that closely here. Freezing rain possible Murfreesboro to Enfield to Halifax to Nashville to Rocky Mount, Wilson, and now getting into the Raleigh metro area as well. Raleigh, Cary, Wake Forest. Wake Forest was a legitimate winter wonderland earlier. It is now probably transitioning to sleet. So we're going to keep a close eye on that over the next little while. Again, it's a mess, folks. I don't think there's any other way to put it. It certainly is a mess out there right now. And continuing to take a look at reports and other things. And I'd love to hear what you're seeing. Again, thanks to all of you who have sent reports in so far. This is certainly helpful. These are some of the storm reports that have been received at this point from the National Weather Service. Snow totals approaching a foot in a couple spots in North Carolina. A good report here from Roland in northwest Chesterfield County. Light sleet has turned into light to moderate freezing rain again. Approximately 0.2 of an inch of ice buildup on exposed surfaces. 27 mile per hour, 27 wind picked up to 20 miles an hour with gusts to around 25. So 27 degrees. Winds sustained at 20, gusts to 25. So Chesterfield, I mean, this is an area where I believe that we have even seen reports of trees down. Yeah, and so tree and roadway on Rivers Hill Road and Bill Curtis Road from the South Carolina Highway Patrol there. So ice storm is on there. You will notice that our mask is showing it as more of a rain event at the moment, but this is helpful information because this does a nice job of qualifying that. So yeah, Mount Airy northwest of Winston-Salem. Yeah, you're gonna get, yeah, there you are. Again, the mask is showing that you are still in snow. This could be an indicator that maybe that warm nose is we may be a little too warm at the surface on the models, and we may be a little bit too cold aloft on the models. That's one nice thing about using masking tools like this, is that this can help us calibrate how the models are performing. So that's some very helpful information from everybody, and please keep them coming as we go. Let's take me out of maximize here, and let's bring in the chair cam from Matthews once again, and we've been watching this to really try to capture when this cuts over to freezing rain up here in Matthews, and still we're not really seeing too much of a sign of a straight up freezing rain cutover at this point. We have we have a good bit of sleet here, and we've been seeing some sleet falling here, but we really have not had any major cutover to this point here in Matthews, but it looks like that's coming very soon, and that would coincide with the increasing freezing rain reports out of Charlotte. So definitely something to watch. So as you can probably hear, we've been at it for a bit here this morning. Started with James Brierton up in the Charlotte area, up in Matthews, and Scotty Powell is trying to get back from Morganton, back to his home base there. Hopefully he's okay. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston. We have been talking throughout the morning with people like Evan Fisher out of UNC Asheville. They've been launching weather balloons. I'm awaiting their 15Z sounding to see where that warm nose is, get some ground truth on that, which will be immensely helpful to us as we continue to essentially nowcast this thing at this point. What we have noticed from this storm is that we had an early overperformance of snow in the upstate of South Carolina. Looks like that is beginning to transition into more of a mix of snow, sleet, maybe some freezing rain. Roland and Chesterfield County just noted in our chat that lights are beginning to flicker there. We are beginning to see the risk for power outages increasing across much of South Carolina, especially northern parts of South Carolina into southern North Carolina, along the I-95 corridor, along I-40, and heading down I-85 into the Greenville Spartanburg area, where Duke Energy has something like 15,000 customers affected right now by outages. So again, we're going to be seeing these outage numbers creep up as the day goes on. Winds will be coming up. Freezing rain will continue to be an issue. You don't need much wind for freezing rain on trees to snap off trees. It adds that ice adds that extra weight. Bring trees down, bring power lines down. We've already seen examples of that. I expect that we're going to see more of that throughout the day. So, all right. So again, just taking a little whip around here, taking a look at reports, and yeah, it's been a busy morning of winter weather over much of the area. Let's see. McDowell County, Pleasant Gardens, precipitation transitioning to sleet after 6.75 inches of snow. That's a report from a meteorologist in McDowell County. Amateur radio reporting 6 inches of snow and sleet at Highway 11 and 14 in Spartanburg County, South Carolina. That came in about 10:40, so not too long ago. Worth noting also that we are now in the sleet at UNC Ashville. We have a report now from UNC Asheville that we have gone completely sleet there. So that gives us a general idea it gives us a good idea of where this warm nose is beginning to punch in. And it certainly looks like it's beginning to punch in now into Western North Carolina, as we would expect as the low pressure starts to move into the area at the surface. It's going to help funnel in some of that warm advection aloft. So we'll be watching that as that changeover happens there. Burke County EOC has changed over to snow sleet mix after 6.5 inches of snow there. McDowell County, all sleet at the EOC there. So go to Raleigh now. I mean, I'm still hearing some pretty good rain out here, even in Charleston, as we go here. So let's zoom out a bit using the radar analyst here. I'm going to take a look at Charleston real quick. We've been all rain in the low country today, and we're going to stay that way. And for those of you who are down there, follow me down there in the low country. We've been looking at that. And one thing that I want to point out is that we do have, as I mentioned before, we do have that low pressure beginning to take shape. If we do a little in situ observations here, yeah, it looks like I don't have any MSLP to go off of, but if we look at the winds and the wind directions here, looks like roughly around here we have low pressure beginning to form, and that is going to drive forward. It's going to, with that combined with the upper levels, we're starting to see some heavier rain begin to move into the Charleston area. And this is a budding squall line right here, we believe. And this squall line is going to move northeast. It's going to move northeast across the coast. And again, this is going to be your severe weather threat. Charleston Metro, I suspect that there is a minor severe weather threat at the coast, very marginal, very small. But that severe weather threat should be over probably a little afternoon. And as you'll note too on the single site radar here out of Charleston, we are also noting that dry slot really jumping in here. You kind of have a sharp cutoff of the precipitation back towards Millen and Statesboro and back into Savannah. So places in southern South Carolina, your precipitation may end as soon as 2 o'clock. The models have been kind of keying in on that pretty consistently. So again, we got a couple more hours of heavy rain and gusty winds. And again, winds could gust to 40 miles an hour, especially near the coastal areas of South Carolina, Beaufort, Hilton Head, Charleston, Mount Pleasant, Ondaw, McClellanville. Further inland, it will be breezy, 20, 25 mile an hour winds, but certainly not in that, the more highly severe wind potential there. So let's go back to the regional radar here. We have a report of all sleet now in Bethlehem, 22 degrees with winds at 6 miles an hour. That is cuddle up with a fire. Not too much fire, because that could go wrong on you. My God, that is that's chilly. That's nasty, and it's sleet too, which gives you a general idea of just how sharp that temperature difference is as you go up. Taking a look at reports coming in on the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube. Thank you all for joining us there. We are mainly sleet and 22 degrees in Eflin, North Carolina. Thank you for that report. Gloria reports is asking what's going on in Greenville, North Carolina. What's going on in Greenville, North Carolina right now is probably a little bit of freezing rain, maybe changing over to regular rain here. Let's get the latest observation from nearby airports there. Pitt Greenville Airport is at 34 degrees, light rain. So we're above freezing there. Northeast winds about 10 miles an hour. Wind chill is down to about 27, 5 miles of visibility there. So it looks like that the ice risk is making its inland push now, as we start to see temperatures near the coast begin to warm up. 34 in Greenville, North Carolina, 37 at Washington Warren Field Airport, 46 at Hyde County Airport, on the Outer Banks near Englehard and Fairfield and Stumpy Point. Kill Devil Hills is up to 47. Elizabeth City is at 42. Meanwhile, you go down to Hosky Tri-County Airport, you're at 31. You're in light snow. That is a very recent report, 1555Z. So I mean, that literally just came out there. So we have some snow still in parts of Northeast North Carolina, but again, that could change over to freezing rain or sleet here in short order. And keep in mind too that some of these stations are automated, so they may be seeing snow where it's actually sleeting. So that's another thing to keep in mind there, is that a lot of times these automated stations have trouble discriminating between precipitation types. Earlier today, if you were on with us earlier, you saw a lot of unknown precipitation markers, and that is when the system basically is like, I don't know what this is. This is literally like, I'm not sure. It's precipitation of some type. We can't be definitive as to absolutely what kind it is. So that's giving a general idea here of where that wedge is. Halifax Northampton Regional Airport is one of those unknown precipitation stations. Radar and model data suggests that it is in the ice zone at this point. Temperatures 27 at the surface, 28 degrees at Triangle North Executive Airport in northeast of Raleigh. RDU, Raleigh-Durham International Airport, 28 degrees. Reporting light freezing rain and ice pellets. So you're getting a mix in there right now in that area. 25 at Durham with generally mist, and that might be some freezing mist there. Then we get closer into the Piedmont and the foothills here. We get 20 degrees in Greensboro right now with sleet. 21 degrees at Winston-Salem. Unknown precipitation. If I had to guess, probably a mix of snow and sleet at this point. Knowing what we know about the profile of the warm nose and what we've seen here, and we go from there. So Hickory is down to 23, unknown precipitation. We've had a lot of ground truth reports of sleet here. Same with Morganton at this point. Morganton Airport reporting light snow still, but we have also heard that there has been transitions to sleet, at least at times there. And again, that may be an automated observation that is not discriminating properly between ice pellets and snowfall. So it's certainly a mess here. We'll continue our tour there. Let me get the winds off of here real quick so y'all can kind of see a little bit better. That was not the winds here. This will clean up the display a little nicely here, and we'll leave the storm reports up so you can see where we are. You can see we'll leave the radar up so you can see generally where the estimation is for what kind of precipitation is falling where. Starting to see those ice pellets move into Ashville now. We've gotten reports at UNCA that there is a transition now to all sleet at Ashville, so that is an indication that maybe this mask is maybe underdoing the warm nose aloft a little bit. 24 at Asheville Regional with unknown precipitation, so probably sleet if I had to guess. Brevard here, I've got no, I don't have any observations from here, but would presume sleet. Same with Tryon, Greenville, 27 degrees and unknown precipitation, so probably sleet or some such. We have Scotty Powell, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the chair cam out, and we're going to bring Scotty into the mix here in Morganton. Scotty, how are you looking? How's it going up there? He's getting his camera together real quick. So might have brought him in a little early. I'm gonna. All right, we got a good front look. Scotty, can you hear me? I think he's still getting a couple things configured here. So, and it looks like he's in a bit of a low signal area too. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And we'll go from. It looks like we lost him. So we're still waiting for a good signal from him. And again, power outages are going to be a thing. It could affect cell service. Could have those kinds of issues there. We've been getting a couple questions about next week's. There is a potential storm next weekend that's been showing up on the models. I know I've heard that some weather apps are already starting to show the snowflake of doom. We have not really dug into that very much because we have been primarily focused on this event. This event is what's going on right now. And so that's where we're at right now. There is something on the models that's interesting. The pattern is interesting. The pattern remains favorable for additional winter weather in the southeast. Beyond that, it's hard to say. It's going to be difficult to say. Stay with us. We got a lot of this to go, and I suspect that we'll be doing. Hearing more about this as the details unfold. All right. So it looks like we've got Scotty now with a full signal. I'm going to take him in. Scotty, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jared. Can you hear me?
Yep, I've got you, buddy.
All right. So sorry about that, but just trying to get connected here. I will let you know here in the foothills, the snow has stopped. We actually had a little brief period of sleet, and right now it's more of kind of like a fine, misty drizzle type fine snowflake, if that's kind of a good description to use. The snow is not coming down as hard as it was just about 15-20 minutes ago. I have been out and about and not had much service, but finally was able to get a little bit of service now to get back into you. But the roadways are still pretty snow covered. They are starting to plow a little bit more and starting to make a little bit of headway, but you can see here, I'm living the Catawba River area, got some video, and definitely will shoot that over to our YouTube page and get all that stuff loaded up later on this afternoon, kind of let you see the snowy scenes from around Morganton. But, the snow has stopped. We've got that kind of like that fine, misty drizzle. There's a snowflake here or there, but nothing like it was about 30 minutes ago, Jared.
Thank you for that report, Scotty. And that is, I mean, this is, we're leaving your video full. This is treacherous, and please be safe as you drive through this. Definitely appreciate the images here, and that comports well with what we've been hearing from around the EOC, the Burke County EOC, and places there that we are in this transition zone now. Asheville continues to report snow at the airport there. UNC Asheville is reported to change over to sleet, at least temporarily. We're awaiting their 15Z sounding to see exactly what they're seeing. And go ahead.
Oh, Jared, I was going to say, I have noticed the wind has definitely picked up over the last 10, 15 minutes. And in my Jeep, you know how these car thermometers are. You got to take it with a grain of salt. But the temperature right now, 21 degrees here in Morganton. So that's the temperature. And then you measure in a 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gust here or there. It definitely puts the wind chills into the single digits and the teens. So a very cold situation. What I want to do, Jared, I know you've been talking a lot. I can give you just a little bit of a break. I want to drive a little bit around town. And I can talk a little bit if you need to get a drink of water or something like that.
Yeah,
And
that sounds good. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna rack up Governor Cooper. He'll be on in the next hour, North Carolina, to give an update, and we are also expecting to hear some additional guests chiming in at some point. Not sure who exactly we're gonna have just yet, but more to come on that. So I'm gonna go mute. Scotty, take over, buddy.
Okay, yeah. So I'll hang out here for a few minutes, kind of let you see what I'm seeing. This is downtown Morganton, so you can probably hear the sleet hitting off of the windshield. And that sleet transition happened, I would say, in the last 30, 45 minutes. It was really brief, though, about 15, 20 minutes. And then kind of just more of that misty drizzle, fine snowflakes going on. So we are going to just take a little drive around Morganton here with me. So you can see there's not a lot of traffic out here. The roads are pretty snow covered, though. You can see a city truck here, city official out riding around, but a lot of folks who are out are on 4-wheel drive. And I can tell you, really, the sleet starting to pick up pretty good now. You can really, I'm listening through my AirPods, so I don't know if you can pick up on the clinging sound, but sleet is definitely there. But the roads, at least right now, are more snow covered than anything. But Jerry, my fear is if this sleet continues, it's really going to make things icy. So I'm not going to be out here long, honestly, with this sleet really starting to come down right now. But I definitely wanted to give you an update, kind of see what the road conditions are like. You can see they're snow covered. Nothing's really, the snow plows have been plowing, but with the wind and the snow, it gets covered right back up. So the plows are out, but right now, not a lot of headway being made with these roadways. But again, they are passable. It's not icy right now. And that's the thing is, I've seen one grocery store open and everything else is kind of just shut down. So, not a lot of things open right now, but there are a few people out and about. And looking at snowfall, I mean, to be honest with you, it's been since 2018 since the Morganton area has seen any snowfall over 2 inches. And so I've measured several places here in town, a good 6 to 7 inches. A lot of 7-inch reports coming in. So I think that's the swath right now. Jared, you've been tuned in to chat, so you may have seen some different totals. But everything that I've seen from my eyes and pictures being sent in from friends and family has shown a good 7 inches of snow, 6 to 7 inches of snow here in Morganton-Burke County. So that is definitely more snowfall than we've seen in the last couple of years, and it's all happened in this one storm. So roadways, again, treacherous. You can kind of see these trees. This is a dry powdery snow. So not a lot of snowfall in the trees and the wind's blowing it. So that's a good thing. So no trees really being weighed down yet. But if we do get that ice later on, that could definitely, situation could change. But, it is a very wintry morning here in the foothills of North Carolina. And, the snowfall is it's well liked, and nobody really wants ice. And I know a lot of our followers who are listening right now are tuning in from places that do have more ice than snow. And I'm sorry about that. I know everybody wants snow, but that's just sometimes how these winter situations are in the North Carolina, South Carolina area. It's just always a mixed bag of precipitation. So I am right now, this is the intersection of Highway 6418, and I'm on Kirksey Drive, and this is going to be coming up through the Morganton School for Deaf is right here, Western Piedmont, just off camera, Western Piedmont Community College. I'm going to go down this area, and then we'll go back up through town, kind of let you see what it looks like there. But again, you can see this tractor right here trying to clear some roadways here. Don't think there'll be school. I know there's not school tomorrow with the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, and then most students are, at least in Byrd County, are on a teacher workday for that Tuesday because of COVID. A lot of schools being hit with COVID and sickness and teachers out and stuff like that. So schools have already been closed for tomorrow and Tuesday. So we'll have to kind of see what the situation will be on Wednesday. But this is a sledding hill. This is a good opportunity. I'm glad I came through here. I was wondering if anybody was out and about sledding yet, because this is one of the popular spots that we see a lot of kids and families come out and go snow sledding. But I don't see anybody out yet. I see a few tracks, but nobody currently out right now. And it is brutally cold. I mean, this is by far the coldest temperatures we've seen all year. Our lowest temperature in Morganton has been about 18 degrees. It is 11 a.m. and the temperature is 22, so it's by far the coldest day that we've seen here in Morganton, with snow and sleet continuing to fall. And
Scotty. Scotty, you were
ahead.
mentioning about your car thermometer earlier. I mean, that's right on track. That's right.
Okay.
That 21 is very, very, very reasonable for that for what you're in right now. We're the Morganton Airport is at 23. To give you a general idea of where we're at with that right now. So, yeah, I mean, that definitely sounds very plausible. Certainly looks it.
It's a very wintry 21 degrees. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
it is cold. I've got the heated seat and the heated steering wheel on, and my body is thanking me for that. So, and Jared, the sleet's really starting to come down pretty good now. I'm sure you guys can hear it. It's probably the hardest sleet, heaviest sleet that I've seen all day. And, I'm going to give the HRR credit. I know we were talking about this last night on Let's Talk Carolina Weather, but the HRR, just nailed this system again with the snowfall. It said around lunchtime is when we would start to see that transition to sleet. It may be 30 minutes early. It's 11:12 right now, so 30, 45 minutes early. But the sleet transition has started to occur here in Morganton. And that was really right in line with the HRR, the HER model. The HRRR model, the HER model, also predicted temperatures right now to be in the low 20s. So really did well with precipitation, precip type, precipitation, start time, and the temperatures. So we got a car passing here, so I'm going to make sure that I'm paying attention to the road. These situations, you got to be the defensive driver. You got to watch out for people around you. Some people take snow serious and some do not. And you got to be the defensive driver here. But, all in all, Jared, this is some pretty heavy sleet. And I'm not sure if the camera is really doing any justification, but the visibility is starting to come down a little bit more as well. So that tells me that there's some heavy precipitation moving in. I'm not able to look at the radar, but is the radar kind of bringing us in another heavy band, Jared?
Let me go over to GSP's radar real quick, and I'll get a look at that. As looks like we've temporarily lost Scotty's video. I'm going to just switch this up. We're going to keep him in the corner there. They say nobody put Scotty in the corner. Well, I do. So anyway, bad joke. It's been a long morning. So looking at that here, let me take what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the mask off real quick, the precipitation type mask off. And this sometimes helps us see a little bit better as to what's going on. So yes, it's green, but yes, this is all winter weather here. And you can see it does look like, Scotty, that we do have a band coming in into Marion and Morgan. We have some enhanced reflectivity here. Looking at the correlation coefficient, looks like it's very heavily mixed right now. So we have a lot of good mixing here showing up. So probably a mix of precipitation types, if I had to guess. I
can verify the sleet is really picking up. Sitting here at this red light, you can really see it bouncing off the hood of my car. And so, folks, if you are tuning in from the foothills right now, know that you may have had 7 inches of snow earlier. Now that this sleet's starting to happen and picking up, you're going to start to see that snow compact a little bit because that sleet really packs everything in. So the roads right now, snow covered. If you have a four-wheel drive, you can be out. But as that snow really starts to pack down, we're going to get that icy layer, Jared, and that's when the road conditions will really start to go downhill.
Yep. Absolutely. We just got the 15Z sounding from Ashville. So,
Yeah, let's go over that.
So, again, for those of you who, if you haven't been here with us this morning, if you're just joining in, first of all, I'm Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. That's Scotty Powell in a much colder Morganton, North Carolina. We've had James Brierton on with us from Charlotte. He'll be popping in and out at times. And Evan Fisher as well from UNC Asheville, who is helping to launch some of these weather balloons that we are now seeing right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly update my screen share here. We are standing by for later this morning for a press conference from North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper on the state of the response in North Carolina. So we're going to go ahead and take this full. And what this is, what are we looking at? Just looks like a couple lines, right? So this is the output from a weather balloon. They've been launching weather balloons about every 3 hours in Asheville at UNC Asheville. The red line is the temperature trace, and the green line is the dew point trace. And this kind of graph is called a skew T log P, and it's called a skew because it is skewed. You have these. You have the. Let me get over to the web browser here real quick, and so I can hopefully get my cursor on the screen here. You can see that we have these lines of equal temperature isotherms skewing up to the right, and one of the trends that we have been watching is the penetration of the warm nose. Now, earlier we did report observations at UNC Asheville began to report sleet mixing in, and that certainly seems to be the case. We're seeing that warm nose beginning to nose in just a little bit, and I'll try and zoom in on that just a little bit here. Let's see if I can zoom a little bit more. That zoom is not working the way that I expected it to. All right, that's fine. But you can see that you can see this little jut out. Here's the 0 degree line. Here's this jutting out a little bit right there, and that's a little bit of warm air, warmer than freezing. So you have a little bit of melting happening here, and then that will quickly refreeze, and there's enough of a layer here to refreeze it into ice pellets before it comes down. It seems like a good mixing sounding as well. I mean, it's not a huge warm nose by any stretch, and so I mean we could certainly see a mix of sleet and snow with that. But that's the situation there. And you'll also notice that it's very saturated through about, through about 20,000 feet down. And then we start seeing that dry slot. We're starting to see the dry slot begin to show itself a little bit on these soundings as well. And that has cut off the larger snow production at this point. So that's another reason why you might be seeing more ice pellets, more smaller snowflakes at this point in the Asheville area. So that's what we're looking at from some science in real time done by the students at UNC Asheville up there. Crucially important information as there's not a weather balloon station. There's not a station there that will that'll send weather balloons up. The closest one is Greensboro. So that is a crucially important amount of information that helps us calibrate the models and other things as we figure out, okay, where is the rain? Where is the snow? Where is the sleet? Where is the freezing rain? So Scotty, that's the situation there. As we go
That's
there.
good to know that the warm nose is shallow. So hopefully at least that continues. The freeze and rain threat won't be as high as feared.
Yeah, shallow so far.
Definitely would rather have sleet than freeze and rain. So I'm in downtown Morganton. We're going to take a little tour through Morganton, kind of show you what's going on here.
Yep, let's do it.
This is our downtown area, and I am going to do a little circle around here. This is, if you're familiar with Morganton, this is 181. If we continue going north, we'd be going into the North Carolina mountains, but I'll make us a little turn right here. This is the Marriott Resort Hotel right here. So we're going to make a turn and see what's going on here in the downtown area. As you can see, hopefully, I hope you can see from the camera here, the road's really packed down here. And I think this is when we're going to start seeing issues. With it being packed down, it's no longer powdery. So this is going to make conditions a little bit more icy as that sleet comes into the area. So nobody really out. They have done some plow work since I was through here earlier, so they're starting to try to get their footing here. You can see one individual actually walking in the road, and the sleet really starting to come down in earnest. This is actually John Payne. He is our photographer for the city, and his shop's right here. We just passed it, so this is some pretty heavy sleet now falling. So that radar that you were showing, Jared, with the bright banding, showing some mixed precipitation, that is definitely the sleet here. That is in Morganton. So we'll continue to drive through here. This is kind of like the main area of Morganton. You've got Sane's Barbershop and Toasted and Roll ice cream. I don't think you want ice cream today, but it's a great place to check out.
I always seem to like ice cream on cold days. I don't know what it is. I don't know I don't know what that is, but it's a thing.
Well, hey, it's a great place to check out. So if you're ever in Morganton, you need to come here to Toasted and Roll. So here's the downtown area, or Wells Fargo Bank kind of area. You can see it's a beautiful little town, and it's even more beautiful with snow falling. So some folks out here walking their dog. A lot of people just out enjoying this, Jared. And that's one thing. I know some people hate snow, but I love it because it just feels like it brings out the joy in people. You know, people can they're forced to take a break and slow down and enjoy family and friends and your dogs or pets or whoever you may have. And so it's a good time for the family to get together. And that's one benefit that I love of snow days. So again, it's the sleet really picking up here. So we're going to stop here at this red light. And again, people are out and about, not a lot, but there are some cars out. So far, I have not seen anyone stuck or anything like that. So we will hope that continues, but I'm afraid with this sleet coming down, you can kind of see on the windshield, it's really starting to bounce and accumulate. So that sleet really concerns me, because I do believe that will be when we start to really see the roads deteriorate and really get icy.
Yeah, there's there are the modeling and the radar seem to think that there even could be some freezing rain beginning to mix in South Burke County. So
yeah, that's towards the South Mountains, which would make sense. They're a little bit more higher in elevation and a little bit more into that warm nose where the precipitation is melting and actually it's freezing rain instead of sleet where it is here. You know, South Mountains, I think not much higher than the elevation of Morganton, but just enough to they're punching into a little bit warmer air than we are here, a couple of 100 feet below in elevation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm telling you, the sleet is really coming down. So I'm going to make this turn through town, and then I'm going to drive home. And just for my security, when I get it close to home, Jared, I'm going to turn the camera off, and I'll join when I get back inside. But we still got a little bit of time to do that. So
yeah, no, that sounds good. What I've got behind me, real quick, is and I realize that this is going to be. Let me do this. I've got the correlation coefficient up behind me, and you can and the thing that is really noticeable is that there is a lot of mixing going on right now. There's a lot of melting happening at 7,000 feet. And 7,000 to 8,000 feet. So there's a lot of melting here, and that explains, and that is a good indicator of what's going on with this sleet here. Again, we're melting aloft, and then and then there's enough cold air at the surface, plenty of cold air, plenty of deep cold air to refreeze. And so that is what we're seeing right now from Scotty. And that is what we're seeing on radar. So that's verifying quite nicely as we go. Let's go back to just the drive here, and I mean, you really can hear that sleet.
Yeah, it is really coming down pretty hard now. The sleet is, and it is it's probably the hardest I've seen the sleet fall today. And get through here, and you can see the roads a little sideways there. You can see the roads.
Mm-hmm.
They're starting to get that icy glaze on them. I can kind of tell the icy glaze starting to form here, and that's along with this sleet is really going to cause some issues. And remember, folks, we had some brine solution put down, but when your temperatures are at 21 degrees, there's not much that's going to melt that snow and ice. So no matter what you do, that's not really going to be conducive of helping melt it. So, Jared, it's a pretty wintry situation here. So I'm going to hop off here because I'm about a mile or so from my house, and give me about 15 minutes and I will hop on the computer there and we'll continue our coverage.
Sounds good, Scotty. Hope to be safe. We'll talk to you soon. All right. So that was Scotty Powell down in Morganton. He's on his way back on his way back home. So we are going to let him get in and get settled. He'll be joining us on the anchor desk here in a little bit. And again, just a quick programming notes for everybody. We're going to be picking up a press conference from Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina here at about noon. So at about half hour from now, we expect to hear from the governor of North Carolina around the response to this and what we're seeing elsewhere. So let's take it wide again. Let's go to the wide view here of what we've got going on. And again, we've got some heavy rain. So it's a tale of two storms, it feels like, right? I just got a surface analysis from a friend of mine at the National Weather Service, and yeah, the low pressure definitely beginning to form here. And starting to see evidence of the warm front begin to move up. So we're definitely watching that, and this is going to be for the Charleston area probably as we get into the next couple hours. I suspect that this is going to be the wettest part of it, actually. And so there's a report of a tree down in Chatham County in Savannah. So again, we're starting to see some of that wind become a problem here. The temperature contrast is still nuts. 52 at Charleston Executive Airport in Johns Island, 37 at Monk's Corner. To give you a general idea of where that warm front is, we are starting to see some signs that it is pushing inland a little bit. We're starting to see some signs that low pressure is developing along the coast. Was just looking at a surface analysis at it, and it certainly seems like that is getting going as energy transfers from the low to the west to the low to the east along the wedge. So that's what we're watching right now. Here is, so again, here's a line of showers and storms. We'll take a closer look at this here with the local radar. We're starting to see this line of showers and storms get going around Walterboro, and again, pretty decent forcing with the low developing there. We do continue to expect a squall line will develop somewhere in South Carolina, probably after this gets past Charleston, and will come up the coast and potentially cause issues along the coast with maybe damaging winds and maybe even a tornado or two, especially as we get into North Carolina. There's a small risk for that for Wilmington and the Outer Banks there. So something to keep an eye on. Again, not saying that there's going to be an outbreak or anything close to that. I don't know that that's going to be the case, but it is something that we are going to keep an eye on for the next little bit as we await as we see how this comes together. So again, just a big rainy mess right now in Charleston. Keeping an eye on the winds too. Winds are east-northeast at 15 at the airport there. Winds are north at 6, gusting to 19 at Johns Island. Winds are variable at 5, gusting to 11 at Mount Pleasant. Now, a wind advisory is in effect. It's gone into effect at 11. We do expect winds to kick up somewhat dramatically along the coast here. The potential for 30 to 40 mile-an-hour wind gusts is certainly in the cards, which could cause some isolated power outages even further south into the Charleston metro area. So we're going to be watching that closely. Again, this is going to be something that we're going to need to keep an eye on for down here. But you'll notice on the local radar view here as well that we have a pretty sharp cutoff coinciding with the dry slot that we've been talking about now for the last little bit. Looks like from Augusta right down the Savannah River now. Because as we pan over into Georgia, at least in the low-level cut of the Charleston radar, it dries out pretty well. So again, it's certainly possible that the bulk of the rain in the Charleston area could be over in the next couple hours. And it may already be over in places like Hilton Head and Beaufort. So So we're going to see this begin to move northeast. It's going to kind of go up the gut of I-95. It looks like spreading in rain even further inland, and spreading it inland and north. And by tomorrow, except for the aftermath, this will be a distant memory. So again, let's go to the wider view, and I'll zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see what's going on. So we have and as we mentioned before, we're seeing that we're beginning to see that the penetration of the slightly warmer temperatures begin at a little bit of an inland trek here. Still very warm at the coast, obviously in the 50s. Here, if we go, you go into Hilton Head is now up to 61 to give you a general idea of the impacts of the warm air there. Looks like we are solidly at this point within sleet and freezing rain now, stretching from really I-95 near Roanoke Rapids through Raleigh into Charlotte and into Greenville. We will have James Brierton here in a few minutes to give us an update from Charlotte as to what is happening there. As you can see, the temperatures still remain very bitterly cold in some spots. We had 18 degrees still at the Ashe County Airport, 22 degrees here at Mount Airy. We've had some reports that there's been some changeover at times to sleet. That airport continues to report light snow, but also keeping in mind that sometimes these stations can be misreporting if they're automated and there's no human augmentation to those observations. So you can see just a veritable mess here. Raleigh is at 28 with light freezing rain and ice pellets still. That's it. That's an hourly observation, so that is slightly out of date. I would not be surprised to see the ice pellets begin to taper off in favor of more freezing rain there, unfortunately. Durham, as of 11:15, is reporting mist, winds northeast at 16 knots, gust to 21 knots, wind chill of 11, balmy, very, very warm. Just kidding. And so we'll be watching that closely as time goes on. All right, so let's dive into some of your comments here. We've been pretty busy talking about what we're seeing here, but let's dive into this a little bit more. Let me just so we have an estimate of 5 inches in Bethlehem, North Carolina. All right. In Wingate, we are switched over to rain with freezing in the trees, but the wind has also picked up. Good news about switching over to rain is that will help melt some of that water. Hopefully you stay rain. Hopefully you stay warm rain. That's the goal here. And so 2 inches of snow and an inch of ice in Lawrence. I mean, that's right in that zone where we were expecting some decent accumulations, and that certainly is delivered. Gloria is reporting heavy snow in Greensboro. So that is you're right on that line. As it looks like, based on where the radar is estimating the snow and mix line. It's possibly getting one last burst, and then this should switch over to ice pellets here in the next little while. Greensboro Airport, let me take a look at that. Yeah, they are reporting a mix of freezing rain and ice pellets. Johnny Sloan with a report just now out of Rock Hill, starting to mix freezing rain and sleet. And so let's pan the radar down to Rock Hill real quick, and let's talk about that. So again, we're right here in the thick of it, right in the Charlotte metro. We're going to really start to see that freezing rain increase here now that we are getting that a little bit more of that warm nose penetrating inland. We were seeing that on that Ashville weather balloon sounding that we were showing a few minutes ago, and it certainly seems like this is bearing out here. We have temperatures at the Rock Hill, York County Airport down to about 29 degrees. Wind east-northeast at 10 with a gust to 23 knots. So, I mean, again, wind chill about 19 degrees with low visibility in winter weather. Charlotte Douglas International Airport is solidly in sleet at this point, at 28 degrees there. So again, we have we have the increased risk of power outages here. We have the as time goes on, we were starting to see some, even as we were watching Scotty drive back, he noted that we began to really see a kick up in he noticed a kick up in the how slick the roads were. And so that if that's any indication, if that's any indication as to what's going on, that's certainly something that we're going to want to keep a close eye on. Let's I'm going to I wish I could share two screens. I wish I could do two screens at once, but I've got Governor Cooper queued up, ready to go whenever he's ready to go. Let's bring up the outage maps real quick. I want to go back. I'm going to go back over the potential power outages here. This is from Duke Energy, and again, 22,000 outages in the Greenville Spartanburg area, 11,000 outages in Southwest North Carolina around the Highlands area, Cashers. 3,000 power outages around Asheville, 5,000 power outages in the Rock Hill, Charlotte, maybe metro area at this point. So we're definitely starting to see those go up. Overall, let me get back to that view. Let's zoom in a little bit. Charlotte metro definitely picking up now with the power outages. We're seeing 569 in the south side of Charlotte here. We're doing okay in Gastonia right now, about 4 over there, 108 further west into Shelby. But as we get further into the mountains here, we're starting to see this power outages really start to pile up here. At least 8,000 power outages around US 23, US 64, near Waynesville, Bryson, Cashers, Highlands. So definitely busy there. And again, Greenville area, about 5,000 power outages, at least just within the immediate Greenville area. Another 2,000, 2 to 3,000 in near Spartanburg and Greer. So clearly issues happening here. About 1,000 out in Camden, about 1,000 out here near Sumter, near Shaw Air Force Base. So again, we have been seeing some of that ice moving in. We've been seeing some of those problems, and that's going to be an issue there. So that's the Duke map. Let's go to the power outages for Dominion here. I'm gonna do a very technical thing here and hit refresh and just make sure that we get the latest data here real quick as this comes in. I'm sure this is a pretty heavy thing. So actually, it looks like outages are down in Dominion's territory right now. Just over 11,000 outages, about 11,473 outages to be precise. Most of that concentrated around the Columbia area. We do have a couple outages around US 15 near I-95. In Dorchester County, this is around the St. George area, but overall in the Charleston metro area, we seem to be doing all right so far. It's really concentrated in the Columbia area where we have some sporadic outages due to winter weather. So we're getting James Brierton back on here. Let me fix his name. He doesn't know how to spell his own name sometimes, so that's why I'm here. Let's bring in James here. And James, you're outside. It's cold. We've been looking at the chair cam quite a bit. I hear you.
It's very hard to type, Jared.
Yeah, no, it's all good, buddy. I'm hearing you now. What have you got?
We're here in Matthews. It is still sleeting. We are more or less sticking with the sleet in my hour-by-hour observations. And there is some silver lining to this. There is just enough coating of sleet on the ground that if you pack it down real nice, you can sleigh ride. As I am currently standing in the street as the sanctioned adult who's watching for cross traffic as the children are coming down the hill here, just on the other side of the camera.
No, that's great. I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that you're in the sleet. Again, the radar is estimating more of a freezing rain event at this point, but if we look at the observations in your neck of the woods, yeah, Monroe is fully freezing rain at this point. Charlotte Douglas is still ice pellets. So you're kind of in that thing there. I suspect that pretty soon, though, you're going to start getting into some of that freezing rain, James. So
I can tell you based on how it feels when it hits my face, i.e. it hurts, that we're still, I think, in sleet ice pellets as opposed to liquid freezing rain.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly seems based off of that, and then we'll bring in the chair cam here to show the accumulations.
Do you want me to go sit in it?
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, I think this is good. Let's let this be, and let's watch these accumulations. But I mean, the chair cam has been. I mean, we've seen this get gradually more and more covered with ice pellets as the day has go on. Haven't really seen too much growth with the icicles either, which lends credence to the fact that y'all have been solidly in the sleet there in Matthews.
Yeah, the dividing line between me and that freezing rain in Monroe has got to be like a stone's throw down the street.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be something that that we're going to keep an eye on there for sure. Is that look like over time, and when do you change over? Because again, when that changeover happens, that's when we start getting concerned about power outages and other problems. James, how is power up in your neck of the woods?
I have not checked other than here in the neighborhood, and we still have power here in the neighborhood. We haven't taken any flickers or anything. I think our blessing right now is that the winds are calm.
And there is sledding.
Catching some children. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once that warm nose begins to move in. I think that may come with a little bit of a surge in the wind too. So that's something that we're going to want to watch for you guys.
Didn't I just say the winds are calm, and now right on cue?
Yeah, it just picked up. Yeah, it happens. So yeah, I mean, again, we're going to start to see. I suspect that you may see a changeover soon as a result too. That might be some indication of maybe a little bit of deeper mixing going on there. The wedge starting to erode back a little bit in the upper levels, becoming a little bit more shallow in your neck of the woods. So that's certainly something that we're going to want to watch for you as time goes on. Again, in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to have the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, on for a briefing from the EOC.
I got ya!
There's we got a little sledding action going on here. I should have taken that full, but yeah, it's clearly, as you can see, you get enough ice pellets and you get it packed down enough, you still can sled.
How is that, dear?
It's good.
Okay.
It's good sledding.
Her jacket reminds me, it's a very wet snow, right? So if you're gonna come out in layers because you don't want to get wet in this cold.
No, certainly not. But that's really cool that we're seeing that there. James, I'm gonna just get a couple quick things here. Heavy sleet and mixed snow now in Jamestown. So that's one thing there. We've had a question about power outages in Winston-Salem and High Point. Looking back at the, I'm gonna go grab the Duke map again real quick. I'm not gonna put it on air, but what I can tell you is that when we look up in that neck of the woods here, and it takes a second for me to scroll there because the clustering algorithms and things like that. It looks like looks like you're okay up there right now. There's really not a lot. There's about 14 outages, 20 total, 18 to 20 or so right now reported in Winston-Salem and High Point there. So you're looking okay as far as outages.
Can you see those guys, those pine trees up there?
Yeah. I'm gonna take you full so everybody can see the pine trees.
That's the wind. Right there. Right there. That was a gust.
Yeah.
That one hurt a little.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you're going to start to see. I think you're going to start to see those winds really start to kick up. I mean, just your southwest and Monroe, you had a 30-knot gust. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at with that. And so, give you a general idea. I've been using knots because that's what the system is telling me. But that's about a 33-mile-an-hour wind gust now recently in Monroe. So, and they've reported now at Monroe also. We just got an LSR in about a quarter inch of ice in Monroe. So we're certainly seeing the we're certainly seeing the freezing rain threat approaching you from
I can
the
probably show
southeast.
Here's an area that has not been cleared. Let's see if that comes on through.
Yeah,
that's probably a quarter inch of we have sleet. It's like little. It's like you're having a snow cone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A good report here from Johnny in Rock Hill. He's starting to see winds picking up a little bit more. Gusts are starting to howl. Seems mainly transition to freezing rain. Precip running on the windows and not bouncing. So that's a really good way to check too, to see if you have freezing rain or sleet. If it's rolling down your windows, then you've got then you've got freezing rain. If it's bouncing off of your windows, you've got sleet. And it certainly seems like we're starting to see that transition really take hold now in the Rock Hill area. It looks like there's a little dropout in the radar data there. But we're going to want to watch that closely. Going back to the upstate a little bit too. Again, Lauren's right now reporting freezing fog, which you don't see very often around here. 30 degrees there at Lauren's. Down around Union, light snow still mixing in there with some mist. I suspect that the changeover to freezing rain is probably imminent there, if it hasn't already happened between observations.
Can I show you something real fast while I got another adult watching the street?
Yeah.
Here's a utility box, right? You can see we got sleet on top, but you can see the water and the ice that's freezing, and you can see some of the icicles that are forming. And this is more or less what they're worried about when you think about power lines and cells coming down or tree branches coming down and taking down those power lines along the way. It's that ice that's building up. Ice gets heavy, then we start tree around in the wind. And that's where we start getting into trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's certainly something there that we're going to want to that we're going to be monitoring very closely over the ensuing time. Got a report in Greenwood that there's no ice, which is interesting. Right now, they're reporting light freezing rain and mist at the Greenwood airport, but it also looks like that the edge of the melting layer is approaching there. Again, we had kind of a dearth of observations there. It looks like Newberry and places around there took a pretty decent hit from freezing rain earlier, and either lost power or the instruments froze up. Not really sure, but I haven't seen any observations out of there in a while. So that'll be a little bit of a blind spot there right now. So that's something we're going to want to keep an eye on as we go into time here.
I think a lot of this could be very neighborhood by neighborhood too, which is where those MPing reports come in. Just because what I'm seeing on this street may not be what they're seeing on the street over.
That's exactly right. And again, with the subtleties in this warm nose and how like small pockets can go one way or another very quickly, that can go there. Just got an updated snow report from Highlands. 11 as of 11 a.m. 9 to 11 inches in the area of Highlands. And sledding, yep. And everyone is certainly having you're certainly having a lot more fun than we are down here in Charleston, where it's all rain. We're getting crushed with rain down here right now. I
was worried this morning that we weren't going to be able to do this, and we're out doing it now because if that rain comes in later, it's going to be a lot more uncomfortable to do this. But Jared, take a look at my tertiary street here, my local neighborhood. I'm not expecting this to be cleared off by the city anytime soon. I wouldn't want to drive in it now, but I'm especially not going to want to drive in it after.
No, absolutely not. And again, this is the kind of thing that we're going to want people to be paying attention to. And not pushing it here. It's just we don't want people to be, if you can avoid traveling, let's do it. I mean, it was getting hairy for Scotty, and he's probably, once he gets on in Morganton, I think once he gets on his home base again, I think that's going to probably do it for him. It's probably going to be a lockdown. Real quickly, for those of you watching in Charleston, I'm going to take this full real quick because we've had some rain, we've had some wind move through here, and it's worth noting that we are now getting to the back end of the precipitation now. A lot of the back end of the precipitation coming through now, the Charleston metro area. We're still looking at it. We're still stuck at 39 in Moncks Corner, 41 at Somerville, 45 at the airport, 52 at Johns Island. Go down here to Hilton Head, still at 61. I'm going to do the correlation coefficient here, and it looks like we got some bright banding here. And what that is telling us is that this is where the melting is happening. This is where snowflakes are melting into rain, and we got a good mixture aloft. Again, this is about 8,000 feet up. So the warm nose over Charleston, again, we are completely below freezing, or above freezing rather, in the first few thousand feet of the atmosphere. So this should all fall as rain. Could be heavy at times as it moves northeast, but again, we're watching that closely. It looks like there's a couple spurious rotations here, but you can see the winds here. The winds aloft are going 60 to 70 miles an hour, and that's the thing that we're worried about once the front gets through, is that pulling some of that down. So James, how's sledding going?
Well, I thought maybe I would go down the hill once before I logged off, so you caught me coming up the slope here. All right, here
Excellent.
we go. Are you ready?
All right,
All right.
we got you full. You got the floor.
All right, watch out for that toddler down there. I'm gonna move my hand. Here we go. Oh, my wife's gonna pelt me with a snowball. Off start. Whoa!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And fire hydrant.
Uh-oh, careful. Oh wow, that almost turned tragic.
Yeah, all good. All right, Jared, I'm gonna put my phone away and put my hands away because it's getting very wet and cold out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, James, thanks for checking in with us, and we'll be back up with you later.
Thanks,
let
Jared.
us know. Yeah, let me know when things change over, because that's going to be the thing that we're going to be watching right now. And true to form, yeah, and really quickly as James signs off, we're going to have Scotty sign on.
I got to see James go sledding.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, we're happy to see that, and again, getting close to noon, and so about 10 minutes. What we're going to do, we're standing by for Governor Roy Cooper of the state of North Carolina to give a briefing on the winter weather threat there. We're going to go ahead and Scotty, we're going to take it ourselves here to get us to that noon hour. Watching closely for that to come on. Once he comes on, we'll be switching the coverage to that. But in the meantime, still looking behind me, we still got a meteorological mess going on, to put it mildly. Scotty, you're home safe. That's good. Any updates on the precipitation type that you're seeing around there?
Yeah, so we still have a little bit of sleet and snow mixture. Looking out the window here, it's kind of a snowy, sleety mixture. Still no freezing rain, which is a good thing. And the commute was good. I actually had a phone call from the local newspaper wanting an update of what was going on, or else I would have jumped on a little bit earlier. But they were asking about my thoughts. And so, it's still a wintry wonderland. That sleet is starting to make the roads a little bit more icy here in the foothills. So I definitely suggest if you are out and about, you need to head on back in, because we definitely have that moisture moving in. And Jared, I'm still trying to get the radar product up here, so I'm going to look at your map while I get my radars all loaded and stuff. But it looks like that sleet still to the south of us here in the foothills, and then that freezing rain moving into the Charlotte area. So that will be a concern. But here in the foothills, at least, still a snow sleetish mixture, and the wind for now, it has calmed down a little bit, so we do like to see that. But overall, it's still a beautiful scene here.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope people are being safe. It was encouraging to see not a lot of people out on the roads up in your neck of the woods, and so hopefully everyone is doing that. Obviously, it was really good to see that for James on his tertiary road. Again, the primary roads will probably be plowed much sooner than secondary and tertiary roads, so that's something to keep in mind if you're going to be traveling during the day today. And again, if you've been in an ice storm, if you've had any ice or winter weather today, I really encourage you to limit your travel as much as possible. You don't know if you're going to run into some slick spots, and these slick spots could hang around a while. So certainly something to watch as we go. So a couple things to note here as we continue. We continue to see what looks to be snow falling. Still, observations are still solidly in the snow in Jefferson and Ashe County, Watauga County Airport, North Wilkesboro. Continuing to see the snowfall there. Mount Airy looks like it's still in light snow. We did have a report of some sleet mixing in there earlier. Greensboro beginning to transition, it looks like, has been ongoing in the transition to sleet there. But the other thing to note is that we are starting to see some wraparound precipitation in northern Georgia, where Athens is now reporting snow. Jefferson, Georgia, is reporting heavy snow. Franklin County Airport in Georgia is reporting light snow. And so this may be now working back into the upstate of South Carolina. So if you were in upstate South Carolina, right now you're in freezing rain. Right now you're in freezing rain, ice pellets, things like that. But as the low pivots as this low pivots more northeast, and the upper low, which we'll put on the screen here real quick, as the upper low, which is roughly Birmingham to Atlanta, and that dry slot moves in a little bit more, we could start that cold upper low could help to bring on a little bit more in the way of colder air aloft, which could support a change back to snow at some point. So that's something that we're going to want to watch. Let's pull up the 850Ts real quick just to see where we're at. And yeah, again, we're back in that. We're getting back into that really cold 850 millibar temperature. And again, we've been using this as kind of a proxy for that warm nose, for the higher risk of freezing rain. And it looks like that we are starting to see those 850 temperatures drop again, getting into Greenville. We'll move this back a little bit, and you can see that the 850 temperatures have been steadily dropping. You can see even an 850 millibar kind of cold front here, starting to move back into South Carolina. And this is going to govern our temperatures here later tonight. So, as you can see, Scotty, it's still a very fluid situation right now with freezing rain, the concern, but there is hope. I would say that there is hope for a change back to snow up towards the Greenville, South Carolina area, maybe in the next couple hours.
Yeah, it definitely so, Jared. And this has been a difficult situation, difficult storm to forecast. There's been so much writing on where does that warm nose set up, and I heard you and James talking a little bit about it, that there's been local areas that have seen more sleet and snow than freezing rain, and vice versa. So those little microclimates definitely kicking in here. And so it's encouraging to see, if you want snow, that there is some snow there in the northern parts of Georgia. Excuse me, this snowfall extended all the way back into Starkville, Mississippi. Our panelist and my good friend Dylan Hudler reporting that he has snow, woke up to snow there in Starkville this morning. So even some snow back on the back edge of this in Mississippi. Pretty wide expanding storm affecting a lot of the southeast.
Yeah, and let's zoom this out a little bit too, because we've had a couple of people comment on this, and I haven't really had a chance to get to this, but this is producing literally everything you can think of. You have snow and freezing rain and sleet up in the north side of the storm, and further to the south in the Miami area, you have a tornado watch in effect. And there's actually, we have a couple active tornado warnings in Florida right now as a squall line moves through the area. So again, looking down in Florida, where the temperatures are obviously much warmer, you're dealing with you're in the 70s, the 60s and 70s down there. So you're dealing with a standard springtime severe weather threat with gusty winds and even a couple tornadoes as a small tornado watch continues down there. So again, this goes all the way up. This is the squall line, and we're going to watch this closely, because we could see the top end of the squall line potentially run up the coast here over the next few hours and bring a severe weather threat into the coastal Carolinas. Let's look at the day one outlook again, and then again, this should update here fairly soon. This actually should have already updated. Let me grab that, and let's just see what we've got here real quick. I'm just looking at 1630Z. Yeah, this is still our this is the current outlook. So again, didn't mean to do that. So again, the marginal risk of severe weather stretching from about Charleston through Wilmington up into the Outer Banks, generally up to Kill Devil Hills. So again, not saying that there's going to be a severe weather outbreak here. I don't think that that's going to be an issue. I don't think we're going to run into anything with that. But what we are going to run into is the potential for a couple stronger storms to pull down some gusty, damaging winds. And again, gusty winds are going to be an issue outside of any thunderstorms, especially along the coast as that gets in there. So again, taking a wider look at this, we're getting into the back end of the precipitation in Charleston. Again, we're about noon now, so we're going to be watching for that Governor Cooper briefing, and we're going to break in when that happens. So, Scotty, I'll give you the warning as I see that. I'm just kind of peeking over at it. They're still in the briefing mode here, but they usually start on time, so we're probably going to switch over to that in a second. But yeah, you can see some very strong winds offshore, low pressure developing and moving northeast along the South Carolina coast now, with a secondary area of low pressure moving through the mountains. And again, the upper level disturbance is allowing for some snowfall to resume in Atlanta and Athens, and this could move back into the upstate of South Carolina in the next couple hours.
Yeah, Jared. Looking at that feeder band that you were talking about, that's something we're gonna have to watch this afternoon with those thunderstorms on the coast, because I think there could be enough dynamics that we could see some craziness there as well.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, if you look at the low level wind fields are pretty good, and we haven't. I mean, again, we haven't really been focusing on the severe weather threat much because it is not the most widespread concern out of this storm. The most widespread concern by far is the risk for ice and snow and sleet. Causing significant power outages and disruptions to travel across North and upstate South Carolina. So again, but we are watching that. Again, it's a small risk. It's a marginal risk, a level 1 out of 5. So certainly not anything that we expect is going to be a major issue, but it is something that we are going to watch very closely here over the next couple hours.
Oh, we just got a mesoscale discussion put out for North Carolina and the northern part of South Carolina. This precipitation should remain mostly snow with some 1-inch rates possible. Precipitation will be freezing rain or change over to freezing rain this morning south of a line of about Interstate 85. So along and north of 85 would be the snow, and south of that would be the freezing rain threat. So kind of share you that map here right quick.
Yeah, it hasn't come up in my system yet. So yeah, we'll let you we'll let you drive that.
So here it is. So this is roughly Interstate 85. So if you find yourself north of this, that's where we could see some 1-inch snowfall rates per hour. And then south of that, precipitation will be freezing rain, changing over to freezing rain this morning. So, that is concerning when you get a mesoscale discussion out for freezing rain, and that's never a good thing. We don't like to see that. So just kind of reading through that, it looks like the governor is about to come on, so we can take.
Yeah, I've just got it up here so I don't miss it.
Okay,
more than
right.
anything else. I haven't heard any any signs that he's going yet. We're going to be keeping an eye on that for y'all, but again, it's rare that we get a winter weather mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center here. Usually when we're talking about mesoscale discussions, we're talking about convective watches, we're talking about all those kinds of things.
Dude, I'll tell you,
and we are and the governor is coming on now, so we're going to go ahead and take that.
I think that might be the 2-minute warning.
That was the 2-minute warning. So
yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and put the volume. I gotta right click and hit volume up a little bit. So hopefully we should be able to hear this come through okay. So we got the 2-minute warning from the governor here. I think we're hearing some things from the feed. So once that kicks in, we will take that briefing full here. Give us a minute to kind of calm down and do that.
I'll tell you this, Jared, it is switched back over to snow right now, and it is peppering the snow here in Morganton. As I'm looking outdoors and looking here at the weather chat, looks like Monroe now reporting a 1/4 inch of freezing rain there. So that's definitely going to do some issues in Union County.
Yeah, I'm looking at the and I'm looking back at the radar here. You're going to be in a little bit of a smorgasbord for a bit, it looks like. But again, as that upper low gets closer, I suspect, Scotty, that you will see some chaos, honestly, with precipitation types.
I'm honestly, I mean, I know you guys see me pewing out, but I have a window right beside me, and this is probably the heaviest precipitation I've seen since 8 o'clock this morning. I mean, it's coming down pretty hard out there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're continuing to watch this closely here. And I'm just getting us ready for the governor's press conference. Looks like that's going to start here shortly. We'll be switching to that here in a second. But yeah, again, overall, as we reach noon, we've got low pressure moving up into South Carolina. We have another area of low pressure, and
here we go.
Here we go.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining our briefing today. North Carolina is now feeling the effects of a winter storm that'll continue to move through the state today. As much as 8 to 12 inches of snow has fallen in some counties, and significant icing is causing trouble in the central part of the state. Conditions vary across North Carolina and are of the North Carolina National Guard. Our American Sign Language interpreter is Nicole Fox. And behind the scenes, Jackie and Jasmine Mativier are our Spanish language interpreters. First, we'll hear from Emergency Management Chief of Staff, Don Campbell. Don?
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can anyone hear me on this stream? Can you hear me? If you can. Okay, good. I'm glad you can hear me. Cool. All right. So we're having some technical difficulties here. Jared trying to get some things straightened out there. So I'll jump in. Currently, you can see the radar image here to our on our screen here. We're watching new low pressure develop here off of the South Carolina coast. And that's really going to bring another fetch of moisture into the area where we are seeing widespread mixed bag of wintry precipitation, anywhere from snow, sleet, freezing rain, and even some rain on this Sunday morning here. Well, I guess Sunday afternoon. We're about 12:30 here, where a winter storm continues to affect a good portion of North and South Carolina. So now that you guys can hear me, I'm going to go over a few new snow reports that we are getting in. 9.5 inches of snow being reported in Travelers Rest, South Carolina, and that's in northern Greenville County. 9.5 inches of snow. I think that's the highest I have seen. Some of you may all have seen some higher snowfall totals. Lincolnton and Lincoln County in North Carolina, 5 inches of snow. Newland, 8.5 inches of snow, elevation near 3,600 feet with a mix of snow and sleet, currently at 30 degrees and actually warmer in the mountains right now than it is in the foothills in Piedmont of North Carolina. So we will continue to watch those snowfall totals report in. Let me go over here to the Columbia office, see if there's anything new coming in. Looks like South Carolina Highway Patrol reporting down power lines in a roadway blocked in Richland County near Dentsville. The Winsboro Mills area in Fairfield County reports the power lines down on South Carolina Highway 269. Roadway is blocked. Over in Kershaw County near Rembrandt, we have some trees down on Interstate 20 at mile marker 111 westbound. So those are some of the reports. Another Richland County near Fort Jackson. We have a tree down on the roadway blocking Interstate 20 at mile marker 79.5. Also, roadway blocked on Interstate 77, mile marker 24 northbound there in Richland County near Blythewood. So a lot of trees, roadways being blocked now in the Columbia metro area, especially just north of Columbia, the greater Columbia area. Here in the foothills, looking out my window right now, we have a mixture of snow and sleet with some gusty winds taking place. 7 inches of snow here at my house in Morganton, North Carolina. Seeing some reports, though, throughout the foothills of more snow falling. Let's see, 3.5 inches in Anderson County, South Carolina. Let's see, looking at Greenville County, 4.25 in the southern part of Greenville County of snow. We're looking at Waynesville, 11 inches of snow in Haywood County. So that is the new high mark for me. That's what I've the biggest amount of snow I've seen. Granite Falls reporting there in Caldwell County, 6.2 inches of snow and sleet near Highway 321A near the elementary school. So that is in Granite Falls. 7 inches of snow in Morganton. Leicester, 7.5 inches of snow as of 11:45 a.m. And looking at some more reports here. My dog is going crazy. Highlands in Macon County, 11 inches. Henderson County, just outside of Hendersonville city limits, 10 inches of snow, with Polk County registering 8.5 inches of snow. Buncombe County near Candler, they're near the paper mill factory, 10 inches of snow on the ground with some higher snow drifts. So that's a report from Western North Carolina. Looking over to our friends in the Roanoke office, kind of seeing what's going on there. 3 inches of snow in Lawsonville and Stokes County, North Carolina. Going to continue to look through these reports. Silverstone and Watauga County, 6 inches of snow being reported there. Bethel and Caswell County, 1/2 inch of snow as of 11:25. So as you can see, as you get into the Triad area, not as much snow that has fallen over upstate South Carolina and western North Carolina, but the snow just really starting over the last few hours in that area. Fleetwood and Ashe County, 6 inches of snow. Blowing Rock. We actually had a question about this last night on our show. As of 12:10 p.m., 9.5 inches of snow and continuing to fall there in the Blowing Rock area. So those are some reports out of the Blacksburg office, and it looks like we have Jared back, so I'll let him kind of get his bearings straight.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. I have no idea what happened when we were broadcasting Cooper. I guess it all went haywire on me. So that's why you didn't hear Cooper. Now that's why, and then that ended up being why you couldn't hear me. So I'm back. We're back for a bit. Sounds like we're going over some storm reports, Scotty. So anything of note there? I will say for Charleston real quick, I just got a report of a power outage on James Island. The warm front is starting to lift inland there. It is 63 at Johns Island. 10 miles inland, it is 46.
Goodness gracious. That is crazy.
So the warm front is, so again, we're seeing that warm front is nudging inland just as we expected. And so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, with all that being said, is that the risk for precipitation is decreasing rapidly as the dry slot begins to, looking behind me here at the radar here, we're starting to see that dry slot really start to rotate into South Carolina. This is coming into Columbia now. It's moving into the Charleston metro. Our rain is going to start shutting off here pretty soon. Looking closer at the local radar here, you can see that, I mean, this is basically almost all gone. As we get into Columbia, I mean, that's just some light returns there at this point. And again, this radar may be overestimating just a little bit as far as like just where the precipitation is. So keeping an eye on that, but we are seeing very quickly that dry slot, which we had talked about at length here. What I'm gonna do is let's get to the latest run of the models here, and fast forward to it is 1700 hours now, so Zulu time. So actually, so Scotty, if you can believe it, the HUR is behind. The HUR is slower. Right now because at 17Z it had the line of thunderstorms getting through. 18Z basically clearing out, so we might be about 30 minutes ahead. And now they're saying my video is buffering, so that sounds about right. This is about that time of day where Comcast starts to crap the bed a little bit. So I'll do my best here. We're it's just kind of a struggle bus here right now over here in Charleston. But yeah, we're seeing we're seeing that band of showers and thunderstorms moving northeast with the line over time, and again we keep this freezing rain and sleet mix in here. It looks like though, I mean, and again moving through time, we could have some wraparound snowflakes before it's all over, getting into the Greenville area. But I mean, I think to suffice to say that aside from maybe some additional showers moving over coastal parts of South Carolina as the upper low moves by, precipitation is ending from south to north.
And that's good news, because I know there's been a lot of precipitation down there and some concern for flooding. So Anytime we can get that precip to move out of there, it's good. But that also extends that line up into eastern North Carolina, where that severe weather threat remains, especially for the coastal areas of North Carolina into the Outer Banks. So, Jared, you've got the model run there. It looks there's some cells modeled to be right off the Outer Banks here in a few.
This is at 8:00. So looking at 8:00, we have the and again we have the it almost looks like a line of supercells there. I don't know that it's going to be that severe, but again, that's going to be something that we're going to need to watch for eastern North Carolina as we get later into tonight. The good news is that we may end on a little bit of a snowy note up here in Asheville, but and perhaps even in the upstate of South Carolina. And I'll put the 500 height on real quick, let that load in. And so you can see the orange lines here, that's where that upper low is. And you can see some showers coming around that upper low is just the cold air associated with it creates instability just by virtue of moving across the area. So we'll watch that as time goes on through here. But this is but the main event for the Charleston metro area and Point South, I mean, aside from, and there's your there's your temperature change, right? There's your 63 over 46. So your warm front is snaking just around here. We're up to 41 now in Monk's Corner. We've actually gotten above 39 there. And so, we're looking at we're looking at maybe a little bit of warming here. Again, we had the forecast highs were in the 50s, and it is conceivable that as this low pressure moves north and we clear out some of this wedging, that, for a brief time, we may get near there in probably around south of 17A. This is 17A. I'm kind of running my mouse over it here. Certainly seems like we could get into the 50s in North Charleston. Somerville, Monk's Corner, probably mid 40s if I had to guess. So you're going to be a little on the chilly side over there, but this is coming to an end here. We're going to start seeing these showers and thunderstorms move into Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. We'll move to the Wilmington radar to look at that. And again, we got some beam blockage going on here, but we have some heavy downpours set up here, some heavy rain right over the radar site, which might be attenuating things a little bit. At Southport, we're at 48. Wilmington, we're at 47. Morehead City at 53. And 58 respectively here. Move over to the Morehead City radar real quick. We get a look at some of these stronger storms that are showing up on the radar. We'll go with the velocity. If I can type the right button here, you can certainly see that we do have a couple. There are a few areas of rotation offshore here, Scotty. So that updated as soon as I could start drawing. So let's try that again. There was a little subtle guy down here. There was a little subtle guy down here, and there's a little subtle guy here that's been kind of up and running. And by the way, we have one over land.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So let's zoom in on this guy a little bit more. This is near Swansboro here. Not exactly the best looking signature you'll ever see, but I'm sure that somebody at the Weather Service in Morehead City is watching that very closely right now. And it really is. And this is another potential waterspout, potentially close to making landfall here, approaching Harker's Island and Marshallburg. So yeah, we have that's got a little bit more of that hook. So again, we may be dealing with we mentioned it. There's a slight risk of or a marginal risk rather of a couple of rotating thunderstorms, and we could have some issues here. Emerald Isle, Morehead City, Newport, up into the Outer Banks here over the next few hours. So another wrinkle that we're going to need to keep an eye on, Scotty.
Yeah, getting some news out of the Winston-Salem area. WFMY reporting that Winston-Salem transportation will be shutting down at 1:30 today because of the 1:30 due to bad road conditions. Greensboro has already stopped their transportation service for the day. So Winston-Salem stopping at 1:30. Greensboro already stopping their transportation services earlier today because of the bad road conditions with snow and ice. And Jared, I wish I need Evan and his crew down here in Morganton, because I'm amazed about what's going on out here. I would love to get a sounding over our area. We have got just fine, powdery snow falling. And it's just amazing to me that it is this warm nose has seemed not to really penetrate into this Interstate 40 corridor tucked away in the western North Carolina mountains. I mean, we've seen reports in the mountains, they're a little bit warmer and not as much snow as we've seen here, but it's just amazing to me. I'd love to get a sounding of what the column of air looks like, because it's just a fine powdery snow. It honestly reminds me of like a Colorado snow, just really fine and powdery. It's normally we're used to these big old moisture, like big heavy wet snows, and that's just not the case with this system.
Well, yeah, and let's go to the again, let's go back to the water vapor here. You're seeing that dry slot beginning to penetrate into the mountains now, but you still have a lot of moisture trapped beneath that. And so what I suspect is happening is that you are still wringing out a fair bit of moisture in the freezing. I mean, again, and you may very well be freezing in the column. It's just going to be that smaller, there's less moisture content to work with, less dendritic growth, smaller flakes, more powdery. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely working its way in there. Let's look at the 850 temperatures here real quick. We've been looking at this off and on throughout the day, and do that there. And again, your 850 temperatures, I mean, we're starting to see the cooler 850 temperatures migrate eastward once again. And so this is why we think that there is a possibility that there could be, we could see some phase changes back more towards frozen falling precipitation as opposed to freezing rain in some spots before this is all over. But yeah, Scotty, I mean, this would back up what you've got going on here, at least looking here again without having access to a whole column of information.
Yeah.
It certainly is interesting.
Yeah, I hate to mention this, but I definitely want to mention it. And I think Jared knows me. I'm not a bragging type person. That's just not who I am. But off camera, Jared, I told you last night, and I told you the previous nights, we just seem to hold on to that cold air in the foothills. And I was telling you, I'm not sold completely on this changeover. And we've changed over to sleet for a time or two, but it goes back to snow. And it's just history has told me that this little area that we live in here along the mountains just kind of hangs on to the cold air the longest, the coldest, the column of air the longest. And I think it's playing out today as well. Looking at our friends over at UNC Ashville, maybe we can get Evan to chime in here in a little bit. But Dr. Miller, Douglas Miller, professor there, says it has changed over to rain in Asheville. So he just says straight up rain.
That's not surprising. You can see kind of here the algorithm is actually kind of struggling with what is happening here at this point. And that's not wholly surprising. Again, we start to see you have this low pressure here. This low pressure is going to start drawing up, is going to begin to draw up a little bit more warmer air at times. And you can see the algorithm is actually suggesting the precip type algorithm, Mars Hill, Marshall, Dillingham, and yes, Asheville kind of right in that triple point of is it rain? Is it sleet? Is it snow? Who knows? So that's an interesting ground truth observation there from the Asheville area there. So we'll watch that. And again, let's put up the observed temperatures here. While we're doing that, again, 28 at Asheville Regional Airport. UNCA though may have is elsewhere and very well may have changed, but yeah, still 28 down there. Meanwhile, when we look at struggling to see some stations here, but Gatlinburg, for example, is at 39. Pigeon Forge 39, 36 at reporting a mix of light ice pellets and rain at Knoxville. So, I mean, there's certainly some sort of, there's certainly a little bit of warming working its way in here. And at the same time, we're continuing to see the potential for snowfall beginning to move back in. In fact, Anderson is once again reporting light snow with a temperature at 29. So at this point, we got temperature of Pickens is reporting light snow. So this is matching up pretty nicely. Greenville is now in light snow. So again, as we mentioned before, all of the stations in Greenville are now reporting light snow. So we've got an interesting precip type thing happening on the back side of this low. Ahead of the low, you're seeing a little bit of warm air move in for a time. I suspect Asheville is going to change back. UNCA is going to change back to all snow. or at least get some freezing rain, maybe some ice pellets in there before it's all said and done. But we're now seeing a changeover back to snow in the upstate of South Carolina.
And Jared, that was something, last night we were like, sometimes those back edge systems, we get precipitation. Sometimes it doesn't really pan out the way the models show, but it seems like with this system, it definitely is going to pan out for at least the upstate. As it moves off the mountains, does it dry up? We'll see, but it definitely it looks like it could be favorable for the upstate of South Carolina into the southwest mountains of North Carolina. Looking over here at the Columbia office, Jared, some of these storm reports, we're starting to see a lot of trees and power lines down. There's in Chesterfield County near Jefferson, Winsboro in Fairfield County, Elgin in Lancaster County, Irwin in Lancaster County, all reporting trees down on area roadways, blocking the road. Actually, Interstate 26, mile marker 72 eastbound, tree on the roadway. Roadway is blocked. That is from the South Carolina Highway Patrol.
We've had a few of these. We've had a few interstates have had a lot of problems today.
Yeah, it looks like every interstate going into Columbia. Here's Interstate 20, 26, and 77, all with trees blocking the interstate right now. So I am sure that our buddy Chris Jackson in Columbia will have the drone out, and we'll probably see some videos of this ice damage that's ongoing there in the Columbia area.
I know that he drove upstate, and I'm actually not sure where he's positioned. We can maybe take a look at where the spotters are right now. Actually, I can get a look for that. We have a couple spotters in the Greenville area right now. Checked into Spotter Network. Nobody I really know. Let's see if on the off chance we find Chris, but he may not be reporting actively spotting right now because he was up pretty late. So it's very conceivable that he's getting a little bit of rest. Zen Money is asking in chat, is it actually going to snow in Fayetteville? And I got to tell you, I don't like your chances at this point. You're getting very much, it's still 32 degrees there somehow. But you're going to be but in short order, you're going to start to see these temperatures kind of respond a little bit to the low moving to the north. That's going to clear out the precipitation. That's going to clear out the precipitation, and it's probably, and I just don't see, again, if we go back to the high-res rapid refresh model here, this from 16Z, it looks like you clear out, your precipitation ends with potentially a line of thunderstorms moving through as the low basically tracks right over Fayetteville. So I suspect that unless there's a little bit of mixing that happens in the next couple hours, your risk for winter weather is decreasing very quickly up in Fayetteville and generally along I-95. We should see that warmer air begin to penetrate in. But again, when we're fighting the wedge, things can happen too. But this is the most likely outcome as of right now. We'll have to watch it.
It is. So getting a report in Royalston, Georgia. That's Hart County. That's on the border of North or South Carolina and Georgia. Snow beginning to accumulate on paved surfaces. 2 inches of snow 1 mile east of Royston beginning to accumulate on paved surfaces. So, Jared, that is right there on the Coney line. That's that wraparound snow that we were talking about and starting to get accumulation from that. So good to know that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, we've got our eyes on a lot of things right now. We've got our eyes on snow. We've got our eyes on sleet and freezing rain. We also have our eyes on some supercells. I mean, if you literally something for everybody today, we still have supercells coming in off the ocean around Morehead City right now. And you can see the areas of rotation. The Weather Service notes that these have been weakening as they come onshore, as they come into the colder air mass. As you can see, we drop very quickly from 58 to 46 as you go eastward, as you go westward. 58 at Piney Island, and then 46 at New Bern. So again, this is why we want to watch that warm front closely, because as that warm front inches inland, that risk for maybe again damaging wind gusts or even a possible tornado does improve going in. There are no tornado warnings in effect right now, but we are watching a couple things coming ashore in Carteret County there.
Ooh, snap.
That
So I just saw our friend Tom Nizzle, and I don't have this on my. Yeah, I do. Jared, do you have lightning being on your anywhere?
Where
He
is he's up in
he
Roan Mountain? Is he in Roan Mountain right now?
he just showed a screenshot on radar scope of some thunder snow in Asheville within the last 2 minutes.
Well, use a similar. We can check a couple sources for that. I use a similar service to what
There
they're using up
was
there. I'm going up to Asheville here. Don't see anything yet, but I mean that's not to say that didn't happen. If anybody's in Asheville, if you heard any thunder snow, I'd love to know. This is certainly something that we would be very interested to know. Right now, I'm not seeing anything in my displays here, but let me check one other
I got
thing.
it. I got it right there.
Yeah, you got it on radar scope.
Yep,
Cool.
just outside of Mills River.
Very cool.
Right
All
there. Right there, just south of Canton. So
Okay. Let's see. Do that. I'm trying to. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull a few. I'm looking at another machine right now.
I will say this is off of. Let me look at my server I'm using. There's two different. We're going to get geeky talk here for a second. There's two different lightning services that you can use for radar scope, and I want to make sure which one I have on, Jared. Just see. This is the Radar Scope Pro lightning source between Allison House and Radar Scope Pro. This is Radar Scope Pro.
Got it. Yeah, and I so far am not seeing anything there. I mean, Radar Scope Pro, I think from what I understand, the data sources are basically the same. So let's see if the GLM picked up on anything real quick. And unfortunately, I can't screen share. What I'm doing here right now is I'm looking on my AWIP system to kind of figure out what's what. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to broadcast that over this just because of the way that the Linux is configured on this machine. But right now, I don't see any signs from the GLM that anything has happened there. I don't see anything in our display that anything has happened there. If you have heard thunder in Asheville, though, I'd love to know. And I guess we'll find out soon enough when we have a bunch of jazzed up UNC Asheville geeks light up Twitter. So I mean, I think we'll keep an eye on that. And if that doesn't happen, if there was a lightning strike and weather Twitter doesn't talk about it during snowstorms, does it really happen?
Good question.
So I think that's going to be one of those things that we're going to need to keep an eye on very closely. Scrolling through Twitter, and I saw, I mean, there's a video of tornadoes in Florida. I mean, this has been kind of a little bit of everything today across the area. So
I'm tweeting our Asheville friends, Evan Fisher, Jason Boyer, Ryan Coulter, and Megan Dennehy there with WLOS, see if they can confirm. So we'll see if they can report anything off of that. But interesting, at least, say the least.
Mm-hmm.
We've been wondering, and hey, would we see any? And I've not seen anything yet on weather Twitter, but I'm sure if we do.
That's the ultimate form of verification there, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to things like that. So, yeah, but for now, I mean, we have rain mixing in there. We have the potential for ice pellets and all sorts of stuff, just kind of converging right on the center of Asheville there. Going down towards the Charleston metro area, I mean, you might have a few more showers through here, but I mean, you're basically done. And in fact, if I take the visible here, let me turn the GOES back on. Take the visible here. We're actually seeing some clearing beginning to move in southeast Georgia and into extreme southeast South Carolina. So we may get some sun before the end of the day here in Charleston. Just to give you a general idea of the disparity of weather that is happening right now. Columbia, I mean, it looks like very much like you are going to be on the back edge of this very soon, as the low pressure continues to begin to race northeast. Florence, Myrtle Beach, you're at this point your risk for winter weather is over. So.
Yeah, Andrew Dockery, we have a text group, and he said his biggest worry is coming ashore right now with this gusty showers and not necessarily thunderstorms, but gusty showers right now.
Right, exactly, and certainly looking at the observations from Charleston, so far, I mean, it's still pretty. We still have some light wind, light rain, 46, and winds out of the northeast at 12. So
Jason Boyer responding, jealous of Jason. He said, nearly right over Mount Pisgah. I didn't hear any thunder, and I was outside too. But I was taking a spin on our neighborhood ATV. So
there you go. All right.
He's out enjoying the snow.
ATVs for science. I love it. Going back to the winds here for a second, Charleston Executive, I mentioned that they were up to 61 with that warm front moving through. That mixing has also allowed gusts to get up to 35 miles an hour. Hilton Head, where the sun is starting to come out, the wind has now shifted out of the west. It has shifted out of the west up to 32 mile an hour gusts there. So again, as this warm front moves ashore, you're going to know because the wind is going to pick up sometimes rather sharply. And again, a wind advisory is in effect for coastal South Carolina through this evening for the potential for gusts at or over 40 miles an hour at times.
Yeah, just a very dynamic day here across the North and South Carolina areas. I'm looking outside to see what it's doing here. We just got some fine snowflakes right now.
Yep.
But I've been, while you've been doing the radar analysis, I've been scrolling through Twitter. I'm going to share this screen right quick. This is from the Midlands of South Carolina, out of a WLTX, Daniel Bonds there. Someone tweeted him. This is a tree that has been toppled by the ice, and you kind of see the ice accretion in the trees here. You see that one lone pine tree, and this is a power line right here. So we are starting to see some pine trees breaking. The wind is picking up big time here at the house. Yeah, I can actually hear it. But that's what it looks like there. So we can multitask here, so I'm going to scroll through Twitter as well and see if we can find any good pictures and stuff.
Real quick, I want to chime in here a little bit. It's Northwest Charlotte, Hickory Grove, trying to mix some snow back in, and so that is certainly interesting as far as. And again, we've been talking about this, so we'll go back to the mesophil here real quick. Get some of the radar data off. Still, I mean, we're starting to see those 850 temperatures begin to drop, progressively drop again. Very possible that the warm nose could be weakening some, and it could be allowing some snowflakes to get through. I'll be curious to know what kind of if there's any ice accretion happening there as well. So, Scotty, let's look at weather Twitter here. And what I'm going to do, actually, Scotty, I'm going to let you drive. I'm going to take a quick break, and if all is well, and,
sure,
then and we'll jump back in there. But yeah, we'll have Scotty doing weather Twitter here, so I'm going to take you full, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Well, I am going to show you guys some screen shares and stuff, and this is from South Carolina DOT in Cherokee County, South Carolina. You kind of see there's snow plows here on the roadways here, and you can see that's pretty deep snow for Cherokee County. That's in the Gaffney area. So if you're familiar with Gaffney, South Carolina, that is that area. So again, we're looking at a lot of snow around the area. If you are along and north of Interstate 40 back towards the mountains, if you live in the Midlands of South Carolina up towards Charlotte, up to the Greensboro area, you're dealing more with a wintry mix of snow, sleet, freeze, and rain. Charlotte Motor Speedway covered with snow right now. Got the fireplace going on. How about that? Let me share this for you. One of my work sites here. You can actually see the infield here at Charlotte, and the big old big screen in the back has a fireplace going on, so making it nice, warm, and cozy there at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looking through again some of the Twitter here, I'm getting a message from buddy Andrew Mesern-Smith, who is in Clemson. He is an OU student, but visiting Clemson before he heads back to Oklahoma for the spring semester. Talking about how the precipitation has swung back to snow in the Clemson area. And he's sending me a video right now, and it is snowing pretty heavily there. So That is good. Good to see that they're getting some more snow down there in the Clemson area. Continuing to look here on the weather Twitter here, and we'll look through, see if anything else being reported out there. Looking at some more of the tornado that's ongoing in the Fort Myers area. Pretty massive tornado going into that area. In fact, wow, that's a big tornado. A lot of damage in Fort Myers, Florida right now. People being trapped from that tornado down there. So this is a pretty big storm system, and this is funny right here. I don't know. Someone may have hacked into the DOT. Hurricane warning in effect. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. Well, it's not really a hurricane; it's a winter storm. But someone has put on the DOT message boards there. It's a hurricane warning. It's not. It's a winter storm warning for the Charlotte area. So I don't know how that happened there, but that's kind of what it looks like here. There's just all kinds of precipitation ongoing here in the Carolinas, in a very very busy day in the weather department here. Let me type this message out. So, looking at Johnny, he is asking, precip seems solidly freezing rain in Rock Hill. Rainfall rate has increased significantly in the last 10 minutes. Wind's still going good. Yeah, Johnny, that we saw the mesoscale discussion. It's been a long morning, so my brain's a little scattered. Mesoscale discussion that was highlighting that risk of seeing some heavy precipitation rates, snowfall along and north of Interstate 85, more freezing rain along and south of Interstate 85. So Rock Hill being south of that does not surprise me to see that freezing rain really picking up in the area. Continuing to look here through the weather Twitter to see if there's anything of interest. I'm going to check out the weather chat here, see what's going on. We got another 11-inch report of snow in Henderson County, North Carolina, 8 inches of snow in the Mountain Rest area of Oconee County, South Carolina. So upstate South Carolina really getting bang for their buck here in the snowfall department. The town of Catawba in Catawba County registering 5 inches of snow as well. Let's go over here to see what the Allegheny County registering 4.5 inches of snow. Rockingham County near Eden, 2.3 inches of snow. Michael reporting freezing rain in Ashville near Interstate 40. We appreciate that, Michael. Let's see, looking Watauga, 2 miles northeast of Boone, 9.5 inches of snow up that way. So good to see that. Surrey County reporting 2 inches of snow as of 12 o'clock near Woodville, Enos, and Allegheny County reporting 4 inches of snow. Laurel Springs in Allegheny County reporting 8 inches of snow. Maple Springs and Wilkes County reporting 5.6 inches of snow in North Carolina. Those are some of our reports now coming out of the Roanoke office. Let's go over here to Raleigh and we'll see what's going on there. Seven Lakes near in Moore County reporting 0.13 of an inch of ice. Oh, I don't like to see this. Apex and Wake County reporting 0.4 of an inch of ice. Updated snow sleet total. Okay, I'm sorry, 0.4 of an inch of snow sleet on the snowboard. I thought it was freezing rain there for a second, but it's just snow and sleet mixture. 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain right now in Cary as of 12:33 p.m. So that's about 30 minutes ago. Greensboro reporting 1.8 inches of snow there in Guilford County. Looking over towards Cumberland County and Fayetteville, freezing rain 0.1 of an inch. So almost 1/10 of an inch of freezing rain there. 0.11 of an inch of freezing rain in Lillington, which is in Harnett County. Colfax in Guilford County registering 2.6 inches of snow. Looking over at Kenly and Wilson County, 0.06 of an inch of freezing rain. So under 1/10 of an inch there. And looking at anything else, I don't see any newer reports there. Sleet changing back to freezing rain in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Road conditions are deteriorating. So, RY Guy on our YouTube page reporting heavy sleet in Northwest Hickory. Michael reporting 8 inches of snow, but now we are getting ice starting to accumulate in the trees, I guess, in the Ashville area. So that is good to know there. 7 inches of snow being reported in Edmond, South Carolina. That's in Spartanburg County in the upstate of South Carolina. So again, some big snowfall totals in the upstate of South Carolina, western North Carolina, and even in the North Carolina mountains as well. So let's go over here. Let me see if we can get the radar product pulled up here. We'll do a little synopsis of the radar to see what's going on there. So bear with me for just a minute. I have to get our radar going here with GSP. And there's a lot of MPing reports, so we appreciate those MPing reports. Those are vital in helping us determine what's going on here. So hopefully you guys can see this. Here's the radar output. You can start to see this little dry slot. We don't see a lot of precipitation. Let me put it on the precipitation depiction to kind of give you a better scenario of what's going on. So here you can see the snow falling. Some of this probably mixing in as sleet as well, that snow sleet mixture. And then we got some freezing rain, freezing drizzle from Gaston County back towards Mecklenburg County into Cabarrus County, over into the Sandhills of North Carolina, back towards Albemarle into the Aberdeen area as well. And that freezing drizzle, freezing rain, even showing up here north of Columbia. We can switch to the Columbia radar here, kind of fill in this gap and let you see there is some drier air working in, as Jared was talking about earlier, but still some freezing drizzle. This is probably some sleet mixed in right here where we see these really bright colors. That normally means that we have a sleet mixture in with that. Let's go up to the Raleigh area, the Raleigh radar. Whoa. Kind of see what's going on up in this area. So we have, here's Greensboro right now, some sleet, freeze, and rain, but Winston-Salem reporting some snow. But some of these darker colors right here, probably some sleet mixing in with that over Winston-Salem. Greensboro right now showing some freeze and rain and sleet. And as you go back towards the Southern Pines area over into Albemarle, Ashboro, we got some snow, sleet, maybe a little bit of freeze and rain mixing in as well. And then as we go over towards the Raleigh and Durham area, the algorithm here on the radar showing some rain, and those MPing reports confirm that. But as you get just around Raleigh and north, that's more of where your freeze and rain, sleet will be as well. So we can go over here to the Roanoke radar, and we'll do another little quick pass through here and kind of cover our mountain communities. And up in this area of Wilkes County, see North Wilkesboro back towards Jefferson and Boone. We've got some snow. This could be some heavy snow, maybe some sleet in this area as well. But we see some drier air moving in. So we will go back to our GSP radar just to kind of set up shop winter weather. And then we can go back out to the coast to see what's going on with the severe weather products, or the warmer sector of that storm as well. So you can see dry slot working in here into Cleveland County. So we're going to see another little band of heavy snow or sleet move into the Interstate 40 corridor over the next hour or so. And then we'll get another band as some of this dry air really starts to work in. So let's go down to the coastal areas. Let's go to Wilmington radar first. We can we're going to switch over to velocity with our reflectivity here. This will kind of help us determine where the heavier stuff is. So if you live in Myrtle Beach, I have a little bit of beam blockage right here. There's some pine trees that are in the way of the radar, so it's kind of cut out here. But Georgetown up towards Garden City, Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, some heavy rain, some gusty winds moving in. And then as you go over here to the Emerald Coast, you have Oak Island, Bald Head Island, Curry Beach, Carolina Beach, Myrtle Grove going into Wilmington. Some heavy rain off of the coast there. And then we can tune into the Morehead City radars, and you can start to see some of these stronger storms that are out over the coast where these deeper colors are. Those are some areas we could turn velocity on, see if we have any rotation with these. And you kind of see there's some rotation out here, maybe some water spouts developing. But as they move inland, that rotation kind of weakens as it moves onto the coast. So we hope that trend will continue. But there is a marginal risk, a level 1 of 5 of severe weather in this area of North Carolina, from basically the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach all the way up to the Outer Banks. But as this line of rain moves through the Grand Strand, your severe weather threat will be over. And then Wilmington, a couple more hours, your threat will be over. And then we'll primarily be focusing here on the Outer Banks in eastern North Carolina for that severe weather threat. Jared?
Scotty,
got it up.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of I'm doing a hand analysis right now, just seeing where everything is positioned. But the sun is out at my house.
Oh, wow. Well, sunny day in Charleston.
So there you go. So the sun is out.
The sun's not out. The sun's not out here. It's still snowing. Still snowing, and probably some sleet mixed in with that. Pretty good here. So
yeah, kind of crazy. But anyway, just to give you all a general idea of again just how different this is. But again, with the sun coming out, this is going to start causing issues with the very strong winds aloft beginning to mix down a little bit and cause some gusts potentially up to 40 miles an hour. We just went from 46 to 52 at Charleston International Airport too. And it looks like that the warm front is now coming through there. So we are seeing inland penetration of the warm front. The winds will begin to kick up here. Still seeing gusts to 30 at Charleston Executive Airport, 32 at Hilton Head. So again, things to watch. This is the new phase of the storm for Southern South Carolina, as you guys continue the winter stuff. So I'm gonna drop out again. I'm gonna jump out again, but and work on this analysis. And I come back, I'll have everything drawn up. But just something weird going on. I mean, it's a weird day, man.
It is definitely one of those days that when we do our regular Carolina weather group on Wednesday nights, we always, at the end of each year, try to recap some of the bigger events that's happened. And I'm sure we will recap it. And we'll probably have a recap of this event sooner rather than later on our show. So I'm looking through some of the NWS reports here, just kind of seeing what is going on, and looking at some freeze and rain reports out of the Raleigh area of 1/10 of an inch on tree branches outside of the National Weather Service Raleigh office. So they're on the NC State campus, 1/10 of an inch of freeze and rain being reported there. Meteorologist Lanny Pope with WXII in the Winston-Salem Greensboro TV market. Still sleet in Winston-Salem, measured 1.5 inches of sleet in western Forsyth County. That's a lot of sleet. When you can get over 1 inch of sleet, that is a lot of sleet. So they're in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, up to 1.5 inches of sleet. All right, yeah, we'll check that. Ronald is saying that he DM'd us a couple of pictures on our Facebook page of close to 1/2 inch of ice. Needs us to check that. Yeah, I'll look into that in just a minute here. Let me look through a couple more of these reports here, see if anything has changed. I don't see any change there. All right, yeah, so nothing there. So continuing, getting some questions about the back edge of this storm system. We definitely could see additional snow showers. That's already happening in the upstate of South Carolina, even back towards the southwestern parts of North Carolina. So lift my camera up a little bit there. It's starting to fall down a little bit. But Austin Taylor, a good friend of mine up in Boone, student at Appalachian State University, reporting 31 degrees in Boone. Straight sleet. Crazy how warm it is up here compared to what it is down in the foothills. Let's see. Looking at that. Okay. So some side notes here that we're getting here. So we may wrap up coverage here in the next little bit. Jared's got that hand analysis we're going to do, and then we may go to a loop of some webcams and stuff that we have. So again, it is a snowy day across the foothills and mountains of North Carolina. If you get into the Piedmont areas of North Carolina, it's more of a sleet freeze and rain mixture. And as you get into the upstate of South Carolina, you're back to snow. And then if you're in the Columbia metro area, it will be more of a freeze and rain ice situation. And then on the Carolina coast, North and South Carolina coast, in some areas the sun's coming out. Other areas still seeing some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and that small potential for a strong or severe thunderstorm. So I'm going to get to Roland's question here, and I want to check out our picture that he sent us. So give me just a second here, and Roland, I can help answer that for you here in the inbox. Giving me just a second here so I can load this up. So you would want to take that accumulation, and it's a radial accumulation. So I can't really tell by that. But it definitely looks like at least a 1/4 inch of ice from that picture there, Roland. So kind of looking at your pictures here. There in northwest Chesterfield County. Is that the flag that is frozen? Or you can definitely see the icicles and stuff. So yeah, we can share these pictures a little bit later on. But looking through here, Francis Yoder on our Facebook page reporting 10.5 inches of snow in Hendersonville as of 11:15. Emily Byers in Mooresboro, North Carolina, which I think is in Cleveland or Rutherford County. Can't remember exactly. About 2.5 inches of snow. That was a couple of hours ago, so they may see a little bit more than that by now. But checking those pictures out. Michael's asking, any idea when we will switch back to snow in the Asheville area? Michael, if it happens, it's going to be in the next few hours. As that last band of snow or precipitation moves through. Sometimes we get the precipitation, sometimes we don't. So I can't guarantee it'll switch back to snow, but there is that possibility. Looking here out my door, it looks like it's more of a sleet mixture right now. Still a little bit of snow, but it looks like there's some sleet mixed in with that as well. So looking at that, let's look at our weather NWS chat here, see if we've got anything else. Dr. Miller up at UNCA says 3.1 inches of snow over the last 6-hour period using a snowboard. Snow to liquid ratio 6.58. Okay. Yeah, trying to look that down. Likely due to rain we've been experiencing over past hours. So, yeah, kind of a little bit diluted there. 7 inches of snow in Morganton. Another report of that. Let's see. Estimated 125-foot pine tree down. Damage. No damage to buildings or persons. Numerous high-frequency amateur radio antennas are down. So, that would be from a Helm radio operator, and that is not good if there's some communication towers down. Jefferson in Chesterfield County reporting 0.35 inches of freezing rain. Social media photo of 3.5 inches ice accumulation during the weather event. So that is over 0.3 of an inch of ice. That will definitely bring down some trees and power lines and things like that. So that is not what we want to see. Ice is not a good situation. Watauga, Todd, up in Watauga County, 6.5 inches of snow being reported up there as of 1 o'clock. So, again, the mountains seeing some snow, the foothills and northern Piedmont seeing snow, sleet, freeze, and rain mixture. The Charlotte area seeing some sleet, freeze, and rain. And then if you go into the Midlands of South Carolina, that is where the ice has been. And looking out here, the winds are a little gusty, but the snow, sleet continues here in the foothills. I will say there's not a lot of traffic out. I've not noticed any cars out on my road here recently. And it is one of the more main thoroughfares. And now that I say that, the snow's starting to pick back up. So looks like we're still in that cold column of air. I'll go out and do another snow measurement here in a little bit, but it is a very wintry day across the area. And we definitely appreciate you all joining us. Talking about some big temperature increases in the mountains. Austin actually said that. He said the temperature had increased up to 31 degrees over the last hour or so. Getting a report here on Twitter of a temperature increase of 7 degrees. We'll see that. And then once this front moves through, we'll see those temperatures really come back crashing. And then tonight, we're going to see some big temperatures where it is cold and very cold and icy. Chris asking, what will the next few days look like? Depends on where you live. It's going to be a fairly chilly setup over the next few days. Some locations getting above freezing, some not. Chris, if you could kind of give me an idea where you live, I could help better fine tune that forecast for you. I will say we're getting through this event. We'll probably put this event through today. Take a deep breath, and then we'll look towards the end of this upcoming week where all signs are pointing. Yeah, we could be doing this all over again. Looks like we are in a pattern where we could see another wintry weather situation unfold. Still way too early to determine what's going on, but we'll have to watch that. Johnny, seems like Scotty's house is the place to be for winter weather. Not jealous at all. Let me see if I can do this. Y'all, hold on. Let's see. Can you guys see out my yard? Yeah. It is still snowing out there. That's what it looks like. That tree is covered with snow right now. So yeah, it is a winter wonderland out here. Sorry for that. You probably don't want to see a jumpy camera, but hey, if you've been with us this long, you're committed and dedicated, and we appreciate that. So that's what it looks like outside my window, and the snow is falling and the sleet and all that good stuff. It's a wintry wonderland here, and I am not complaining at all. I know a lot of you folks who may follow me on social media know that I love warm weather, but I also love winter weather. So if it's going to be cold, it might as well snow. So that's why when it's cold, it should snow, right? I mean, that's a wasted opportunity if it doesn't. All right, looking here on the Twitterverse, see if we can see anything that is important of note here. Greenville County in North Carolina reporting 1.2 inches of snow measured on a snowboard, transitioning to freezing rain. Let's see. Anything else of note here? I don't see anything else, but I'm scrolling through Twitter here. Matt Toadvine, no additional snow, sleet, 0.05 inches of ice accretion, 2 miles west-northwest of Mint Hill in North Carolina. That's in Mecklenburg County. A little bit of light rainfall or light freezing rain falling. So good to know that. Let's see. I don't see anything else of note here on Twitter. Power outage report. We are seeing roughly 166,000 folks without power in the Carolinas. That's North and South Carolina combined. So 100,000 of those roughly reported in South Carolina. We're seeing a lot of that ice, especially in the Columbia area as well. Local yokel, buddy up there, Preston, back to all snow in Waynesville under heavy snow rates. Loving these bands coming off the Great Balsams, making a run at 7 inches of snow. So I'm glad Preston and the folks up there seeing some snow. Sometimes they can get robbed of these events, so it's good to see that there's some snow up there. Desi talking and says it's 38 degrees in Macon County, rain, and it's all melting at an elevation of 2,400 feet. Macon County, down there in the southwestern part of North Carolina. And as that warm front moves through, that could happen, but we should start to see things get back colder pretty soon. So hopefully it won't all melt away. Let's see. Snowing in Atlanta. That's really cool to see. Atlanta always loves to see some snow around there. Here's some pictures of some ice in Raleigh. Some ice accretion there. Michael Scotty, we now have heavy snow, sleet mix in Asheville near Interstate 40 it is coming down. Yes, that's good to know. Glad to see that the snow sleet transition is back. Maybe send some back my way. I wouldn't mind picking up another inch or so of snow. Desi talking about a deep freeze tonight. Yes, we will definitely be in a deep freeze. Temperatures will be in the 20s. Some areas may bottom out in the teens. So it'll definitely be a cold night for sure. And whatever's on the roads will definitely melt or definitely freeze. So if you live in the Piedmont mountains, foothills of North Carolina, the Midlands, upstate of South Carolina, eastern North Carolina, a lot of temperatures will be below freezing this evening. So you'll definitely have to account for some icy roads if you are going to be venturing out tomorrow. Jared, is your hand hurting? Are you finished with your
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, we're gonna pull that up here in a second. I'm trying to get it transferred from my iPad, but the AirDrop is a great technology when it works. When it doesn't, it's completely frustrating. Anyway, behind me, I've got the radar and satellite once again, and you can see that dry slot really starting to push up now into the Charleston area. The sun is out at my house. There are going to be some partly cloudy skies for the foreseeable future, but certainly interesting, and we're going to see what this does. Getting the warm front in there, I think is going to be something that we're going to watch closely. And then meanwhile, we have the back edge, as we mentioned before, the back edge of the rain is coming through Columbia, man. Like this is, and that's about it. Greenville seems to be back fully in the snow.
Yeah, I got a text message from Clemson. It is snowing heavy in Clemson. Heavy snow in Clemson. So,
well, there you go. I mean, that's exactly snow and freezing fog at the Clemson airport. So, we don't see a lot of that, and that's where we're at. 28 degrees. That's what's going to happen. Anderson County is in light snow. 28, about 29 degrees. Pickens is in snow. Greenville is solidly in snow here. Light snow at Greenville downtown. Light snow at GSP. Light snow at Spartanburg now. Just straight up fog in Lawrence, which is interesting. And of course, the good old unknown precipitation in Greenwood. We don't know how we're precipitating. So let's what I'm going to do here is all right. So first of all, if you are an analysis professor or anything like that, please be gentle. I picked this up on my own and trying to get better at it, but it is a little fast. It is a touch sloppy. I apologize in advance. But here's kind of our surface map, and here's kind of what we're thinking. So let me take this full. And so this is hand analyzed. This is at 1700. So 1 o'clock observations being taken into account here. We have a couple areas of low pressure. One right on the Tennessee and North Carolina line. We have one basically over Atlanta at this point, and then we have one over Charleston with a front being dragged with it. There's your warm front there, kind of snaking along the coast. And again, we expect this warm front to make some penetration in there. 60-degree temperatures coming ashore in southeast Georgia and far southern South Carolina, as well as parts of the Charleston area, but a lot of that is up to 67 just offshore, 66 at the buoy near Wilmington there. So certainly something that we're going to want to watch there. Cold front coming in behind it. We're going to have some colder air, obviously 35, 34 and further back there. The freezing line, still you can see where the wedge is with the freezing line, which is the light blue. The freezing line still sticks. There's a little freezing tongue into Georgia there, moving through the upstate and getting into North Carolina. Much North Carolina still within freezing here, but we are warming up along the coast. And again, that will continue as this low continues to move northeastward. So the wedge of high pressure, the high pressure is basically sourced from New England and is wedging all the way down right back into South Carolina. We are seeing that potentially start to erode a little bit because of the low pressure and the way that is being translated up, the upper level winds and everything working out there. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll be watching those trends closely. But in the meantime, we got Tim Pounds on the line. He's from Augusta and they've had no weather. So Tim, hey man, what's going on?
Hey guys, gotta test this feed. Y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Excellent. Well, We are down in Augusta, Georgia, currently driving, so I'm going to try to be as safe as I can while I am giving y'all an update down here. I wish I had something prettier to show you guys. It's just been nasty and rainy down here. I'd say temperatures have been in the upper 30s with a wind chill near freezing, so we do have this big risk of black ice and some icicles forming here and there, but I'd say mostly it's been pretty uneventful down here. We'll see if I can get you guys just a, there we go, a nice shot of our commute here in Augusta.
But, looks like nothing.
The rain's giving us a little break at the moment.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right, Tim. And again, you were right on that line. You were right on that winter weather and not winter weather line there. The wedge didn't quite penetrate that far south. It looks like we got a little bit of northeast flow there, but yeah, certainly not the depth of the cold air there. So, yeah, you guys, maybe the next one.
Maybe next time. I had some friends up in Atlanta and some friends up in Athens that saw just a little bit of flurries and a little bit of ice on their windshields this morning. But in general, yeah, we were below that line, and boy, I don't think I've seen snow or ice down here in about 5 or 6 years. So I'm definitely ready to come back again.
Yeah, no, that's and again, there's going to be a little bit of wraparound moisture that we're going to keep an eye on. We may have snow. We have snow in let's see, LaGrange, Georgia, right now. So Callaway Airport there. Radar suggests that snow could be as far south as Auburn, Alabama. So we'll see. Weirder things can happen.
Yeah, let's see. But, yeah, I think the forecast, correct me if I'm wrong, the rest of the day today for this area and this part of North Augusta and Augusta is just continuing rain and watching out as the temperatures get closer to freezing. I know it's going to get a lot worse on the roads later this evening.
Yeah, and again, that the dry slot, maybe you're saving grace there a little bit. You have a little bit there, and you may have some time to dry out before everything really freezes over. That's what we're expecting to happen here in our neck of the woods. But yeah, certainly a mess. The further north you go, you don't have to go very far north to find a mess. That's for sure. So, but yeah, Tim, anything else that you've seen that's relatively interesting in your neck of the woods, or anything uninteresting? We could use some uninteresting around here.
Nothing too terribly interesting. We didn't quite know what to expect. Like you said, we were right on that line. So we didn't know if we'd wake up to rain or wake up to ice. And a lot of folks canceled stuff this morning. A lot of churches down here, a couple businesses opening late. And, it's sorry. You never want to play around with ice, especially on the roadways. But so far, so good. And I guess...
Nope. You ran into some. We lost you there for a second. I think you probably are not in the best signal area, but Tim, thank you so much, man. Please be safe. And if you see anything, let us know. I mean, we're here. So
yeah, definitely. Thanks for letting me jump right in, and be glad to keep you updated if anything changes.
Thanks, man. Thanks, appreciate it. Tim Pounds, he helps us with our panelist playlist. A very fun series that we did over the summer and again for Christmas time. So yeah, just definitely check that out on the podcast feed when you get some time. Tim, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So that was Tim Pounds down in Augusta, Georgia, driving around Augusta, Georgia. And Scotty, I'm looking at the latest model runs, not really seeing anything too terribly different than what we have been talking about, which is a good sign for the forecast. As far as things go, again, we're getting a report now that more snow is mixing in with the sleet on Morganton Bethel Road and I-40. So
yeah, that's a good trend because the snow, sleet, first rain, then sleet, and then it's transitioned back to snow in Asheville. And I'm seeing some pictures and video on Twitter. A lot of snow in Asheville. So that transition is happening. And Jared, that is kind of that last. And I want to know after we do this, I've heard a lot of people call it, and even Evan did last night, a thump of snow. I want to know what a thump of snow is, but it's that last band of snow looks to be moving in now. So there is a possibility if you live here in Western North Carolina, you could pick up a little bit more snow before everything kind of comes to an end.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and that seems to bear out nicely in the short-term high-res forecasts as well from the models there. I mean, again, I don't know. Now I don't know about a thump. I'm not really seeing any signals for a thump, but I'm seeing signals for at least a nice end to this, which is I think warranted. And then and over time, as I go back to GR Earth here real quick, we're going to go take a look at the current weather. We are solidly in freezing rain now in Charlotte. I think that's an important change there. We're now solidly in freezing rain. Gastonia, Charlotte, Monroe, freezing rain continues there. They've already accumulated at least a quarter inch of ice accretion there. A little bit more. I think if there's one thing that is positive here is that it is not as steady. It seems to be a little bit lighter. It seems to be, as you can see here with the radar a little bit, it might be breaking up just a tad. I'll take a look at the terminal Doppler here in a second to verify that. But again, we're starting to see that ice begin to really work into the Charlotte area. Now, as far as Rock Hill goes, some good news for Rock Hill is that you're reporting rain. You're at 33 degrees now, and you're reporting liquid rain. Same with Lancaster. You are now reporting rain at 34 degrees. So as we've noted, we've had some ice related issues up there. We've had some power outages up there. The good news is that over time, as we start to see temperatures warm up and that rain starts to come in, that should help melt that ice and get some of that out of there for you guys. So that'll be good news. Chester recently, that was I'm just taking a quick look at this. Still reporting light snow in Chester. So again, we may still get a transition to snow in some spots just before all is said and done. Union County now now raining just barely over 32 degrees. There, unknown precipitation at Winsboro, Columbia. You are solidly liquid rain at this point with temperatures around 36 or so in the Columbia metro area. And again, further south, we are seeing clearing beginning to develop now in the Charleston Tri-County area, parts of Walterboro down towards Savannah. Temperatures here are going to respond very quickly. As you can imagine, we'll put the temperatures back on here. We're up to 57 now at Charleston International Airport. We were at 46 not long ago. 61 at Johns Island, Charleston Executive Airport there. 59 now at Mount Pleasant. Still stuck in the 40s. We still have some low, stubborn clouds to scour out around Somerville and Monk's Corner. Still in the 40s there. But as the clearing moves in, we may see that we'll probably see that temperature come up a little bit. The winner, though, the jackpot is Hilton Head at 63. So, I mean, and again, the other thing to note is that you start seeing some of these wind barbs moving in here. And this is going to be that we're going to start to see the winds increase now along the coast. That wind advisory goes until 1 a.m. We're starting to see some signs that the winds are beginning to kick up. We've had a 23 mile an hour gust at the airport recently. So we'll be watching that closely. Again, the wind advisory is out until 1 a.m. Along the coastal areas of Charleston. Probably won't reach wind advisory criteria further inland, but certainly something that we're going to want to keep an eye on. And as we mentioned, that low is is really starting to make a move. Now this thing is going to take off like a rocket, headed north and northeast. So that should so as that low moves north over time, that's going to clear a few things out. Now looking into eastern North Carolina again, we still have some very strong winds. We have some very strong winds coming ashore there as well. Piney Island is in rain at 61, gust to 21 knots, 60 degrees at Beaufort Smith Field near Morehead City. So again, you'll note that we have some interesting shapes on radar here. These are small supercells. And, this is the other part of today's threat. Is the potential for a brief supercell maybe to come ashore and do a brief tornado as the warm air continues to move inland. Right now, nothing too terribly impressive there, but you do see that hook echo shape there a little bit off of the Morehead City radar, and then the main round of rain follows in behind it. And then that's it. That ends your threat, but it may come through as a it may come through as a possible it may come through as a squall line. So we're going to need to watch that closely. We've had severe weather down in Florida today, and while we don't expect the degree of severe weather that they're having there, we're certainly is still not out of the question the way that this is set up, that we could still have some problems around Morehead City up to Wilmington in the next couple hours.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch here with that severe weather threat. I think Jared, I don't know what our plan would be. I see we're going to have an update here at 2.
Yep.
What do you think our game plan will be for everybody?
Yeah, so game plan right now, we're going to take Charlotte Mecklenburg County is going to do a briefing at 2:00 to discuss the ongoing situation in Charlotte proper with the continued ice storm there, the icing threat, power outages ongoing there. And then from there, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We've been at it. We have been in continuous coverage since 6 a.m. It's been quite a day so far. We're going to take a quick break for a little bit, and on the Carolina Weather Net, we're going to roll some highlights from earlier today, talking about some of the things that we've been some of the things that we've seen. We'll be breaking back in occasionally, and if something really goes south, then we'll be right back here. So but we're gonna break in occasionally. But what we're seeing right now, again, we're seeing the vast majority of we're seeing the vast majority of this icing beginning to move through the Charlotte area now. Raleigh, your icing could come to an end here fairly soon. You're still mixing in with sleet too, so we'll see what happens with that. Greensboro, now you're going to be transitioning more to a mix, and that is going to your ice risk is going to increase over time there. Ashville looks like it's back in snow for what it's worth. So at least based off of the radar presentation here, again, will be interesting to see what our ground truth says. But overall, we're hanging in there, but there are a lot of power outages, and the roads are garbage. They're hot garbage in a lot of places. Please just stay home today, if at all possible. I know for some of you, it is not possible for you to stay home, and so all we can do is just ask you to take it slow, take it easy. You may have driven some of these places before, but you may not have driven them with ice on the ground, and that is a whole different animal. So please be careful today if you must travel. Scotty, from your end, how things are looking up there.
Well, we have transitioned back to snow, heavy snow right now. Okay, I know this might make you a little dizzy, but we've been on here for a lot. So. You see that?
Yeah, we got you.
So that's what it looks like right now. It is snowing pretty good.
Morganton is looking good there. Yeah.
Yeah. You can kind of see this little bush right here. The bottom is all fully covered with snow. So we are back to snow here. Sorry, you don't want to see my face up close, that personal, but back to snow. I was like, hey, that's the best way I can do it right now. We'll just grab the webcam and let you see it. But my dog is jealous because she has wanted my attention. I'm not giving her any, so she's barking at me.
Yeah, no,
she will not. She will not go outside. The snow's not her thing, so she's in a hizzy right now.
Yeah, no, understood. Understood. You may need to break out the old training pads. Maybe you got a couple layers of those just in case for those winter weather events. Yeah, I mean, looking at the big picture here, I mean, it's still it's an impressive storm, and again, when I just taking a peek at this again, there's a little bit of everything today, and so what we're doing again, just to keep everybody in the loop, what we're going to do is we're going to bring you the Charlotte area briefing at 2:00. And then what we're going to do is we are going to take a break here. We're going to stand down from live coverage for a little bit. On the Carolina Weather Net, which is a 24-hour streaming live show on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/CarolinaWX Group. Please like and subscribe. Got to get that in there. What we'll be doing is we're going to be running some highlights over the last hour of some of the of what we've seen today, and we're gonna run those a little bit as conditions warrant. As we need to, we will continue to break in and in the meantime, we'll continue to watch our social channels as well in case we need to. So again, just waiting on that Charlotte Mecklenburg press conference at this point. Um, you know, Scotty, I mean, you're getting that wraparound snow now, and again, it looks like, and God, I gotta tell you, I mean, it's getting close to Charlotte. I mean, we're getting very close there. We're back into the snow in Rutherfordton. We're in, let's see what Shelby's got. Shelby's in light snow. We're getting very close. Gastonia is in light freezing rain still. So I mean, there's a very, very sharp cutoff here between Shelby and Gastonia. Where that freezing rain changes back, and it's certainly, we've seen a good eastward trend with this. So
Yeah, I'm always hesitant about this because this is kind of like a downsloping when it comes from west,
right,
and you're like, is the precipitation going to make it? Is it going to last? But radar says it is, and I'm just looking at the reflectivity. Oh, and you've got the preset type up. I'm looking at reflectivity. There's some pretty good decibels over from McDowell County into Morganton down towards Rutherfordton. So that is some pretty heavy precipitation. I can vouch for that just looking outside right now. I mean, it's pretty good, a pretty good rate of snow and sleet falling right now.
Yeah, and the terminal Doppler is showing it a similar bright band moving through the west side of Charlotte right now too. So
over towards the airport.
Yep. So there, it's very likely you may be getting kind of a burst of a mix of precipitation there. Unfortunately, the terminal Dopplers are not dual polarization. So it would be really cool if I could see, at that level, if we've got some phase changes going on there that are kind of mixing in. I'll take a peek at GSP and see what I can find. But certainly, yeah, that Rutherford County bright band, I think the one that you're talking about, we have that really good bright banding there, and that's definitely mixing in very much. Mecklenburg, it's hard to tell from this angle on the radar, but we do have a little bit of mixing coming into play there. And again, freezing rain is the main issue at this point still, but there's, we'll see what happens with this going on. So we have some questions we're starting to get to. Is the worst over? And for some of you, yes,
it's getting there.
Further south you are, the better off you are. I'll say at this point, but again, if you're in central North Carolina up towards Greensboro, Henderson, Raleigh, Roxboro, Mount Airy, Hickory, you've got at least a few more hours of mixed precipitation in there at a minimum. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, certainly all in the cards for those locations. So, and it's still bone chilling cold too. It is 22 at Greensboro. All right. We have a wind out of the northeast at 24 knots, gusting to 31 knots. The wind chill in Greensboro is 4.5 degrees.
Yeah, it's cold. It is cold. I mean, my hands are still not, and I've been inside for what now, 2 or 3 hours. My hands are still kind of cold, and I'm doing a lot of while Jared's talking. I'm listening to him. I'm also, for those who don't know, inside the Weather Enterprise, we have to multitask all the time, and so Jared's talking, giving you a breakdown of the radar. I'm listening to him, but I'm also monitoring social media and looking at pictures and videos and things like that. Guys, Jared, you will believe this because we know how weather Twitter is, but the talk of us doing this again in a couple more days is it. I mean, the models are. We need to get through today, but the models are really. We could be repeating this again at the end of the week.
Well, I'll caution folks too that that the character of this particular storm changed actually rather dramatically just in the last few days leading up to the event. The ice storm really only became very apparent just in the last few days. So I'll caution folks that are looking down the road. Let's let some things develop. But that being said, the pattern is favorable.
It's very
the pattern is favorable. This is especially in a La Nina year, you're going to take whatever you can get. La Nina years are typically drier and warmer, and so with the pattern set up the way it is through the end of the month, it certainly may have one, maybe two shots at this before it's all said and done. So if you didn't see what you wanted to today, stay tuned because Well, we're not saying that is actually going to happen just yet. We don't, because we don't know for sure, but certainly something that we're watching. Ashe County is still getting snow right now. They're wondering, Jackie Hartman up there is wondering if the worst is over there. And I would say that you're going to be getting into a little bit more of a mix of precipitation here soon. You may run into at least a little bit of ice, snow being your predominant precipitation type. Also something interesting coming in from UNC Asheville. We are now all sleet again as a 145.
Interesting.
So there's again, this is going to be one of those things that, we can approximate as best as we can, but there's not a whole lot we can do there. Just kind of taking a look around at some of the reports here. Again, we have a couple reports of glaze as far east as Onslow County, North Carolina. Just a little glaze and a little bit of sleet on some elevated surfaces, but certainly give you a general idea of the reach of this thing. I mean, it's it definitely spread some winter weather, in a decent radius, and it continues to do so at this hour. Tim Martin writes in that Richmond County is transitioning to rain now. Temps are rising a couple degrees, scattered power outages. Rain is good. We want rain to help melt some things. So, again, and that's to be expected as the low continues to make its move here. So there we go.
Yeah, looking through just some of the information here on the NWS chat, and I'm looking down at Columbia, and there continues to be numerous trees and power lines down, and on some roadways that are at least temporarily closed right now because of the ice. There's a half an inch of ice accretion, Jared, in Kershaw, which is in Lancaster County.
Mm-hmm.
Half an inch of ice. That definitely does the damage.
That lines up with where the ice storm warning was placed too. Again, we had winter storm warnings in a lot of North Carolina and parts of South Carolina, but there was a specific sliver along between I-85 and I-77 primarily that was specifically in an ice storm warning, and that seems to be verifying very, very nicely.
Getting a report of 10 inches of snow up in on the Avery-Watauga County line, so that's pretty good pounding of snow up that way.
That's I would say that qualifies as a little thump there. I mean, and again, that was going to be the boom zone, and it certainly seems like that also is verifying very nicely. Real quick, we have questions, around, I'm going to Tennessee tomorrow. Will things be better? There's going to be some issues with the roads after the fact. The storm is going to be long gone, but the roads after the fact are still going to be a mess. I would plan for that, and I would, if you must travel, be very careful. If you do not have to travel, avoid it for at least a day more if you can.
It's going to be hard. There may be a period of time we get above freezing tomorrow if you live foothills into the mountains, but it will be very, very brief, maybe an hour or two. The sun will be out, so the sun will help melt a little bit, but temperature wise, we're going to be stuck around the low to mid 30s all day tomorrow. So whatever melting does happen, we're definitely going to see a refreeze Monday night into Tuesday morning. So thankfully tomorrow is the Martin Luther King holiday, so a lot of folks are out of school and off of work. So that's a good thing. But looking into Tuesday, Wednesday, we're still going to have that melt and refreeze every night. So there'll definitely be some postponements and delays and cancellations and stuff like that with schools and businesses, I would say, at least for the next few days next week.
Yep, absolutely. Report now that Mount Airy is transitioning to freezing rain. So from sleet. And that actually, you can see the radar algorithm is actually keying on that quite nicely. You can see that little patch of red inside the peach color there. The peach color is ice pellets. The red is freezing rain. We're seeing that that mix now beginning to translate more northward through the through the area. So, in the next, as I mentioned before, we're going to be joining the Charlotte Mecklenburg press conference to update the situation in the Charlotte area. I am going to quickly
roll in it.
Cool. All right. So we just verified. We just did a quick verification, see where they are. Looks like we're good. So we're going to take that at 2:00, and then from there, what we're going to do, we're going to rack up some highlights from this week, and from this from this storm, and we'll be rolling those on the Carolina Weather Net. We're going to stand down from live coverage after the Charlotte Mecklenburg press conference. And give our vocal cords a little breather. We've been at it since 6 a.m. and we know that there's a lot, there's still plenty of weather out there. We're gonna ask us to, continue to watch Carolina Weather Net. We're gonna we'll break in as needed if needed. Also watch our social channels. We are starting to see some of the winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings begin to be canceled in some spots. The Weather Service in Morehead City has just canceled the winter weather advisory for Greene, Martin, and Pitt. So we are starting to get on the back end of this thing. The winter weather advisory for Duplin and Lenoir has been expired, and so I think that actually ends the winter weather advisories for Morehead City's area of responsibility. So we are we are coming to we're seeing the end in some spots here, especially near the coast in the I-95 corridor now. Daniel Adams reports that there is freezing rain in Rockwell, North Carolina. Thank you for the report. Let us know if you see anything that is getting a little wacky, or a little dangerous. Again, we've had reports of a half an inch of ice accretion in parts of South Carolina this afternoon, and that's brutal, folks. That's I cannot stress enough just how brutal that is.
Yeah, that is going to be, and remember, folks, if you've lost power, last I saw was around 100,000 folks in South Carolina without power. It's going to take a few days to get everything restored. A, you got to be able to access where the failures happen. B, you've got to get the manpower to get the lines and everything, the poles back up. So it could be a few days before power is restored, especially in some of those smaller communities and more rural locations.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're gonna ask folks to, one, if there's a major incident, please let first responders get to where they need to go. Keep the roads clear for the first responders. There's a lot going on. We have a storm report now that was issued about an hour ago, but just give you a general idea here. In Winsboro in Fairfield County, South Carolina, at least 40 trees down on roads and power lines down in Fairfield County between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's a lot. And that's the ice storm doing that. The ice combined with the wind. Move over here into Ridgeway, near Ridgeway, trees in the road. I mean, there's trees in the road everywhere. There's trees. There was a tree down on I-20 at one point. There's a tree down on I-26 at one point. There's a lot of, so there's definitely some tree damage. So Desi reports now that there is snow at 2,400 feet in Macon County, snowing hard.
Good to know.
Yep. So again, some very helpful things there as we go. And we've seen this back end of the snow begin to move in. So what we're going to do is at this point, what we'll do is we're going to about ready to take the Charlotte Mecklenburg press conference here. We are expecting that to start at 2:00. Scotty and I are going to take a break. We're going to rerun some, depending on how fast this downloads, we're going to rerun some highlights from the today's coverage over on the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube. Some of you are watching us there. Thank you so much for watching us there. I think Scotty, any final thoughts before we take a break?
Yeah, just stay with us. We'll keep you up to date, and just know if you live in the western part of the state, you still got another snow. I'm actually going to go outside and enjoy a little bit more snow here as soon as I log off.
As you should. And
enjoy what you get. Just be careful. Don't be outside tonight if you don't have to. There's some good playoff football games going on, and I'm going to eat a bowl of chili, watch the football, and just catch up on social media.
Exactly. I think we're going to do something very similar here. But anyway, so for Scotty Powell, let me see here. Well, wait a second. Before I sign us off,
here's an update, Jared.
Yeah, shoot.
As of 30 minutes ago, North Carolina Emergency Management reporting nearly 90,000 power outages in the state of North Carolina. So that is up from, I think it was 50 about an hour or so ago.
Oh boy.
And actually, Emergency Management has this really neat map that is breaking down. Moore County right now with the most at 16,735. Wake County, which is the Raleigh area, 9,477. Hoke County at 5,858. So those are just some of the higher numbers. Buncombe County, 4,071 outages. So those are just some of the higher, and that number just updated to 91,983 outages now. So starting to come in, these outages.
The impacts that we've been discussing for the last couple of days have certainly verified. I think there's no doubt about it. I think this, I mean, just retrospecting on this, I am trying to see. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and take this. So, Scotty, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to check out this stream real quick. If this is not what we think it is, I'll just come back for a minute. So here is what we think might be the Charlotte-Mecklenburg press conference getting underway.
All right, TV studio, we are good to go. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hannah Brown. I'm with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are going to talk about a number of updates regarding Winter Storm Izzy. So just a quick rundown of what we're doing today. We will open it up with a brief weather update from Bill Martin with National Weather Service. I will cover some emergency shelter updates, and then we will hear updates from Division Chief Robert Graham from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management, Division Chief Ruben Fitzgerald from the Charlotte Fire Department, Major David Robinson with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, and Grace Nelson with Medic. At that time, we will then take your questions. Thanks so much, and I'm going to pass it over to Bill with the weather update.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. This significant winter storm that we're currently in the middle of is beginning to lift out of the Charlotte metro area. As it does so, the winds will begin to decline and precipitation amounts will begin to taper off. We are currently getting light to moderate freezing rain around the Charlotte area, which will continue until near nightfall. And additional accumulations of freezing rain from the system as it pulls out will probably be less than 1/10 of an inch or so, which is certainly enough to cause significant traffic difficulties. And overnight, temperatures are expected to be below freezing with potential ice on the roadways as well. Melting may take a day or two since it will be sunny, but not particularly warm on Monday. And that's all I have. I'll get back to Hannah.
All right, thank you, Bill, very much for that update. I will now address our emergency shelter activations. As you may have seen, we are working with the American Red Cross in the town of Matthews to activate emergency shelters. The Shelter Task Force, which is made up of City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County departments, as well as the American Red Cross and a number of other partners. They've been working diligently over the last couple of days and have plans in place to be able to provide for the sheltering needs in the community when it comes to emergencies. These plans are designed to be flexible so that we can best meet the needs of the community. So we are continuing to assess the conditions and the need for these shelters, and we will keep them open in accordance with those conditions. The 4 shelters that are opening are the Cruise Recreation Center in Matthews, which opened at noon, so those doors are open. And then at 4 p.m., we will have Hopewell High School, Mallard Creek High School, and the Worrell building of Central Piedmont Central Campus. So those 4 shelters will be open. And again, we'll be assessing conditions throughout the afternoon, evening, and into tomorrow to determine the needs for those shelters. For anyone who might be traveling to the shelter, first and foremost, we do want to reiterate that the road conditions are poor right now. So take extreme caution if you are going to one of those shelters. If you do plan to go to a shelter, we ask that you bring the following items: clothing and toiletries, sleeping bags and blankets, warm clothing, specific snacks or food that you might want, medications, your phone and a charger, and maybe books or some small entertainment items. And if you do have pets and you're coming to one of these shelters, we encourage you not to leave your pets behind. The shelters are able to accommodate pets and their needs. And we also would like to note that COVID-19 precautions are in place at all of these shelters. And if you are to attend a shelter, you will be required to wear a mask. So that is all I have for shelter updates at this time. I will now pass it over to Division Chief Robert Graham for additional updates from the Emergency Operations Center. Graham.
Good afternoon, everybody. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Operations Center was staffed overnight and continues to be staffed today, and we'll assess for tonight's operations and tomorrow. We are closely monitoring the conditions, but also working with our truly, it's a cast of hundreds that work on all of our different, as agency representatives for all of our different groups that make up our emergency management program and community. City of Charlotte crews are continuing to treat roads and have been plowing as needed. We continue to ask motorists to stay off the roads, and this is really important. I'm so thrilled when I came into work this morning that the roads were relatively free of traffic, except for essential personnel, and we continue to see that. So thank you for our media for getting the word out, but also thank you to our public for really helping us out there. And so that is a concern today. It'll be a concern overnight as we continue to see icing conditions. No significant reports of downed trees as of now, and that is per City of Charlotte Landscape Management, which is here in the Emergency Operations Center with us. No power outages at what we call kicker sites, critical infrastructure sites. Those include CFD, Charlotte Fire, and CMPD stations. Approximately 800 people are without power in Mecklenburg County at this time, and that number it's going up and down. It actually went down a little bit, but we're watching it closely to see if there are additional outages. This is primarily in southern Mecklenburg County is where we're seeing the largest impact. We will continue to see a little more freezing rain throughout the day, and ice will continue to be our main concern, particularly as we move into this evening and tomorrow morning. And again, the roads will not be in great shape, so please, if you can work from home, do so. Otherwise, try to stay off of those roads. We expect significant refreezing overnight due to low temperatures and the strong possibility of black ice tomorrow morning. I want to finish out with two things. One, I want to thank our Emergency Shelter Task Force, which is a standing task force with emergency management, for all the hard work they have done throughout this week to really put these sheltering operations together. As you can imagine, COVID has had an impact on our ability to do that, but they found a way to yes, and that's the most important thing. And secondly, and I'll end it here, I want to thank Allison Taylor, Regional Executive with Greater Carolinas. She really leads the team over there with the American Red Cross, and she has been instrumental in our ability to pull these shelters off. So I will turn it over to Division Chief Bo Fitzgerald with the Charlotte Fire Department. Thank you guys for everything you're doing out there.
Good afternoon. As of last night at 6:00 p.m., we have called in extra personnel to staff additional units. Some of those units include brush units with four-wheel drive capability. We've also staffed additional 2 to 3 engine companies at this time, and we can call in further if we need any. At this time, we're experiencing very normal call volume for a Sunday in January. Most of the storm-related calls that we have had so far have been traffic accidents. Several of those have been on the interstate highway, so I would reiterate what Chief Graham just mentioned. We continue to encourage everyone to stay at home and avoid getting on the roadways if possible. Also, I think it's important for the public to know that it may take emergency crews a bit longer to get to an emergency, as the fire trucks and ambulances and police units have to slow down also for the road conditions. but you can rest assured that they will be on their way. Again, take care. Encourage everyone to use caution when moving around on the ice. And I'm going to turn it over this time to Major David Robinson with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dave Robinson with CMPD. With respect to everything that's been said with as far as response times and safety on our roadways, I do want to remind everybody that CMPD, just like our other partners within Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management, are fully operational. Our men and women are doing a great job to deliver service at the highest level as we do 24/7, 365. No matter what the conditions are, we will always meet that need and strive to meet the community's needs in that way. I would like to remind everybody, if you do see a blue light or red light or a medic truck or a fire truck or a police car anywhere on the roadway, to please slow down and to move over, obviously for the safety of the men and women out doing work. The wrecks, the crashes that we've had in the past since midnight early this morning, we're at 41 crashes so far. 25 of those have been property damage only. 16 of those have involved personal injury. That's about typical for a normal weekday. So a little high obviously for the weekend. But to echo, I believe, Chief Graham's point, we do appreciate people staying off the roadways, heeding those warnings, and certainly allowing our DOT trucks to do their jobs and to clear those roadways. As far as using 911, we would please encourage folks to, we are fully staffed in 911 in our communications bureau, just like on the streets. But we would encourage people to reserve those for actual emergencies when that is appropriate. So that will conclude my time. I appreciate everybody being here and getting the word out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Major Robinson. At this time, we will go to Grace Nelson with Medic.
Good afternoon. Just a quick report from Medic. Since 4 a.m., we've had about 11 transports for traffic accident calls. That is thankfully not a large increase from what we typically see. Obviously, we remain concerned about road conditions, particularly in the overnight hours ahead. So to prepare for that, we have implemented a temporary closest destination protocol. What this means is that if clinically appropriate, a patient will be transported to the closest emergency department within the network of their choice. And what this does is just allow us to limit the amount of time on roads and gives us the ability to be available for the next call faster. And this can be turned on and off throughout the day as needed. Lastly, we just like to emphasize again what everybody else has already said, the importance of staying off the roads and calling 911 only with most life-threatening emergencies. Cardiac arrest, strokes, COVID patients, they do not stop during winter storms, so please stay off the roads and help us get to our most critical patients as fast as we can. Back to you, Hannah.
All right, thank you so much, Grace. At this time, we will go ahead and open the floor for questions.
Reporters, if you will, please utilize the raise my hand feature. That'll indicate that you have a question, and we will call on you. Our first question will go to Vanessa Rufus. Vanessa, go ahead with your question when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thanks so much for taking my question. I did have one that would pertain to COVID-19. How is COVID impacting the ability to respond to all of the calls needed? And also for folks who would be going to emergency shelters, what do they need to know about staying COVID safe?
All right, so Vanessa, that's a good question. Just two-part question. First, for us in emergency management, as we were, getting ready for the storm. Now, we've been doing this for a while, right? So going all the way back to the beginning of 2020, when we had some technology, but not as good as it is today. So because of I'm sure you're the same way, been forced to go to so many virtual meetings, we've really upped our ability to reach out and have meetings virtually. So for instance, today I probably got 10 or 12 briefings and meetings with different groups. Yesterday, I think I had 10, the day before that I had 13. And so that really has really elevated our ability to reach all the different partners that we need to reach and really communicate with everybody in a much better way before COVID, because before COVID, we might do a WebEx, but chances were that we were going to do it on a conference call or try to do it in person. So for the Emergency Operations Center here today, we probably have 20-ish folks are actually working in the center, but we probably have over 100 that are working the incident remotely. And so that is really, it's a good thing that's come out of really a bad situation with the pandemic. For our shelters, and I don't have the specifics on it, but I know that Mecklenburg County Public Health has been on every call with us, and they've been working to ensure that we have a COVID an environment within the shelters that is acceptable to public health and that they feel comfortable with. So, and as you guys know, as we've gone through this pandemic, there's never a perfect solution, but we try to find the best one possible that we can.
Our next question will go to WBTV reporter David Hodges. David, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Corey. For the first responders, taking a look at history, how does it impact your response if there do indeed end up being widespread power outages? Does that impact response time? And additionally, what do you want people to know about calling 911 if there are widespread power outages across the city?
So I think I understand your question. You're asking, David, do we look at previous storms and try to figure out how to adjust for this storm, right? So every storm, and Bill will tell you, our meteorologist here today, every single storm is different. And so it's difficult to say we're going to do it exactly how we did it in the past. The other thing that's changed is obviously the county has grown in population. Our infrastructure is different. But for every major event, we conduct what they call a hot wash. And so we'll immediately sit down and say, okay, what are the things that we learned from this event? And what are the things that we can then apply down the road? And so I think that's important. What was the second part of your question, David? I missed it.
Is there any different change in response times or what people can expect if there are widespread power outages? Say, for instance, do more people end up calling 911 if you have thousands of people without power? Does that impact medic, fire, police's ability to respond if you've got a large percentage of the city that does not have power?
Yeah, so today we have not had that problem. And it's hard, I don't like to get into too many hypotheticals. One of the things I will say is 311 is a tremendous help to us because it really takes a burden off of us for the calls that don't require a 911 response. Now, there's nothing that we can do about the road conditions. It is going to take a little bit longer to get emergency apparatus on scene, and just because they're traveling in a safe manner. There's not like a set amount of time that's going to take in addition to, but I do want to highlight 311. So you talk about public servants, and the other day we called 311 and we said, hey, we need to discuss you guys being open over this holiday weekend where typically they would not be open. And they were the first ones to say, we will be open and we're here to support. And so I think that was one of the highlights of my day because there's always a lot of challenges, but 311 absolutely stepped up to the plate. And that is a fantastic example of public servants and a public servant heart. Thank you, David.
David, your hand is still up. It's the only one that's up. So if you have a follow-up question, you can go ahead and ask it.
I'm set. Thank you guys for your service, and hoping that we can check back in later, but hopefully the conditions stay the same.
Okay, thank you, David. We'll go back over to Vanessa Rufus. Vanessa, go ahead with your question.
Hi. So it sounds like based on your forecasting, we could be dealing with some ice for a couple days. So do people need to be planning for that? I know a lot of folks are already off because it's Sunday, but come Monday, what do people need to be thinking about?
Yeah, thanks, Vanessa. So absolutely, we do want people to be aware that that is still going to be a challenge. As we heard, the freezing rain was started a couple hours later than we expected today, so that's helpful. But we are going to see low temperatures tonight, and so that potential for refreeze and black ice is certainly going to be a concern tomorrow. So even though it won't be necessarily actively snowing or having freezing rain, we want people to be aware of that risk. And if you are going to be on the roads, to continue to take those extra precautions and be slow on the roads. And again, if you don't have to be out, then stay at home.
Last call for questions. Okay, Hannah, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Corey. At this time, that's all the updates that we have. We will continue to provide updates, particularly around the sheltering situation. And if you have further questions, you can always reach out to me in the Emergency Operations Center. And thanks again for your time, and have a great day.
There we go. And that was the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management providing an update on conditions in the Charlotte area. So what we're going to do at this point, we've got some additional reports that have come in, some rain in Sneads Ferry, North Carolina. Macon County is getting moderate snow, 37 degrees at 2,400 feet. So probably warm just at the surface there with that column aloft. And it has turned over to freezing rain in Concord a few minutes ago. So real quick, before we get out of here, just want folks to know, remember, there's a wind advisory along the South Carolina coast until 1 a.m. We're seeing gusts up to 28 miles an hour in the Charleston metro area right now. And watch that. We still have a good bit of snow and freezing rain moving up. Let me see if I can't get let me get my radar scope out real quick. And so let me zoom that out a little bit, and you can see all of the reports that have come in. It's kind of remarkable, actually, just how many reports have come in across the area. We'll switch to GSP to start, and you can still see that there is a veritable smorgasbord of precipitation types going on. But we're starting to see more snow moving on the backside of the system now, approaching Charlotte, which is still in freezing rain at this point. But over time, as the 850 millibar temperatures drop, as the temperatures around 5,000 feet begin to drop, we will continue to see improvements in getting rid of some of this freezing rain and sleet, and making it more of a snow event to close it out. Possibly, we'll see if the downsloping maybe dries it out a little bit, but there's certainly a possibility. Right now, at this point, though, the bulk of the weather is in the upstate of South Carolina into North Carolina. If we go to the, we'll just do a quick tour of the radars before we're all said and done here. Go to the Wilmington radar. The algorithm seems to think that there might be something around White Lake or Garland there. I'm not positive about that. We'll see what happens with that. I'm seeing MPing reports of rain here, so I'm not quite sure if that's a real thing or not, but we'll keep an eye on it nonetheless. The heaviest rain has now left Myrtle Beach. So if you're in South Carolina, the threat for severe thunderstorms has ended. We're now really looking at the potential for an isolated severe thunderstorm moving up through Wilmington and into Morehead City. We have had some storms with some rotation offshore. We'll pull the velocity real quick and just see if we can see anything else. Again, we got a lot of wind. We got a lot of wind energy with this, and so as the sun comes out and the mixing starts to happen, we're going to also see quite a bit of rainfall, or not rainfall. We're going to see quite a bit of gusty winds here, possibly up to 40 miles an hour. Again, that wind advisory for the Charleston area until 1 a.m. Hopefully we can get rid of that sooner. But looking at the velocities here on Morehead City, we had some supercells that were trying to do its thing earlier, and they're moving up towards Ocracoke here. But so far, no reports of any tornadic activity on land. There are no active convective watches of note. No convective watches in the Carolinas. That is, we may still have them going on in Florida for a little bit. But you can see here, and I'll switch back to the precipitation here. It's just a mess still. We still have freezing rain likely ongoing in Greensboro and in the Raleigh and Durham areas. So this is going to be with us for a little bit longer, but we are expecting to see that warmer air continue to punch northward with time, as low pressure punches northward with time as well. So we got a couple more hours in this. We got a few more hours in this, it looks like, for much of central and western North Carolina. But as you heard on the press conference, the worst is over in Charlotte. We were starting to see that on the decline in Charlotte. As you can see, the back edge of that precipitation is starting to work into the area, and maybe some snow flurries to close it out. Again, what we'll recommend for everybody is just to hunker in today, be at home. Probably the best thing that you can do. And you know, we can just just hang in there for a little bit. It's going to be one of those days. Let's take a quick look at Boone here, and you can note something here is that this is not as much of a winter wonderland as we had earlier when we started this. You can start to see some rain coming down there. It looks like it's actually raining pretty hard. And that is very likely freezing rain. So we are getting a nice coating of ice now on top of that snow there. So certainly going to be some tough travel in Boone over the next little bit. I believe we're looking at over King Street in Boone. You can certainly see people taking it very easily. I believe we have a snowball fight in progress here as well. I see a couple people. Let's see if somebody lets a snowball rip. So there's something there. So all that to say is that people are having fun with this. And if you did get snow today, I hope you did. I hope you do get an opportunity to enjoy it a little bit. We all love a little bit of snow. So again, just y'all, it's been a busy day of weather across the Carolinas. It will continue to be a busy day of weather. Here's what we're going to do on the Carolina Weather Group and the Carolina Weather Net. We're going to replay some of the earlier highlights from today's coverage over on the Carolina Weather Net stream. So if you're there, just stay put. We're going to come back with some additional things there. We are going to, and we're gonna take a break from live coverage for a little bit. We'll be back around a little later to wrap things up. So a couple last questions before I get out of here. We have a question about, will it snow on Monday or Tuesday in Charlotte? No. The storm system is going to lift out of here. It's going to be by tonight. The storm system is going to be well into the mid-Atlantic states. It's going to be well into the mid-Atlantic, approaching New England. So we're not going to have any additional snow threat once this clears out of here later tonight. So an interesting bit here. So when it snows in Boone, the turkey will break flock early. Interesting. I am personally not familiar. Again, I'm in the wrong Carolina. So anyway, I think what we're going to do here again, we'll finish this off with a look at Boone here at Depot Street and King Street here. From resort cams, obviously some very treacherous travel there. We highly encourage you not to, but I know how that can go sometimes. So anyway, all that to say, I think that's going to do it for us here at the, it's going to do it for us for our live coverage for now. On behalf of James Brierton and Scotty Powell and Evan Fisher and the rest of and Tim Pounds, for that matter, joined us from Augusta to show us nothing. He showed us a little bit of just what it was like on the other side, on the rain side of things. But on behalf of the Carolina Weather Group panel, I'm Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina. Thank you for watching. Thank you for trusting us. And we will be back with you real soon to discuss any further winter weather. For now, on the Carolina Weather Net, we're going to rack up some highlights for you. But I will leave you with the shot from Boone.